Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 51. Back to the Association. 2. This fits you really well, the old man said, gazing at the oversized clothes he had picked out for Michael from a nearby store with a look of satisfaction. Michael could only roll his eyes discreetly at the old man's attitude. The clothes were of high quality. Michael figured they must have cost quite a bit, but the problem was that they were too big. Not so oversized that they looked like hand-me-downs from an older relative, but just enough to feel like they'd been passed down from an older brother. Still, Michael felt touched by the old man's gesture. After trying the clothes on, he had intended to ask how much they had cost so he could pay the old man back later. However, the old man had looked ready to flare up at the mere suggestion. Apparently, asking about the price was considered insulting, and the old man had firmly insisted that Michael accept the clothes as a gift rather than talk nonsense. Michael recalled his aunt saying that older people often had peculiar temperaments, but this was the first time he had encountered such an instance himself. He reasoned that perhaps older people, whether they were ordinary humans or cultivators, tended to be well-off and prone to such behavior. Regardless, Michael made a mental note to remember this favor. He also reminded himself that unless he wanted to wander the streets naked in broad daylight, he should make better preparations before entering another crack. Not everyone in charge of a crack would be as kind as this old man. Ads by Pub Future. Thank you, sir. But before I leave, may I ask what I should call you? Michael asked. He was genuinely curious about the old man and felt it would be improper not to at least know the name of someone who had helped him. Just call me Old Man Lou. Now get going and return to the association so you can submit your corpses for sale. And remember, if you want to collect the other corpses from the crack, your transportation better be here within an hour. After that, those corpses will start to rot, and you won't get much for them. Michael was momentarily stunned by the old man's words. Coincidentally, Old Man Lou had answered a question that had been on Michael's mind. How did non-awakeners transport their corpses from cracks? Sure, they could bring their own storage bags, but unless they functioned like his unique storage space, Michael doubted the bags could hold much, especially not enough monster corpses for a large team. Of course, it was also possible that most people didn't take entire monster corpses, instead opting to harvest only valuable parts. He remembered the list attached to the email the association had sent him about Goblin World. It didn't just specify goblin corpses, it also included items like their blood and other materials. Perhaps that was what most people gathered. If so, it made sense that a team's storage bags would suffice for a crack visit. But what if someone wanted to bring more? The old man's earlier comment provided the answer. Visitors to cracks could bring their own transportation. When Old Man Lou mentioned this, Michael couldn't help but think of trucks. Ads by Pub Future. No wonder there's a garage attached to the pharmacy, he muttered to himself. I thought that was a weird design. Michael figured this was likely another hidden function of the pharmacy. Considering it already had doors to another dimension and even a bathroom, it wasn't far-fetched to assume it could also provide a cover for transporting harvested monster parts for sale. Michael had only recently become a part of the supernatural world. Before that, he had been a struggling youth, so it was natural for him to be unaware of these logistics. Perhaps wealthier and more influential people, like Leo Vanni, who had even suggested he buy corpses from the association, would know much more about this society. Michael hadn't forgotten about the existence of places that bred monsters either. He figured that, just like him, most average people were probably oblivious to such things. Only the rich and powerful would have access to that kind of information. Even in the supernatural world, there were differences. There's no need for that, Old Man Lou. I already have them all packed, Michael said. Okay, that's good. Then get going. You've been interrupting my business for too long. Michael wanted to retort that there probably wasn't any business happening at the pharmacy. He'd been here for so long and hadn't seen a single customer. But he was wise enough to keep that thought to himself. All right, Old Man Lou. Take care. See you later, Michael said with a wave. See you later too, the old man replied gruffly. Just like that, Michael finally left the pharmacy, the crack, and Old Man Lou behind. He hailed a taxi and headed back to the association. Once there, he made his way directly to the trade center. It was finally time to earn some money. After this, he planned to visit the receptionist to apply for more crack entries. With that gargoyle blocking his way in the land of origins, he had no choice but to focus on making himself stronger in the real world while accumulating evolution points. Leveling up through battles alone would be too slow, but Michael figured that with enough evolution points, it wouldn't take long to create an undead strong enough to deal with the gargoyle. It would need to be either a higher rank undead or a level 21, 3-star rare rank 1 to stand a chance without taking a severe beating. As for going home, Michael had reconsidered after hearing Old Man Lou's comment about his murderous intent. It didn't seem like something ordinary people would react well to, so he decided to delay his return. He'd messaged Aunt Mia about it, and to his surprise, she'd immediately called him. Wasn't this woman supposed to be busy at work? After he'd vaguely explained that he had some business to take care of, Aunt Mia hadn't flared up as he'd expected. Instead, she simply told him to take care of himself several times. Michael could hear the subtle sadness in her voice, which made him feel a little guilty but also somewhat relieved. Unfortunately, this meant he wouldn't be able to enjoy her cooking today. Apparently, his cousin was in for a good meal instead. Continue reading on Empire. Michael knew that girl would never let his share go to waste, especially when it involved beast meat. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 52. Another source of evolution points. Seems like I'm about to become a drug addict. Lucky? 1. Michael had another purpose at the trade center. It was related to his evolution points. Michael placed the highest priority on anything that could help him with them. He didn't believe there were only a few limited ways to increase his evolution points. There had to be other methods beyond simply waiting for them to refresh daily or absorbing spirit crystals. Michael's theory about his evolution points was that they were generated from the overflow of soul energy absorbed by his talent from him and his undead. This gave him a potential direction to explore. If he could find items that could recover or enhance soul energy, would his evolution points also increase? Whatever the case, it had to be more cost-effective than relying on spirit crystals. Not only did it need to be cheaper, but it also had to be efficient enough to make the investment worthwhile. Soon, Michael arrived at the trade center, where a slight surprise awaited him. The person he encountered wasn't the man he had seen an hour ago but the scarred man from yesterday. Michael couldn't deny that the man intimidated him a little. "Good afternoon," Michael greeted as he approached. "Good afternoon. What do you want?" the scarred man replied curtly. There was no recognition in his tone or demeanor, which made the atmosphere feel even more strained as he got straight to business. "I'm here to sell monster corpses and buy some items as well." "The corpses are quite a lot," Michael explained. "I see," the man muttered with a slight look of interest before asking, "What type of monster?" "Goblins," Michael replied, watching as the faint interest in the scarred man's eyes instantly vanished. Ads by Pub Future. But then Michael added, "I have about 300 corpses here." "You what?" For the first time since they'd met, a different expression appeared on the man's face. Michael felt a flicker of satisfaction. Finally, he had cracked the stoic demeanor of the scarred man. It made him feel like his near genocide of goblins in their world was worth it, not just for the income, but for this reaction as well. However, he quickly shook his head. Why do I care about changing this guy's expression? Michael didn't have time to reflect further, as the scarred man recovered from his shock and finally spoke. "Did you hunt them yourself?" the scarred man asked. For some reason, Michael noticed that his tone seemed less cold. "Yes. I went to the Goblin World Corrupted Crack today and, kind of wiped them out," Michael replied hesitantly. As he spoke, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Maybe I was a bit too murderous. No, they were just EXP and money. Killing them isn't a sin, Michael told himself firmly. Yeah, I'm not the problem here. Ads by Pub Future. Oddly enough, the scarred man seemed to follow a similar train of thought. He even let out a short laugh, startling Michael. That's great. This is how our Federation's youths should be, domineering. Michael got the distinct impression that if he had been standing closer, the man might have given him a pat on the shoulder. Thankfully, after making his statement, the scarred man switched back to business mode. This time, though he seemed a bit kinder. Follow me. We need to check the quality of the corpses and determine the price. Yes. Though Michael found the scarred man's accommodating behavior a bit unfamiliar, he quickly adapted. They walked side by side, bypassing any doors this time, until they reached a staircase leading to a well-lit underground space. The area was surprisingly spacious. Or rather, the Supers Association branch itself was massive. If this was just a branch, Michael couldn't help but wonder how enormous the headquarters would be. Under the scarred man's supervision, Michael began summoning the goblin corpses he and his undead had killed. The process took some time, especially since he had to transfer the corpses from the land of origin to the real world via his mark of origin, a process involving multiple steps. By the time the scarred man finished appraising the corpses, nearly 2 hours had passed. The results, however, left Michael thrilled. $100,000? Michael felt overwhelmed with emotion. $100,000. The past him wouldn't have imagined earning this much in a day. Even the current him hadn't expected goblins to fetch such a sum. This was thanks to Michael's deliberate strategy of delivering intact corpses. The large quantity he sold, each goblin corpse averaging at least $300, had added up quickly. Had they been significantly stronger, like at the peak of their potential, the amount might have been a little higher. Most of the goblins didn't even surpass level 4. I can see you killed these monsters with some sort of spear-like weapon, the scarred man said. But even the one-hit kills show your inexperience. Since you've got money now, I suggest buying a spear technique manual and a decent weapon to go with it. Of course, this is just advice. Thank you, Michael replied earnestly, surprised at how much the man could deduce just by examining the corpses. As he suspected, this scarred man was most likely an expert. As for the suggestion, Michael decided to give it a try. Training with a manual seemed far better than fumbling around without guidance. He might even unlock the spearmanship skill. The scarred man wasn't finished yet. Also, while it's good to push yourself, you need to control your emotions. If not, you risk losing yourself to the madness of killing, or worse, turning demonic. Look at yourself now. Don't you feel better? Michael paused, stunned. Though the man hadn't said it outright, he was likely referring to the murderous intent that Old Man Lou had mentioned earlier. He focused inwardly, just as the scarred man suggested, and noticed something. Explore stories on Empire. His thoughts felt calmer, clear. It was hard to describe, but his mind felt more peaceful than it had hours ago. Is it because my murderous intent is subsiding? Michael wondered. Still, he thanked the scarred man. For some reason, 2 people had gone out of their way to help him today, and Michael was genuinely grateful. What he didn't realize was that their goodwill stemmed from him, too. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 53. Another source of evolution points. Seems like I'm about to become a drug addict. Lucky, too. Okay, let's head back. Someone will come and take care of the corpses, the scarred man said to Michael as he approached a wheel-like controller on the wall and turned it. Instantly, the space grew colder. The room had already been cold, which was why no smell emanated from the corpses, but now the temperature plunged further. Michael guessed it was as cold as the storage room he'd been led to before, a temperature perfect for preserving bodies. After adjusting the cooler, the scarred man led Michael out of the room. They moved quickly, making their way to the front of the trade center. All right, what do you want? I remember you saying you were here to buy something, the scarred man asked. Yes, Michael replied. What is it you're looking for? The man asked again. Let's start with a spear manual. Do you have one here? Hearing Michael's request, the scarred man paused for a moment, a slight smile creeping onto his face. I do have some, he said. But I wonder, are you willing to hear another piece of advice from me? Was Michael willing? Of course he was. While he didn't know the exact rank of the scarred man, Michael felt it had to be at least commander level, equivalent to rank 3 in the cultivation system. It could even be higher, as the scarred man exuded a far stronger presence than Old Man Lou. However, Michael, still inexperienced, was cautious about jumping to conclusions. Regardless, to the current Michael, both the scarred man and Old Man Lou were figures worth listening to. Please, advise me, Senior, Michael said reflexively, taking the role of a junior. His subconscious, influenced by countless readings on forums where high-ranking members were addressed as seniors and lower-ranking ones as juniors, had shaped this respectful response. It's okay. Just call me Teacher Brian. The scarred man said. Strangely, when Brian spoke and introduced himself as a teacher, it didn't feel out of place. It was as if he was simply stating a fact about himself. Michael, though confused as to why the scarred man had suddenly given a name, and one with teacher in it, quickly reacted. Please advise me, Teacher Brian, Michael said, his tone just as enthusiastic as before. Good. Brian nodded in satisfaction before continuing. Right now, what you need is not fancy spear techniques but a strong foundation in the fundamentals. Only when you truly understand the basics of spearmanship can you advance smoothly on this path. Especially as an awakener, though I won't claim to know everything about your kind, I do know that you progress best when you fully grasp a skill. So, master the basics first before diving into the more elaborate techniques. And don't dismiss the basics just because they seem simple or weaker. In the end, even the most advanced techniques are just combinations of fundamental moves. Think of it like boxing: an uppercut, a jab, a side punch. They're all just punches, but they're incredibly effective when executed well. Listening to Brian's explanation, Michael felt as though he'd been enlightened. At the same time, it made him even more curious about Brian. Maybe he really is a teacher, Michael thought. Everything he says is simple to understand, yet profound enough to open new perspectives. Brian's advice made Michael happy, but it also deepened his desire to enter an academy. One piece of advice from Brian had already clarified and solidified his plans regarding spears. He couldn't help but imagine how much an academy could contribute to his future. Though Michael didn't doubt that his talent would allow him to grow independently, he knew that the path to power would likely be twice as difficult without the structured guidance an academy could offer. It reminded him of something his principal had once said. While it's possible to cultivate alone, it's foolish to ignore the easier path laid down by the efforts of countless ancestors to make the journey smoother and less troublesome. Beyond just knowledge, an academy would also grant Michael access to resources and opportunities he couldn't easily find on his own, like rituals for undead summoning, for instance. Continue reading stories on Empire. Then, is there any manual that teaches the basic techniques of spears, Senior? Michael inquired. There is, Brian replied, but you don't need to buy it here. You can just purchase the PDF version from the forum store. PDF? Michael was stunned. What's wrong with that? Nothing, Michael stammered. Ads by PubFuture. To be honest, Michael had expected manuals like this to only exist in physical form. But a virtual version? Where was the respect for martial arts? The solemnity? Did none of that matter anymore? Had technology advanced so much that it had completely ignored tradition and feelings? As a flood of nonsensical thoughts ran through his head, Michael composed himself and spoke again. Thanks for your advice, Teacher Brian. It's okay. Now that the manual is settled, is there anything else you want, or should I transfer your money to you? Actually, I'd still like to get something else. I wonder if there's anything here that can substitute the effect of a spirit crystal, especially something that affects the soul or enhances or recovers it. Brian contemplated for a moment before replying. For the latter, items that enhance or recover the soul don't exist in a branch like this. But for the former, there is one item that can substitute the effect of a spirit crystal and even recovers soul energy. What is it, sir? Michael asked, excitement creeping into his voice. It's called Spirit Source Liquid. It's made by mixing the powder of a spirit crystal with other materials. It can boost the effectiveness of cultivation by 3 times for several days and costs about the same as a mana crystal, $4,500. It's mostly used by knight apprentices and rank 1 knights. For rank 1 mages, it can recover 20% of their soul energy, though it's rarely used by mages since spells requiring soul energy are usually beyond their reach at that rank. Why does it cost the same as a mana crystal when it's only as effective as a mana stone? Michael asked curiously. It's because it's easier to absorb than a mana stone, Brian explained. Mana stones contain impurities, so drawing energy from them takes time and effort. Spirit Source liquid, on the other hand, works immediately. You just need to ingest it, and the effect kicks in right away. Hearing this, Michael finally understood. However, his primary concern wasn't cultivation. It was whether this liquid would be effective in gaining evolution points and how efficient it might be. "Could you please bring one for me to see?" Michael asked politely. "Sure," Brian replied. "But just so you know, we have different grades here. There's one that works for cultivator apprentices and rank 1 cultivators, and another for rank 2 cultivators. They have the same effects, but as you'd expect, the stronger the person, the need for a stronger resource and the higher the cost. The rank 2 version is slightly more expensive, priced at $7,000. Michael thought for a moment before responding. "Then please bring me one of each to see." Both prices were cheaper than an unranked spirit crystal, but Michael still needed to confirm whether the liquids were effective for his talent and, more importantly, how well and if they could help him gain evolution points. After hearing Michael's request, Brian stepped to the side and brought out several transparent bottles filled with blue liquid, placing them on the counter. "On this side," Brian said, gesturing, "is the Spirit Source liquid that works for apprentices and the rank above them. And on this side is the one effective for rank 2 cultivators. And don't ask why I brought out several bottles. You're probably going to use those eyes of yours to figure out which one's better. So check them out. If you like them, I'll bring out more. I'm not going to waste time fetching extra bottles if you're not even planning to buy one." Brian's blunt words made Michael feel slightly embarrassed since they were entirely true. Michael had fully intended to use detect to determine the quality of the liquids, and if he found a better one, would have asked for more. Thankfully, Brian had read his intentions from a mile away. Without wasting any more time, Michael activated detect on the bottles displayed before him. Unranked Spirit Source liquid. Rank common. It has a rank. Michael thought excitedly. If the liquid had a rank, it meant there was a chance for higher quality versions. Sure enough, after inspecting the other bottles, Michael found one. Unranked Spirit Source liquid. Rank common. However, this higher quality was only found among the bottles of liquid effective for rank 2 cultivators. So to the panel, they're all unranked items, Michael noted. It made sense that these liquids were far inferior to an unranked spirit crystal, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be ranked higher unless they had something special about them. Still, this wasn't Michael's main concern. It was finally the moment of truth. Would Spirit Source liquid have any effect on his talent and increase his evolution points? Under Brian's suspicious gaze, Michael nervously picked up the highest quality Spirit Source liquid, unscrewed the cap, and swallowed the contents in one gulp. 1 second passed. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. +1 evolution point. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 54. Another source of evolution points. Seems like I'm about to become a drug addict. Lucky. 3. +1 evolution point. Michael could hardly believe his eyes. He had hoped for something like this to happen, but now that it had, he found himself frozen, unable to react immediately. Noticing Michael's odd behavior, Brian spoke up. "Is something the matter?" he asked. Michael shook his head. "No, it's nothing," he replied, brushing off the question. Without wasting another moment, he grabbed another bottle of the better quality source liquid and drank it. Brian's gaze lingered, suspicion deepening, but Michael couldn't care less. He needed to confirm it, whether or not he had truly gained an evolution point. He knew he had. The notification panel confirming an additional evolution point had flashed before his eyes. But seeing it once wasn't enough. He needed reassurance, a second confirmation. Without hesitation, Michael unscrewed the cap of the source liquid bottle and downed its contents. It tasted bitter, but the thought that this could be another source of evolution points made it feel almost sweet. +2 evolution point. It works. Michael felt like jumping up in excitement, but he managed to control himself in the end. However, the panel that had just appeared puzzled him. Why had he gained 2 evolution points this time, while the previous bottle had only given him 1? A little confused, Michael turned his gaze to the Spirit Source liquids below 3 stars. Of course, he completely ignored the 1-star bottles. As he studied the source liquids and reflected on the inconsistency in evolution points from the two he had just consumed, a suspicion formed in his mind. But to confirm it, he needed to test his theory. Although Michael had plenty of money, spending it on experiments like this was far from economical. Yet, this situation was different. It was directly tied to his talent. If spending more money could help him gain evolution points or uncover a pattern, then it was worth every coin. To Michael, nothing money could buy compared to the effect of his talent. He was starting to view money as a mundane tool, a resource to fuel his growth. This was currently its only use and the reason it was still important to have. With this mindset, Michael selected 3 2-star common rank source liquids and began consuming them one by one. Ads by PubFuture. The first bottle. Nothing. Am I wrong? Michael wondered, doubting his suspicion for a moment. But it was only the first try, too early to draw conclusions. Setting the empty bottle aside, Michael reached for the second source liquid. This time, a notification flashed before his eyes. Another evolution point. Excitement surged within him. Unfortunately, the third bottle yielded nothing, leaving Michael with mixed emotions. However, his current experience made him believe his suspicion a little. Even within the same star rating, there are differences, Michael thought, and it made sense. For the 2-star source liquids, the ones that gave him nothing were likely inferior, barely meeting the 2-star threshold. Meanwhile, the one that granted him an evolution point was probably near the 3-star level, making it excellent. This also explained the variance in the 3-star source liquids he had consumed earlier. One had been inferior, while the other was either standard or excellent. Still, it was clear that 3-star source liquids were a better investment overall. At least, they seemed to guarantee a single evolution point most of the time. Are you okay, boy? Isn't taking too many of these going to harm you? Brian's voice broke through Michael's thoughts, pulling him back to the present. No, nothing like that, Teacher Brian. The source liquids don't affect me, Michael said casually, brushing the concern aside without offering further explanation. Then, he added, also, could you bring out more of your stock for me to pick from? Brian paused and said nothing for a while. All right, but you do realize it's quite a hassle to move all this around, don't you? I'm only doing this because you're an awakener, and because I don't feel like making a fuss right now. Thank you, Teacher Brian. Michael quickly expressed his gratitude. He understood the man's frustration. To Michael, even the thought of someone asking him to bring multiple cups of milk just to pick a few and return the rest was annoying. Having to do it himself would have been better. Unfortunately, he couldn't be the one to grab the source liquids himself. Fortunately, Brian didn't seem to mind, at least, not yet. As Brian went to retrieve more spirit source liquids from a corner, Michael turned his focus inward, calling up his status screen. Ads by PubFuture. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice. Level, 9. XP, 112/2000. Strength, 7.3, 1.2 carat. Agility, 13.1, 2.0 carat. Constitution, 8.9, 1.2 carat. Intelligence, 34.3, 4.0 carat. Attribute points, 24. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 10/18. Gift, Mark of Origin. He quickly navigated to the talent section, eager to confirm his progress. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 15. Evolvable. Lucky Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Insufficient evolution points, can't be evolved. Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Insufficient evolution points, can't be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV, 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Goblin LV, 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Experience more on Empire. Since leaving the crack, Michael had gained another 4 evolution points. It might not seem like much, but it was significant. Just one more point would allow him to evolve a 3-star common rank undead into a rare rank, and 2 more points could elevate a 1-star common rank creature to rare rank. 4 evolution points were a big deal. Michael was filled with happiness, yet it was tinged with frustration. The issue wasn't that he was reluctant to spend money now, it was that he didn't have enough. I still need to hunt more. Michael clenched his fists in determination, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Anyway, Michael had already decided to apply for more crack entries after this. He couldn't help but sigh as his list of tasks continued to grow. Evolving his undead, boosting their strength, and his own, to finally explore the land of origin. Entering dimensional cracks to earn money, which was now essential for acquiring evolution points to further enhance his power. It all felt overwhelming, but Michael knew he had to tackle every single task. Lucky. You guys better work harder so your dad can buy more drugs. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 55 More evolution points. Evolving lucky again. Michael earned a total of $100,000 from selling the goblin corpses to the association. In truth, the actual amount was a few $100s less, but Brian had rounded it up to an even $100,000 for him. To this, Michael didn't feel particularly appreciative. A single goblin corpse sold for $1,000, so in reality, Michael had given the association at least twice the value of the amount he received. As such, Brian's gesture didn't mean much to him. When Brian returned, the two of them began the process of selecting spirit source liquids. Fortunately, Michael managed to secure 10 more evolution points just as Brian's patience wore thin, and he was ready to send him off. The purchases included 5 bottles he used earlier, costing $24,000 in total, 3 bottles at $3,500 each, and 2 at $7,000 each. Additionally, Michael spent $70,000 on 10 more bottles. By the time he was done, of the $100,000 he had earned today, only a little over $6,000 remained. Just like that, Michael went from being a rich youth to a near pauper. Worse still, from the way things were going, he doubted this pattern would change anytime soon. If anything, he suspected he'd only get poorer in the future. Another thing was that Michael didn't sell all the corpses he had on hand. He kept 15 of them to attempt reviving later. After saying his goodbyes to Brian, who responded with barely more civility than before, Michael made his way to the receptionist. She greeted him with a teasing smile. Following a brief discussion, Michael booked the next 2 days for a grueling schedule of entering and exiting dimensional cracks. Though he would have to spend much of this time working with other teams, making money and gaining experience points was important. As for the toll of his murderous intent, Michael admitted to himself that he wanted nothing more than to take a break, to stop killing, and to stay still for a while. But the reality of his situation didn't allow for that luxury. Dimensional cracks were his only way to progress now. Between the pressing issue of the land of origin and his lack of qualifications to enter an Awakeners academy, Michael simply couldn't afford to take things slow. All he could do was hope for the best, move with the flow, and pray that everything would turn out fine in the end. After wrapping up his business with the association, Michael made his way out of the building. Ads by Pub Future. This time, he didn't hail a taxi as he wasn't planning to head home. Instead, he turned his attention to finding a hotel nearby. It took a while, and by the time Michael finally booked a room, nearly an hour had passed since he'd left the association. The delay was partly because he wasn't just looking for a hotel close to the association but one that also promised comfort. After a long day of killing, the last thing he wanted was to deal with 2 loud dogs making noise next door. He feared he might lose control and do something crazy. Admittedly, Michael could have found a hotel much faster if he'd used his phone, but it was dead. It was an old device, and since he had used it extensively in the Goblin World crack to check the time, it had run out of battery by the time he reached the association. Luckily, the hotel he chose had a room equipped with multiple charging cables, so Michael plugged in his phone as soon as he settled in. After a quick shower to refresh himself in the hotel bathroom, Michael connected his consciousness to the land of origin. In another world, a pair of green eyes opened. It was evening in the real world, but in the land of origin, it was noon. The abandoned dorms Michael inhabited still carried a faint stench from the corpses he had left there, but thankfully, the smell was beginning to fade. Before starting anything, Michael fed his body an energy supplement, the last one he had on hand. While this body didn't feel hunger, he figured it wouldn't be fair to let it starve. Conveniently, he ignored the fact that this body hadn't had real food in 3 days. After feeding himself, Michael eagerly brought out all 10 bottles of source liquid he had purchased from the association and began consuming them one by one. By the 5th bottle, Michael had grown used to the bitter taste, but his stomach churned, and he felt like throwing up. Of course, he didn't give in. With tears in his eyes, he forced himself to finish the remaining bottles. When he was finally done, Michael felt awful. Between the energy supplement and the 10 soul energy recovery potions, he wondered if he was starting to turn into a drug addict. But as he checked his talent section, a sly grin spread across his face. It's worth it. Ads by PubFuture. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 29. Evolvable. Lucky, Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Prince, Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Goblin LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Michael was ecstatic at the sight of his increasing evolution points. If not for the fact that it cost so much to accumulate them this way, he would have preferred this method over the daily refresh of points. However, his happiness remained undiminished. Explore more at Empire. The next figures he saw beneath his total points made his heart race with excitement. Lucky, Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Prince, Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. I can evolve them. I can evolve them again. A/N, new cover art. I'll post the image on this paragraph and thanks for reading. See you tomorrow. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 56 More evolution points. Evolving Lucky again. I can evolve them. I can evolve them again. It felt like suddenly receiving double happiness, which made Michael grin a lot. Michael had always wondered about the evolution patterns of his undead. Evolving Lucky from a 2-star forest wolf to a 3-star common rank forest wolf had consumed 1 evolution point. Then, evolving Lucky to a rare rank undead had consumed 5 evolution points. Beyond that, Michael had no clue how many evolution points would be required for higher levels. When his evolution points accumulated to 10, there was no sign of being able to evolve Lucky or Prince. Even when it reached 15 at the association, there was still no indication that his 2 rare rank undead could evolve further. Though Michael didn't dwell on it too much, it still weighed heavily on his mind. Evolving his undead was the fastest way for him to gain power, and since his undead were an extension of his strength, this also meant it was the quickest way for him to grow stronger. If his supposed shortcut to quick power turned out to be a long and arduous process, Michael couldn't help but feel a twinge of despair. However, the sight before him now reassured him a little. At least it didn't seem like evolving his rare rank undead again would require an absurd 100 evolution points. The question now was, how many evolution points did it require? Unfortunately, Michael hadn't been keeping track of his accumulated evolution points. If he had, he might have noticed the exact amount required when Lucky and Prince could evolve again. But since he hadn't done that, the quickest way to get his answer was simple. He had to evolve one of his undead again. Lucky! Michael called out excitedly. Calling out his undead's name wasn't necessary to summon them from the netherworld, but Michael was too thrilled to care. A greenish-black magic circle appeared in front of Michael, and his current favorite undead emerged from it. Unlike the last time, when it had immediately gone into a combat-ready state due to sensing its master's anxiety, Lucky seemed much more relaxed this time. It began to inspect its surroundings and quickly recognized the familiar place, the one with moss growing on the walls. With slightly bouncy steps, Lucky made its way to a section of the wall covered in moss and tore off a piece to chew on. A second later, it spat the moss out in confusion. Through the connection Michael shared with Lucky, he could vaguely understand its current thoughts. Why moss look tasty, but moss no have taste? Ads by PubFuture. Michael's mouth twitched as he watched. "Lucky, come and stand in front of me," Michael said aloud. In fact, based on his previous experiments, Michael already knew it wasn't strictly necessary for his undead to be physically in front of him in order to evolve them. Though he hadn't figured out the exact range limit yet, he had a feeling that if his talent allowed it, he might be able to evolve any of his undead from a distance. Still, for now, he preferred to have them close by. This way he could observe their changes up close. Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. Evolve to rare for 25 evolution points. 25 evolution points. Michael nearly screamed. He had expected the next evolution requirement to be at least 20, but the additional 5 points felt manageable, yet daunting. Reflecting on the previous evolution patterns, Michael noticed something. The first evolution required 1 point, and the next required 5 times that amount. Now, the same pattern seemed to hold true. 25 evolution points were 5 times the previous requirement. This realization made Michael's forehead break out in a sweat. It can't be! Though he knew it was likely the case, Michael couldn't help but groan. If each subsequent evolution required 5 times the previous amount, then evolving Lucky again would demand at least, exactly 125 evolution points. Ugh! Michael groaned in frustration. Even if he managed to fill all his contract slots by reaching level 10, giving him 20 undead and generating 21 evolution points per day, it would still take him 6 days to accumulate the required 125 points. While 6 days wasn't an unbearably long time, especially if he wasn't in a rush, Michael couldn't help but feel greedy for faster progress. At least he had uncovered a pattern. The next step was clear. Evolution points. Show me your limit. Evolve. Once again, a bright light emitted from Lucky's body, assaulting Michael's eyes. However, just like before, he made sure to observe the changes occurring to his undead. Lucky let out a howl of pain, and Michael felt a pang of guilt, his chest tightening slightly. "Lucky, you must know I'm doing this for your good," he reassured, as much for himself as for his companion. Yes, it was definitely for Lucky's benefit, nothing else. The light grew brighter, and Michael watched as his undead's body expanded, becoming bulkier and larger until it reached an imposing height of 3 meters before finally stopping. "Fortunately, I can dismiss you back to the netherworld," Michael muttered with slight relief. "Otherwise, it'd be a challenge to manage you at this size, big guy." He waited with growing anticipation for the light surrounding Lucky to fade. When it finally dimmed, Michael got a clear view of his undead's new appearance. Lucky now towered at 3 meters tall, stretched about 4 meters in length, and was roughly 2 meters wide. Its presence was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, exuding an intimidating yet strangely captivating aura of primal beauty. Its skin retained its grayish-green hue but was now adorned with striking red spots scattered across its body. Around its neck, a mane of brown vine-like growths with crimson-tipped ends had sprouted, giving it an even more feral and majestic appearance. Above all else, Lucky radiated a dangerous aura that sent chills down Michael's spine, though it also filled him with pride and excitement. This aura stay connected through Empire. Even Michael couldn't tell exactly how strong his undead had become. It was already powerful before, but now it felt overwhelmingly so. Before he could pull up Lucky's profile to check its updated stats, several panels of information materialized in front of him. Your rare undead verdant wolf has evolved to rare undead redthorn wolf. Your undead redthorn wolf has gained the skill, poison. Your undead redthorn wolf, plant control skill has advanced to intermediate mastery. Michael saw the new rank of his undead, and the grin on his face widened further. Spending 25 evolution points had not only increased Lucky's star rating but also elevated it to 3 stars. Michael had always suspected that evolution didn't simply increase a star rating but instead progressed the undead to the start of a new rank, reaching the upper limit of that rank before advancing further. However, he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet, not until he tested it by evolving one of the 1-star common goblin undead he had. What caught Michael off guard, though, was the new skill Lucky had gained. Not only had Lucky changed race again, but it also gained another racial skill, A particularly vicious one at that. Michael glanced at his undead, who was now eyeing the moss on the wall in front of it, seemingly debating whether to eat it or not. Michael decided not to call it back. With such an innocent demeanor, there was no need to worry about Lucky suddenly poisoning him. Aside from gaining a new skill, Lucky's previous ability, plant control, had advanced in mastery, delivering yet another dose of joy to Michael. But what made him the happiest was when he checked Lucky's profile panel and saw its new level. Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Name, Lucky. EXP, 0/59, 800. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Poison, New. Master, Michael Norman. Evolving his undead truly made them stronger, but Michael hadn't expected it to be this strong. Level 18. A whole 7-level increase. What made this even more impactful was the looming presence of the bigger problem outside this abandoned dorm. The gargoyle, a level 21 monster. It was now only 3 levels above Lucky. Michael couldn't help but think, was there a chance, a good enough chance, that he could take the initiative to attack now? Plant control, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 14.2%. A racial ability of the redthorn wolf species, plant control allowed them to manipulate plants within their surroundings and use mana to influence growth or movement. At its current mastery, the skill had a range of 100 meters. Hisn, basic mastery, proficiency, 7.5%. A racial ability of the redthorn wolf species, poison enables the wolf to secrete a potent toxin through the thorned mane around its head. When the thorns make contact with a target, the poison spreads into their system, causing progressive weakening and damage over time. At its current mastery, the poison has limited potency, causing minor damage and reducing the target's mobility slightly. The toxin's effect lasts for 10 seconds and can only be inflicted at close range, requiring direct contact with the thorned mane. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 57 Thoughts. 10 chapters mass release tomorrow. Was there a chance he could take the initiative to attack now? Michael couldn't help but entertain the thought after seeing Lucky's new level. Both were rare rank creatures, with the main difference being a 3-level gap. From personal experience, Michael knew levels didn't mean everything. Since they were both of the same rank, the gargoyle should only pose a troublesome challenge for Lucky, but defeating him outright would likely require it to be exceptionally powerful or particularly special among 3-star rare rank species. It's not impossible to act now, Michael reasoned, but there are still many factors to consider. For one, the gargoyle might not be the only monster beyond the door. If I attract another creature allied with it, Lucky could probably escape alone, but I wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, Lucky might not necessarily be a match for the gargoyle yet. Taking the initiative would mean sacrificing the time I need to prepare, and right now, preparation is my biggest advantage. Just to be safe, I should have at least 2 more undead as powerful as Lucky. That way, victory would be far more achievable, and we'd have backup for any surprises. Michael thought it over carefully and ultimately decided to wait. The risks were still too great, and dying without claiming a single reward from these ruins after so many days of effort was an outcome he would regret for years. It was better to play it safe and wait a little longer, at most 3 more days. In that time, by selling corpses to earn money from more source liquids, he might even be able to evolve more than 2 undead to Lucky's current level. In a way, Michael felt a twinge of jealousy toward his undead. Their ability to grow stronger so quickly through evolution was enviable. If he could do the same, he wouldn't just be confident about qualifying for the academy entrance exams 3 months from now, he'd be wondering if he might already be too powerful. After making his decision, Michael proceeded to check Lucky's newly updated status profile. Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Name, Lucky. EXP, 0/59, 800. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Poison, New. Master, Michael Norman. Aside from the new race and level that had first caught his attention, the next thing Michael noticed was the experience points, which made him break into a sweat. Almost 60,000 experience points. If I were to kill goblins that give at least 45 EXP per kill, I'd need to kill at least 1,300 of them just to gain a single level. And that's just for one level after so many already, he thought grimly. Unless I find a place teeming with nothing but monsters to slaughter all day, leveling up at this stage isn't something that can realistically be done in a day. Thankfully, he only needed evolution points to strengthen his undead, making their progression more manageable. Ads by PubFuture. As for himself, Michael resolved to do what he could within his current limitations. For now, that meant entering more cracks and preparing to finally explore the land of origin. The real world had strict restrictions on hunting, though the benefit was that the monsters there were renewable. However, this didn't make leveling up any faster. Worse, since his member level wasn't high enough, he couldn't hunt stronger monsters freely in the real world. That wouldn't be an issue in the land of origin. Michael knew that if he specifically targeted stronger monsters and ensured Lucky or his other undead helped him land the finishing blow, the multiplier for defeating stronger creatures would significantly boost his EXP gain. This strategy gave him hope that reaching rank 2 within 3 months was still possible. Of course, if Michael could come up with this plan, other Awakeners in a similar situation might think of it too. But few would have the resources to execute it. Fortunately for Michael, he had his unique talent, and he intended to make full use of it. Michael then moved on to check Lucky's skill section. At the moment, Lucky only had 2 skills: plant control and poison. While the number was low, both skills were highly practical. Plant control could be utilized in a variety of ways, and thanks to Lucky's recent evolution, the skill's mastery level had improved significantly. The range had also increased from 10 meters to 100 meters, greatly enhancing its utility. Meanwhile, poison added diversity to Lucky's attacks. However, the skill's description was somewhat vague, and Michael would need to test it out to determine the strength and effectiveness of its effects. Overall, Lucky's evolution had undoubtedly made him stronger than before. Michael couldn't quantify exactly how much stronger, but just standing near Lucky now gave him a sense of security. Shifting his focus away from Lucky, Michael turned his attention back to his talent section. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Evolution points: 4. Evolvable: Lucky Undead Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Insufficient evolution points, can't be evolved. Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 11. Insufficient evolution points, can't be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Goblin LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Michael looked at his accumulated evolution points and couldn't help but shake his head. I'm broke again. To think there would come a day when money was no longer his only measure of wealth. Michael had never imagined such a thing could happen. He also couldn't help but see the association as an incredibly stingy organization. One of his earlier motivations for wanting to get stronger was the monthly stipend of $15,000 they offered. I was truly blind, he thought with a bitter laugh. That amount couldn't even buy him 5 evolution points, a sum he could easily earn by entering a crack and hunting monsters. Though he still had enough evolution points to upgrade a few of his undead, Michael decided not to rush. As a level 9 Necromancer, he had 18 contract slots, with 8 of them still open. He wanted to fill them now rather than leave the task for later, which would only make it more of a hassle. Michael also planned to start another round of using undead summoning, which would likely force him to invest attribute points into his intelligence stat. The skill itself was little more than a scam in his eyes, but for now he had no choice but to rely on it until he gained access to better alternatives, like rituals. He decided to prioritize evolving monsters he could summon and dismiss at will. That way, even if they became too large as a result of evolution, it wouldn't be a problem. Of course, his second baby, Prince, took top priority. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too much time to successfully transfer Prince into the netherworld. No, Michael thought with conviction, he'd rather spend extra time to ensure success than having the skill fail at the end of the day. By the time Michael was done finalizing his plans, more than 2 hours had passed, and the land of origin was already blanketed in darkness, and Michael had no choice but to call it a day. Status: Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice. Level: 9. XP: 112/2000. Strength: 7.3. Agility, 13.1. Constitution, 8.9. Intelligence, 45.3, 11.0 carat. Attribute points, 13. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 1818. Gift, Mark of Origin. In the end, Undead Summoning did require Michael to spend some of his attribute points, though this was largely because he had used the skill multiple times on Prince. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and Prince was successfully summoned. He also managed to bring 6 more undead into the Netherworld. One of them was the third wolf that had come along with Lucky and Prince, while the others were all goblins. With that, his contract slots were now completely filled, and he had only used 12 out of the 15 corpses he'd prepared. However, he hadn't evolved any of them yet. By the end of the process, Michael was utterly exhausted. A terrible headache also assaulted him. Apparently, physical exhaustion was far better than mana exhaustion. The latter wasn't just physically taxing but also mentally draining, and Michael would argue that the mental toll was far worse. The feeling of not gaining a new skill when his intelligence reached 40 points also made his mood a little terrible, though he had expected something like this to happen. After returning to the real world, Michael didn't even bother to fight the sleep that tugged at his eyes. He simply fell asleep. Explore more stories at Empire. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species. Goblin. Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster. Hisson, basic mastery, proficiency, 7.5%. A racial ability of the Redthorn Wolf species, poison enables the wolf to secrete a potent toxin through the thorned mane around its head. When the thorns make contact with a target, the poison spreads into their system, causing progressive weakening and damage over time. At its current mastery, the poison has limited potency, causing minor damage and reducing the target's mobility slightly. The toxin's effect lasts for 10 seconds and can only be inflicted at close range, requiring direct contact with the thorned mane. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 58, Spearmanship, 1/10. Michael woke up the next morning feeling refreshed. The lights of the hotel room were on, just as he had left them, thankfully, but the window covers were drawn tightly, concealing whatever lay beyond. Though the thick covers obscured the view, Michael could tell the sun had yet to rise. After stretching a little in bed, he got up and reached for his phone. It had been charging for hours and was now fully charged. Disconnecting it, he checked the time. 3:49 a.m. "I woke up pretty early," he murmured. The last time he'd passed out from mana exhaustion, he'd slept in until 9. It seemed the stronger he grew, or rather, the higher his stats climbed, the more efficiently his body could recover. This realization brought a smile to Michael's face. At least this way, he'd have more time to get things done. Oddly enough, Michael's first action wasn't to take a bath or freshen up. Instead, he returned to bed, phone in hand, and logged into the Supers Association forum. Yesterday, he hadn't had the chance to browse, but Brian's suggestion about acquiring a manual lingered in his mind. It was time to cross that off his list. Heading directly to the store section of the forum, Michael typed "Spear Manual" into the search bar. A flood of results appeared. However, he had forgotten to include the word "basic" in his search, and the results were far from beginner-friendly. Instead, a list of illustrious and advanced manuals filled his screen. The Art of the Thrust, a treatise on spearcraft and strategy. Piercing the Veil, Mastery of the Spear in Combat and Form. The Iron Fang Codex, Secrets of Spear Warfare. Ads by PubFuture. Dancing with Shadows, The Elegance of the Spear. The Eternal Point, A Spearman's Guide to Precision and Power. From Ash to Steel, the definitive manual of spear techniques. Curiosity got the better of him, and he tapped on a few to learn more about them. The Art of the Thrust, a treatise on spearcraft and strategy. Fundamentals of spear handling, thrusting, and parrying. Strategies for using the spear in formation and single combat. Lessons on adapting to different terrains and opponents. Piercing the veil. Mastery of the spear in combat and form. Advanced techniques for precision strikes and feints. Combat stances and fluid movements for offensive and defensive maneuvers. Philosophical insights into the discipline and mental focus required for mastery. The Iron Fang Codex. Secrets of spear warfare. Close-quarter techniques and counters for swords and shields. Effective use of the spear in mounted combat. Maintenance and customization of spears for maximum effectiveness. After browsing through the descriptions of the first few manuals from the search results, Michael had only one thought for all of them. Really fancy. Of course, they were undoubtedly impressive. Michael could tell from their descriptions that they were also highly practical. Had he not received Brian's advice yesterday, he might have been tempted to drool over them. But he knew better now. Ads by PubFuture. Though these manuals were meant to teach, it was clear they were designed for people who already had some foundation in spearcraft. Michael? He had nothing. The fact that spearmanship didn't even appear in the skills section of his panel was proof enough. These types of manuals weren't for him. Instead of speeding up his training with the spear, they'd only serve to distract someone like him, who still needed to master the basics of handling one. Shaking his head, Michael redirected his focus back to the search bar. This time, he made sure to add the word basic to his query before hitting search. A new list of results popped up almost immediately. The Point and the Pole, Beginner's Guide to Spearmanship. Steps of the Spear, Learning the First Forms. Straight as an Arrow, Spear Basics for Young Warriors. The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals. Hold the Line, Foundations of Spear Wall Tactics. Just from the names of the manuals alone, it was clear these were meant for beginners like Michael. As he did with the fancy manuals earlier, Michael went through the details of a few top results. The Point and the Pole, Beginner's Guide to Spearmanship. A straightforward manual covering basic grips, stances, thrusts, and spear maintenance. Perfect for first-time users. Steps of the Spear, Learning the First Forms. Focuses on footwork, stability, and basic sparring techniques with an introduction to foundational combat forms. Straight as an Arrow, Spear Basics for Young Warriors. A beginner-friendly guide designed for younger or less experienced warriors, featuring simple drills and safety tips. The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals. A comprehensive look at the basics, including defensive techniques, spear anatomy, and positioning in group combat. Hold the Line, Foundations of Spear Wall Tactics. Specialized for teamwork, this manual teaches the essentials of forming and maintaining effective spear walls in battle. These were the top 5 results, and aside from the last one, the first 4 seemed to overlap somewhat, though each had its own unique focus. Stay connected via Empire. After a moment of thought, Michael decided to buy all 5. After all, Brian had never specified how many manuals he should purchase, only that he needed something to help him with the basics of spearmanship. Besides, Michael's interest was primarily self-defense, so he'd likely focus on one manual while taking references from the others. Moments later, Michael watched as more than $5,000 disappeared from his account yet again. As expected, I can only be broke, not rich, he muttered. Even the PDF versions of the manuals were pricey. If he'd opted for physical copies, he'd probably be in debt by now. Sighing, Michael decided to start reading while it was still early. He opened The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, as it felt more like a book he could study without requiring immediate physical practice. He had only intended to read a little, but before he knew it, morning had come. Even the thick curtains of the hotel room couldn't fully block out the sunlight streaming in. And that wasn't all. You have understood the basic essence of spearmanship and gained the skill, spearmanship. Spearmanship, basic mastery, proficiency, 2.0%. A fundamental skill for wielders of the spear. Spearmanship improves the user's control, balance, and precision with this versatile weapon. It focuses on the physical mechanics and practical understanding of spear handling, making it easier to execute basic techniques. At its current mastery level, the skill grants increased handling. The spear feels lighter and more balanced in the user's grip, reducing fatigue during prolonged use. Steady strikes, thrusting and sweeping motions are smoother, with a slight boost to accuracy and follow-through. Beginner's insight: basic flaws in stance or grip are easier to recognize and correct, improving overall combat readiness. This works too. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 59 Goblin Evolution. Hobgoblin, 2/10. Though Michael felt he now had more knowledge about spears and how to use them, it was still just knowledge. It didn't mean he suddenly knew how to apply it. That was why the notification about gaining the spearmanship skill caught him completely by surprise. "No, this should be expected," Michael murmured. He recalled reading on the forum and even in some of his skill descriptions that understanding a skill could influence how it was used. Looking at it from this perspective, it made sense that knowing more about something could grant one the ability to acquire a skill. However, this clearly required either a vast amount of knowledge or exceptional comprehension. Between the two, Michael could only assume he possessed great comprehension, though his grades in school would strongly disagree. In the end, he chalked it up to luck. It could also be that spearmanship was a relatively simple skill to pick up, making it easier to acquire related abilities. Michael thought back to how he had quickly gained the basic shot skill after firing a gun only a few times. Perhaps this was a similar case. But if that were true, how could he explain spending hours using a spear in the goblin world and not gaining a skill back then? Ultimately, Michael realized he didn't know enough about how these things worked. After thinking about it briefly, he decided to let it go. Looking at the bright light filtering through the thick curtains, Michael instinctively checked the time on his phone. 8:42 a.m. Ads by PubFuture. "It's this late already?" Michael exclaimed. When had he ever enjoyed studying so much? Several thoughts passed through his mind as he got out of bed. It was daytime now, which meant it should be a little lighter in the land of origin, where time ran 3 hours behind the real world. In a place as unfamiliar as the dorm his other body resided in, Michael didn't feel comfortable performing any major activities while it was still dark. That was why, when he woke up earlier, he hadn't considered evolving his undead with the points he'd accumulated. It wasn't suitable to do that here in the hotel either, where he was surrounded by ordinary people. He had no choice but to wait. Now, with conditions likely more favorable in the land of origin, Michael got into a comfortable position on the bed and connected his consciousness to his other body. Michael felt his vision shift, and once again he was back in the land of origin. Having traveled between the two worlds several times now, he was beginning to settle into the routine of switching. So far, there hadn't been any significant issues, but only time would tell what would happen when both versions of him started living completely separate lives. Michael had thought about this before and could only hope that, when the time came, he wouldn't develop something like an identity crisis. From the way things were going, however, it felt like a real possibility. Stay updated via Empire. Even now, despite having barely started anything in the land of origin, he already felt a growing sense of detachment from everything. Worst of all, even from his family. The land of origin was still shrouded in darkness. Being in an enclosed space only made it seem darker than what little Michael could glimpse of the outside world. Still, thanks to his enhanced eyesight, he could see reasonably well. Ads by PubFuture. While there didn't appear to be any immediate danger in staying where he was, Michael wasn't one to take unnecessary risks. He summoned Prince and Lucky out of the netherworld to stand guard. Then, he selected a random level 5 undead goblin from the group he had previously captured in the netherworld. Coincidentally, every monster Michael had ever turned into an undead shared a common trait: green skin, which became a dull grayish hue after being reanimated. The goblin standing in front of him was no exception. It stood at around half 2 feet 8 inches to 3 feet tall, with disproportionately long arms, short legs, and a twisted, grotesque face resembling that of a deformed, elderly human. In comparison to the goblins, forest wolves were much more pleasant to look at. "I hope you look a little better after evolving," Michael muttered to the undead goblin. Its weak strength and low species rank didn't inspire much confidence. Of course, he wasn't expecting a reply or even a reaction, so before the thought could linger, Michael began using his talent on the undead goblin. Undead goblin LV. 5. Rank: common. Evolve to common for 1 evolution point. Michael wasn't surprised to see an evolution point take an undead directly to 3 stars instead of 2 stars, which was the next level above, because he had already considered the possibility. Still, it felt satisfying to have his theory confirmed. What this essentially meant was that his evolution points didn't simply increase an undead's power incrementally, they either gave them an entirely new rank, pushed them to the peak of that rank, and then repeated the process. It was great to know there were no hidden obstacles. The light radiating from the goblin's body slowly dimmed, revealing its transformed figure. Standing at 4 feet tall, a grayish-green monster now stood before Michael. Its race changed? Michael muttered, slightly surprised but quick to understand. He had initially expected a situation similar to the forest wolves, where a race change only occurred when they ranked up. But evidently, goblins had far lower innate potential compared to wolves, making their evolution path less restrictive. Undead Hobgoblin LV. 6. Rank. Common. Its level increased, but unlike the excitement Michael had felt when his forest wolves, Lucky, and Prince evolved to 3-star common rank undead, he couldn't muster the same enthusiasm this time. Unless it was a rare rank form, it seemed hard for him to feel truly excited. That said, the Hobgoblin's new appearance was certainly something to behold. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species. Goblin. Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster. Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star monster. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 60 Waiting and Training, 3/10. Goblins were truly ugly, and even if they were part of Michael's undead army, that didn't mean he would deny it out of camaraderie. It wasn't to the extent that one would vomit at first sight, but they pretty much fit the image of the monsters told in stories to scare children into behaving. However, the Hobgoblin was a little different. It was taller, for one, resembling an early human teenager. Its previously long arms now looked proportional, and its legs, which had been abnormally short, appeared normal. At first glance, it could almost pass as a lanky teenage human of its height. But these were just minor changes. Yes, minor changes. What truly took Michael aback was its face. It was still ugly, but compared to before, it seemed almost handsome. Michael squinted his eyes, observing the undead more closely. It was indeed a little handsome, but it seemed shrouded in a faint layer of ugliness. Its face now bore a closer resemblance to a human's compared to its twisted goblin form. It felt like each evolution was steadily refining the goblin's appearance. Michael couldn't shake the suspicion that he'd be in for a major surprise if he evolved one more time. Well, I'll find out after my daily points refresh, Michael thought. Ads by PubFuture. Experience new stories on Empire. Since this goblin had already evolved once, he only needed 5 more points to evolve it again. Even if he didn't take more source liquids today, his regular daily evolution points should suffice. Michael named the Hobgoblin beginning due to it being the first of its kind under him to be evolved. Since he still had 3 evolution points left, Michael used them on his other summons. He evolved the 3rd Undead Wolf he had to 3-star common rank undead and evolved 2 more goblins into hobgoblins. Seeing how they started to look slightly more attractive after evolving, Michael couldn't help but anticipate what future evolutions would bring. This curiosity was especially strong because he had deliberately evolved a female goblin to see if there would be any differences. To his surprise, the female goblin's appearance shifted even further toward a human-like form. She still looked ugly, but there was a strange illusion that another evolution might result in something unimaginable. Right now, she resembled a human preteen. After thinking about it for a moment, Michael decided to name her Lily. Why Lily? It was his younger cousin's name, and he thought it was a funny joke, one that, unfortunately, only he could appreciate. It would be nice to have some humanoid undead around me. It would be even better if they could talk too. Don't look at me like that, Lucky, you know I love you. Ads by PubFuture. It was still quite early, and Michael found himself wondering what to do. If not for the fact that cracks had restrictions, he would have entered one the moment he woke up. Unfortunately, he'd have to wait until 11 a.m. in the real world to join a team and enter a crack, which was still about 2 hours away. Feeling restless and uncomfortable doing nothing, Michael considered whether he should give cultivation another try and see if there had been any changes when this thought reminded him of the skill he had awakened earlier. Spearmanship, basic mastery, proficiency, 2.0%. A fundamental skill for wielders of the spear, spearmanship improves the user's control, balance, and precision with this versatile weapon. It focuses on the physical mechanics and practical understanding of spear handling, making it easier to execute basic techniques. At its current mastery level, the skill grants increased handling. The spear feels lighter and more balanced in the user's grip, reducing fatigue during prolonged use. Steady strikes. Thrusting and sweeping motions are smoother, with a slight boost to accuracy and follow-through. Beginner's insight. Basic flaws in stance or grip are easier to recognize and correct, improving overall combat readiness. This was the first weapon-focused skill Michael had awakened since becoming an Awakener, even though it had only been barely 3 days. Though he had no intention of abandoning the path of a mage to become a close combat fighter, he still wanted to take this skill seriously. In the future, if he ever faced a mage in a situation where neither party could use their magical abilities, it would be their close combat skills that would set them apart. The space around him was wide and visible, making it a suitable place to practice. Michael dismissed all his undead aside from Lucky and Prince, then retrieved his spear from his storage space. Since spearmanship seemed to be a passive skill that didn't require conscious activation, Michael immediately got to work practicing. Following the basic moves outlined in the PDF of The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, he had read earlier, Michael carefully practiced each movement while adhering to the instructions in the manual. As he continued, he began to feel his handling of the spear improving. He knew this was the skill's effect kicking in. Just like with his other skills, there was an almost innate awareness guiding him, letting him know what he should be doing as he moved the spear. His prior knowledge from reading The Spearman's Handbook, Volume 1, Fundamentals, also seemed to accelerate his progress. Spearmanship proved to be also highly adaptable, guiding him in the right direction while staying consistent with the movements described in the manual. After moving and practicing for around 20 minutes, Michael called out his skill panel to check his progress. Spearmanship, basic mastery, proficiency, 3.0%. A 1% increase? It wasn't that the amount was small, it was actually higher than he had expected. Seeing his progress in real time sparked something within Michael. Some people didn't fear hardship, they feared hardship without progress. But if those same people had a clear indicator of their success, like Michael was currently experiencing, they would only work harder. Michael was no exception. Fueled by this newfound determination, Michael gripped his spear with renewed focus and started practicing again with burning resolve. Compared to waiting around and doing nothing, this was the best way to spend his time. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 61 Progressing Strength, to the Association, 4/10. For the next hour, Michael did nothing in the land of origin but practice. He never knew practicing could be so enjoyable. Back in school, their physical education classes had focused on close combat tactics and fitness. This was why Michael could at least use spearmanship in the first place. But no one really loved physical education. To most, it was just a way for the school to keep them fit. Sure, there was a chance students could become cultivators or, even more rarely, awaken, professions tied to physical prowess, so the class wasn't unneeded. Yet, the class itself wasn't enjoyable. It felt more like a chore to pass, just like most other subjects, except food and nutrition. Or maybe it wasn't that the classes were boring. It was just that, back then, everyone practiced for long periods without knowing if they were progressing. Most of the time, they felt stagnant. Now, however, Michael could detect even the slightest progress. The feeling of grinding a skill was beyond words. Spearmanship, basic mastery, proficiency, 6.5%. Ads by PubFuture. Michael didn't know why, but it felt easier to level up this skill compared to some of his others. Perhaps it was because some of his skills were at intermediate mastery, a level higher than basic mastery, where the gap in progress felt vast. Even other skills at basic mastery, like basic shot, barely had a proficiency above 1%. Regardless of the reason, Michael was thrilled to see himself improving. After an hour and a half of training, he still felt full of energy. If anything, it seemed like the session had merely warmed him up and left him feeling great. Unfortunately, while he'd have loved to keep training and raising his proficiency, there were other things he needed to do. It should be close to 11 now, Michael thought, as he put his spear back into his storage space and moved to sit at the side of the room. He dismissed Lucky and Prince back to the netherworld and summoned his third forest wolf alongside a few other undead goblins to guard him. These goblins were ones he hadn't managed to store in the netherworld yet and had to keep in his storage space instead. For now, though he identified as a horde-type necromancer, Michael clearly favored quality over quantity most of the time. At least until he gained more evolution points to strengthen his undead and expand the netherworld's capacity. To the outside world, Michael would most likely be seen as a necromancer who valued quality over quantity, or at least, that's what people would think they saw his undead. With his precautions set, Michael connected his consciousness back to his body in the real world. He got out of bed and stretched, feeling his body. Ads by Pub Future. It felt slightly uncomfortable. Having a good warm-up really does make a difference. Unfortunately, he couldn't practice in the cramped space of his hotel room, nor did he have the time. Michael took his phone and checked the time. Continue reading stories on Empire. It was currently 7 minutes after 10. Great, I still have an hour to get ready. Thanks to the receptionist's efforts yesterday, who helped him contact teams with reservations for crack exploration to see if they needed an extra teammate, Michael had managed to secure bookings for the next 2 days. His first appointment was in an hour, where he would meet the team that agreed to take him on. If everything went smoothly, they'd head straight into a crack. Michael took this seriously. He needed the money to buy items that would grant him more evolution points. He also needed to reach the max level in the unranked stage and prepare for his advancement to rank 1, bringing him closer to his ultimate goal of rank 2. Though he felt uncomfortable with how his real-world body wasn't as warmed up as his body in the land of origin, he could only ignore the sensation and get dressed. The hotel provided toothpaste, but Michael had forgotten to buy a toothbrush. He made do with the only option he had, using his finger. It was uncomfortable, and he still didn't feel like his mouth was properly clean. I need to buy mints after leaving the hotel, he reminded himself. Since he planned to stay away from home for a few days, he also needed other basic supplies like toothpaste and additional clothes. Speaking of clothes, the ones he had on hand were still the old set that Old Man Lou had given him. He'd already decided yesterday to get some new clothing before heading into a crack. Fortunately, there was a mall nearby, close to both the hotel and the association branch, so it wouldn't take much time. After freshening up and putting on the same clothes he'd worn the previous day, Michael made his way out of the hotel. He stopped by the mall to get the items he needed and then headed straight to the association. By the time he arrived at the association building, it was 2 minutes to 11. He had barely avoided being late. While being a little late wouldn't have been a huge issue, Michael knew it wasn't his place to take that risk. If anyone could afford to be late, it was the team he was tagging along with, not him. After all, he needed them far more than they needed him, except he was willing to wait. Upon entering the association, Michael made his way to the familiar receptionist whose counter was currently empty. As he walked over, he couldn't help but wonder if this lady ever took a day off. He hadn't paid much attention to the other staff in the building, so he wouldn't have noticed if someone else was absent or working in shifts. However, seeing this woman at work for 3 days in a row was a different level of dedication. Back on Earth, this would be called the grind. Finally reaching her counter, Michael was just about to greet her when she turned to look at him. Mr. Norman? By now, she had already memorized his name. Seems like you managed to arrive at the same time as your team, she added, her eyes lingering on something behind him. Confused, Michael turned to look over his shoulder to see who his team was, and the familiar faces behind him left him momentarily speechless. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 62 Familiar Faces, 5/10. 2 girls stood behind Michael, and they were familiar. Not people he knew personally, but ones he could claim a shared connection with. Schoolmates. Yes, Michael's teammates turned out to be the two girls who had awakened alongside him in class, along with the genius knight, Brian Lien. Michael didn't know the name of one of the girls, but he recognized the other, Lillian Stone. Though they'd never interacted directly, she had left an impression on him. Despite everything that had happened since then, it had only been 3 or 4 days since their awakening ceremony, and his memory of Lillian was still fresh. Because during the ceremony, she was the first to be chosen and the first to awaken. If that was luck, it was a peculiar kind of luck. Even so, in all his speculation about potential teammates, Michael had never once imagined that his teammates would turn out to be his former classmates. However, after his initial surprise, Michael quickly regained his composure. He didn't know their reasons for entering a crack, but it wasn't exactly strange to encounter them. They were all members of the same association, lived in the same region, and had awakened supernatural abilities. In a way, it was inevitable that their paths would cross. It just happened a bit sooner than expected. "Hi," Michael began, choosing to introduce himself first. "I'm going to be your teammate today." He extended a hand toward the girl who had arrived with Lillian since she was standing closer. Ads by Pub Future. With his oversized clothes, Michael gave off a sunny and approachable vibe, but as the girls stepped closer, they felt something off. A faint chill hung in the air around him, subtle but impossible to ignore. It wasn't just the physical temperature, it felt slightly gloomy, almost threatening. "I'm Mira, your teammate," the girl said, hesitating briefly before reaching out to shake Michael's hand. The moment their hands met, Mira flinched and pulled back quickly. His hand was ice cold. Michael noticed her reaction but chose not to dwell on it. What he didn't realize was that his class wasn't just a source of power, it also defined him in ways he hadn't yet come to understand. Classes didn't just shape abilities, they influenced identities. As a weak, budding necromancer, Michael remained unaware of this truth. In time, though, the question would arise. Would Michael maintain his sunny disposition or fully embrace the darker traits that came with his chosen path? Even now, his subconscious was showing signs of adaptation. Not everyone would feel comfortable around corpses, but to Michael, they already felt like essential resources, ones he didn't yet have enough of. Turning to Lillian, Michael extended his hand again. "Hi Lillian, I'm Michael." "You recognize me?" Lillian asked as she hesitantly shook his hand. "You expected me not to?" Ads by Pub Future. "And no," she stammered, quickly withdrawing her hand and falling silent. She seems difficult to converse with, Michael thought, noting her reserved demeanor. He, too, wasn't someone who enjoyed talking unless necessary, but now he had to make an effort. Building some rapport with his teammates was important, not just for teamwork but for achieving his goals. More than anything, Michael was eager to get into the crack and accomplish what mattered most, getting stronger. And if some money came along with that, well, all the better. Though brief, the three had already grown somewhat familiar with one another. After Mira, the team's designated leader on paper, accepted the application document from the receptionist, they made their way out of the association building. Once outside, they didn't immediately hail a ride. Instead, they gathered under the shade of a nearby tree to discuss their plans. "We're going to a corrupted-type crack, Ape region," Mira began. "Isn't this the level 2 crack?" Michael interrupted, unable to hide his surprise at the familiar name. Yesterday, when he had asked the receptionist to help him join teams with reserved crack schedules in Woodstone City, he hadn't asked for the specifics of which cracks he'd be entering. However, he was able to know their names. But it was just this. Aside from that, he knew nothing more. It was a risky decision, but Michael wasn't the type to shy away from calculated risks now. While cautious by nature, he wasn't a coward. He had confidence in his strength, or rather, in the strength of his undead companions, Lucky and Prince. With the two of them by his side, Michael felt that, short of something completely overwhelming, he could handle himself. And if there was something so dangerous it could still harm him? Well, that was no longer his problem. It was the world against him. Noticing his reaction, Mira frowned slightly. "Is something the matter?" she asked cautiously. Mira was usually nonchalant about most things, but something about Michael kept her on edge. It wasn't something she could easily explain, but her instincts told her to stay on guard around him. Unfortunately, her feelings alone weren't a valid reason to dismiss him. Besides, Mira wasn't the type to act purely on emotion. At least Michael wasn't a complete stranger. As schoolmates, there was a faint sense of familiarity, even if they hadn't interacted much before. Interestingly, Mira and Lillian weren't initially acquaintances either. The two only got to know each other after chatting a few times in the class group chat Brian had added them to. Unlike Brian, who had started his journey near a village with access to quests and an abundance of low-level monsters to hunt in the nearby forest, Mira and Lillian had been unlucky. One of them had been transported to a barren desert, while the other found herself on a desolate, abandoned island. Both situations were miserable in their own ways, and neither provided an ideal starting point. Having struggled through their misfortunes, they decided to try hunting monsters in dimensional cracks. Yesterday had been their first attempt, and they had barely made it out alive. Since they hadn't leveled up yet, they were barely different from ordinary humans without considering their skills. Fortunately, they survived and grew stronger as a result. However, leveling up was a slow process, so they decided to tackle a level 2 crack instead. They were lucky to secure it, as the team scheduled to go this morning had postponed their plans. Discover stories with Empire. However, a level 2 crack was a bit too much for them now. Realizing they needed more support, they decided to reach out to Brian for help. However, just as they were making plans to contact him, Mira received a call from the association asking if her team needed another member. As the registered leader of their group, Mira accepted, reasoning that whoever joined couldn't possibly be worse off than they were. To be honest, Mira hadn't been too thrilled about the idea of working with Brian again. Lillian felt the same. Though Brian's fame as a genius knight had painted him as a reliable ally, their interactions with him revealed something unsettling. He was overly enthusiastic, almost unnervingly so. They didn't know what it was about him, but something was differently off. This chapter was rewritten and the same will follow for the chapters ahead. I'm sorry. They'll all be available to read soon though. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 63 Knowing more about themselves, 6 out of 10. Author's note. Good day readers. The previous chapter, this one, and the upcoming chapters are all being rewritten. I wasn't satisfied with how they turned out, and I felt that continuing as they were might ruin the story. As a result, I had to take some time to replan. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. Thank you for your understanding, and I hope you enjoy reading. P.S. All the chapters needed to be rewritten have been edited. Of course, Michael had no idea about the predicament of the two girls. If he knew, he might have even called them lucky. Had he not realized his initial location was within highly valuable ruins, he might have wanted to trade places with them, though perhaps not with the one stranded on an island in the middle of nowhere. But the desert? He would have gladly taken that instead. Compared to being guarded by a former rank 2 monster, a creature so powerful that even strong rank 1 awakeners would struggle against it, being in the desert was clearly the better option. As Michael noticed Mira turning her attention toward him, he calmly addressed her. I was just a little surprised by the location of the crack we're heading to, that's all, he said evenly. I thought it would be level 1 at most. Mira nodded, her expression unchanging. She didn't seem suspicious of Michael's response. Level 1 cracks are a great place to level up, but they're too weak. The space a corrupted dimensional crack can hold is small, so rather than waste time hunting monsters like goblins, even forest wolves, we could do the same in level 2 cracks. The numbers are about the same, but they provide more experience points, more money, and generally better rewards. Ads by PubFuture. Michael nodded at her reasoning. As long as the monster rank was low, monsters of this level could still be found in abundance. This was especially true for corrupted cracks. If Michael had access to numerous level 2 or even level 1 cracks, leveling up would be the least of his concerns for a while. Unfortunately, only the Federation and perhaps a few powerful individuals could monopolize cracks. Michael also picked up something in Myra's tone. It sounded like she, too, was in a hurry to level up. He couldn't help but feel her urgency might also have something to do with the academy. However, while he was curious, he decided it wasn't his business to ask. "Are we taking transportation to carry our loot?" Michael asked, shifting the conversation. Compared to Myra's motives, his thoughts were preoccupied with costs. "There's no need. I can keep it in my location in the land of origin," Lillian stammered, answering in her usual timid manner. Michael nodded in reply but couldn't ignore the thought running through his mind. "TSK. Am I becoming so money-hungry that I can't even afford to give basic trust anymore?" Once they clarified the crack location and loot storage space, Mira moved on to provide details about the crack itself. "Though level 2 creatures are technically still within the ability range of unranked Awakeners, we still need to be careful," Mira explained. "If I'm not mistaken, they're likely all rank 1 creatures. However, their rank can't exceed common, otherwise, it would have been classified as at least a level 3 crack instead of level 2. Ads by PubFuture." She paused, her gaze shifting to Michael before continuing. "From the corrupted crack's name, Ape Region, it's easy to guess what kind of monsters we'll be facing. And just like the Goblin World." Mira trailed off, studying Michael's reaction. "I don't know if you've been there, but it's also a forest-type terrain." Michael met her gaze, unfazed. "I've been to the Goblin World. Yesterday, in fact." "Oh." Mira raised an eyebrow. "Then, if you don't mind, could you tell me your level? I'd like to know so we can avoid any accidents." From the way Mira directly asked the question after his reply, Michael guessed this had probably been her main intention all along. "I understand," Michael said. "Level 9. Michael said honestly, seeing no reason to hide his level. However, when he noticed the astonished looks of surprise on both Lillian's and Myra's faces, he realized he might have said something remarkable. "So fast!" One exclaimed. "So strong!" Another added. The former was from Mira, the latter from Lillian. Michael sensed that something was off in the atmosphere. To clarify, he asked about their levels. Level 7. Level 4. Surprisingly, Lillian was the most powerful one. "So low." Michael wanted to blurt out but opted to keep it to himself. Still, his expression must have given him away because Mira quickly went on to explain their situation in the land of origin. Michael could only twitch his mouth in response and choose not to comment further. It seemed he wasn't the only one dealt a bad hand when it came to his initial location. As for the girls, they were astonished at Michael's speed of growth. They knew even Brian, the so-called genius knight who had managed to awaken a dual class, was currently only at level 10. Of course, his progress was hindered by the nature of dual classes, which required double the experience to level up. Even so, on the surface, Michael's performance appeared only slightly inferior to Brian's. They didn't know what Michael had done to reach his current level so quickly, but it stirred a hint of respect for him in both of them. "What's your class?" Mira inquired. "Necromancer." Mira was momentarily stunned by his reply. Although she didn't know much about the class, the name alone suggested it wasn't a close combat specialization. Hearing about his high level had initially led her to assume he was a close combat awakener. If he was a support type and had reached this level, then his overall strength might be even greater than she'd imagined. Still, a hint of suspicion lingered in her mind, and she decided to confirm it for herself. "Continue your journey with Empire." Level 9 Necromancer Apprentice. The result matched his words, but the reality of his class made her thoughts a little depressed. Turned out the leader was the group's weakest link. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 64 New Crack, 7/10. Michael was not Brian, so he had no idea that Mira had just peeked at him using her skill. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care too much, as detect wouldn't reveal anything overly sensitive about him. That said, if he were aware, he might feel a little uncomfortable, and perhaps even understand why Brian hated his eyes. From an offhand point of view, detect seemed like the kind of skill a pervert might use to snoop into someone else's personal information. It was undeniably an unsettling skill from the perspective of the one being observed. After revealing and saying a few more things, Mira decided it was time for them to head to the crack. Even with the time difference between a crack and the real world, time was still valuable. Anything else that needed to be said could be discussed once they arrived. Michael was more than happy with this decision. The location of the level 2 crack was even closer than the level 1 Goblin World corrupted crack. At his current speed, 10 times faster than the average human, Michael could get there in seconds if he ran at full speed. This proximity made Michael suspect that the placement of the association branch was deliberate, given how close it was to the level 2 crack. A level 1 crack, even if an accident occurred, was manageable. Monsters like goblins could be resisted by ordinary people, and with supervisors as strong as Old Man Lou, the chances of a disaster were slim. Of course, casualties might still happen, but if the situation was favorable and the people in the area were prepared, the threat could be controlled. This was part of the reason humanity had survived the first wave of monsters on Aurora, because the monsters, like goblins, were relatively weak. The same couldn't be said for level 2 cracks, which were filled with rank 1 monsters. Even among rank 2 cultivators, few would willingly risk their lives entering one alone. Adds by PubFuture. With the association so close to such a crack, it ensured that, in the event of an emergency, the strong cultivators stationed there would be able to respond in time. Since running wasn't an option for everyone, Michael and the other two chose between walking or taking a ride. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. They naturally opted for the obvious choice. A ride. Life wasn't a place to make unnecessarily hard decisions. The location of the level 2 crack, unlike the level 1 crack, was not a place Michael was very familiar with. However, familiarity with the area wasn't necessary to enter the crack. Unlike the Goblin World corrupted crack, which had hospitals nearby, the only notable feature of this area was the number 9 public school of Woodstone City. Judging by the school's number, it was clear that either the quantity of students was extremely high or the quality varied significantly. Schools ranked number 1 were comparable to private institutions with abundant resources, while number 9 had the largest student body but far fewer resources. Well, technically, a school is a pretty good place to harvest negative emotions. Forget the students, even the teachers are depressed. The location of the crack was even more absurd than Old Man Lou's pharmacy. It was in a hotel. Is this the positive balance for the crack? Michael thought, his expression turning odd as the idea crossed his mind. Of course, the crack wasn't within the hotel building itself but inside the VIP mansion at the back. This was where Michael and the two girls headed immediately upon arrival. When they approached the mansion, guards at the gates stopped them. They asked to see the person in charge, and soon, a relatively old woman appeared. What followed was exactly the kind of covert behavior one would expect from a secret association. Adds by PubFuture. Michael couldn't help but wonder as he observed the old woman leading them toward the crack's entrance. Why are all the strong people I've met from the association so old? And why were they still working? Did the word retirement make them sick? While these thoughts ran through his head, he tuned into what the old female supervisor was saying. Since you'll be entering the crack now, I can't show you around the mansion. However, once you're out, we offer basic amenities for your convenience, places to bathe, food, and clothes if you don't have any. Additionally, we provide advanced benefits, like buying your corpses here instead of transporting them to the association and selling certain items. However, these options aren't as advanced as what the association's trade center can offer. The old woman continued, listing a few more features that left Michael impressed. Compared to the services near this level 2 crack, Old Man Lou's offerings seemed like they were made for poor people. Or perhaps it had something to do with the nature of cracks and the type of people who visited them. A person capable of clearing a level 2 crack was already an elite, and perhaps certain benefits came with that status. Soon, they arrived at the crack's location. Like the entrance to the corrupted Goblin World crack, this one also looked like a tear in the void. However, it was much larger, at least a whole round bigger, and the chaotic energy it emitted was far more intense. At first glance, anyone could tell it was bad news, but the sight of it only made Michael excited. Michael didn't know what awaited him inside, but what he did know was that everything in there would translate to money for him. Okay, it's currently 11:53 a.m., and you have until 3 p.m. to be out. The time difference is 1:8, so you have a full day inside, which equals 3 hours here. I don't need to explain what happens if you exceed the time, do I? No. Thank you for leading the way, Mira, the group's assigned leader, replied. As for what would happen if they exceeded the time, the answer was simple. Someone strong from the outside world would enter the crack to drag them out. If there wasn't a good reason for the delay, like a sudden appearance of a powerful monster, they'd face punishment from the association. This was another duty of a crack supervisor, to monitor and provide assistance to those inside the crack. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 65 Special Class 8/10. When inside a crack, Michael only knew one way to open the exit, killing 1/3 of the original creatures within. 1/3 of the monsters is calculated from the moment someone first sets foot into the crack after the previous group has exited through the exit. Without meeting this requirement, it was difficult for the average supernatural to leave. According to some of the posts Michael had read on the forum about corrupted-type cracks, it wasn't uncommon for people to find themselves trapped without any way to escape. This was where the crack's supervisor came into play. The time allocated to supernaturals inside cracks wasn't just to manage the crack but also served as an indirect signal of when rescue would arrive if they were trapped. Stay tuned to Empire. While the people inside the crack couldn't leave without killing the required number of monsters, this limitation didn't apply to those outside. However, once someone entered the crack, they would be considered part of the group inside. From that point onward, they would also need to kill 1/3 of the total monsters in the crack to leave, regardless of when they arrived. This was why the supervisors assigned to these cracks by the association were always individuals capable of single-handedly clearing the cracks themselves. If they lacked the strength to handle such situations, they would only endanger themselves and others. Supervisors, therefore, needed to meet a high standard of power to be entrusted with overseeing a crack. Of course, being rescued by the association from within a crack was not free. The association had a reliable way to extract value from rescued supernaturals. Because of this, most people tried to leave within the designated time if they could help it. However, Michael didn't think they'd need to worry about extending the time limit. They had a full day to spend inside the crack. Before entering, Michael immediately summoned his spear. The sight of the weapon in his hand surprised the two girls beside him, especially Lillian. "Aren't you a necromancer?" she stammered. "Yeah, is that a problem?" Michael replied naturally, not finding anything odd about it. For some reason, even as a mage, he didn't feel out of place wielding a weapon like that. "And nothing," Lillian said, her voice faltering. Mira too chose not to comment. She was the group's weakest link and didn't feel it was her place to question how the strongest member chose to fight. As the team of 3 prepared to enter the crack, the old woman in charge decided to leave them to their own devices. She walked out of the room where the crack was located, casually pointing out the button they should press to summon her once they were done. All in all, it was no different from what Old Man Lou had done for Michael. After the old woman left, Lillian also drew her weapon, a long katana that made Michael's eyes glint for a moment. Slowly, Michael was starting to appreciate weapons. Unfortunately, there was nothing particularly special about the katana itself. It was of the same grade as Michael's refined iron spear. It made sense for Lillian to use a weapon like a katana, given that her class was martial artist. Michael still clearly remembered that. He wondered about the specifics of her class and how it differed from his own, Necromancer. However, the person who caught Michael's attention the most out of the two girls was Mira. Unlike him and Lillian, what Mira pulled out of her storage space wasn't a weapon. Instead, it was a set of bright red potions and a strap to secure them around her body. The sight puzzled Michael, and he couldn't help but entertain a few curious thoughts. Unable to contain his curiosity, he addressed Mira just as she finished strapping the last potion onto herself. "What's your class?" Michael asked. Ads by PubFuture. Since he had openly shared his own class with them, he figured it wouldn't be a big deal to ask in return, at least as long as it wasn't something too personal like whether they had a talent and, if so, what it was. Of course, he could have just used Detect on Mira, but ever since his incident with Brian, Michael had been hesitant to use the skill on humans, reserving it mostly for monsters. "Alchemist," Mira answered truthfully. There wasn't much point in hiding it, especially since she knew the method she had used to peek at Michael could just as easily be used on her. Besides, it wasn't a big deal to share. Michael was a little surprised at her class. It didn't sound like a general one. Judging by the way she carefully arranged her potions, he figured this was likely a rare one, and perhaps even a special class. Michael wanted to know more about it, but unfortunately, that would be getting into personal matters. Still, since they were teammates, he assumed she'd eventually reveal a few details. While he couldn't ask about the specifics of her class, he figured it wouldn't hurt to inquire about the potions hanging across her chest. "What are those?" Michael asked, gesturing at them. "Bombs," Mira suddenly replied, a bit too enthusiastically, while fondly patting the potions as though they weren't the explosives she had just claimed them to be. Instinctively, Michael took a step back. Even Lillian, who seemed to have some prior knowledge about Myra's potions and her class, followed suit and stepped back as well. Hey, you both don't have to worry. The bombs won't just go off the way you think they will," Mira reassured them with a smile. For some reason, her words brought no relief to either Lillian or Michael. Instead, they both took another step back. After a brief moment of thought, they each took one more step, finally feeling slightly safer. However, their unease lingered. The mischievous smile on Myra's face gave the distinct impression that she was itching to blow something up, which only heightened her teammates' nerves. "Is this a specialty of your class?" Michael couldn't help but ask. "Yes, it is. This is the red mushroom potion, your #1 choice for blowing something up. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world." Chapter 66 Strange Talent, 9 out of 10. If someone unfamiliar with Mira saw her for the first time, their impression would likely be that she was a cold individual. In reality, however, the truth was far from how she appeared. Mira had been a problematic child who loved to fight. She never attended public school at the start, instead studying in private schools, yet her combative nature caused her to change schools every year. Her penchant for fighting made it impossible for her to stay in one place for long. Everything changed when her father died. Her mother fell into debt and depression, and her father's already small business was snatched away by relatives. In a world unlike the one before the Dark Age, owning a personal business was a rare privilege for the average person. Myra's world collapsed, and it was then she decided it was time to get serious, not just for her own sake but for her mother's as well. Determined to take responsibility, she began suppressing the violent tendencies in her heart. In this new world, cultivators and awakeners were the most respected professionals, and Mira aspired to join their ranks. However, like most people, she lacked the talent for cultivation. While her talent was slightly better than Michael's and his cousin Lily's, they were still nothing remarkable. Accepting this reality at a young age, Mira didn't place her hopes on the slim chance of becoming an awakener. Instead, she focused on excelling in her studies, channeling her efforts into academics and further burying her wild side. Year after year, she failed to awaken, growing calmer with each passing ceremony. That was until her third awakening ceremony when, against all odds, a panel suddenly appeared before her eyes. In that moment, the wildness she had buried deep within her heart began to resurface. Unfortunately, her awakening didn't do much to help her control it. Name: Mira George. Ads by PubFuture. This human. Class: Alchemy Apprentice. Level 1. EXP: 0 out of 100. Strength: 1.4. Agility: 1.4. Constitution: 1.3. Intelligence: 4.8. Attribute points: 0. Skills: Crafting. Talent: Damage Maker. Unlocked formula: unlock 1 every 5 levels. Potion: Red Mushroom Potion. Gift: Mark of Origin. Mira was one of the few awakeners to possess a talent. Ads by PubFuture. Her talent was also quite special. If not for Brian, she wouldn't have understood what it was about. While she was suspicious of how Brian had knowledge beyond what his membership level should allow, she had no choice but to believe him after crafting the only potion she could make. As an alchemist, Mira unlocked a formula every 5 levels, and the one she awakened with was the Red Mushroom Potion, an offensive-type potion. Thanks to the mysterious nature of Awakeners, The knowledge of the formula was already in her head. However, the potion's success rate depended heavily on the mastery level of her only skill, crafting, and her understanding of the formula itself, which was even more crucial. Unfortunately, while the materials for the potion were available in the real world, even the money she got from the association wasn't enough to cover the cost of a full set of ingredients. It wasn't until her return from the corrupted goblin world crack yesterday, after annihilating all the goblins there, thanks to Lillian's brutality, Awakeners are ruthless, that she was finally able to afford the materials to make some. She tested the potion on the outskirts of the city, in the mountain ranges. The result? The resulting explosion and destruction reignited something within Mira. However, for Lillian, who had been invited to join Mira since she was an orphan living alone, the explosion startled her fragile heart. Explosion is art. For the wild girl, she had found her true love yesterday. Unfortunately, she was still too weak to unlock more formulas and too poor to create more of the one she had, leaving her hungry for both money and power. Though she wasn't certain, Mira believed that if she could gain admission to an academy, she'd gain access to more explosive formulas. Not only would this allow her to revel in her newfound passion, but it would also make her mother proud. After all, unlocking a new formula every 5 levels didn't guarantee another explosive one like the red mushroom potion. She needed to extend her connections, and the academy was her best chance. Additionally, her talent relied on formulas like the red mushroom potion. According to Brian's description of her talent, damage maker, you have an aptitude for highly destructive creations. Any creation related to destruction will have its effects boosted by 200%. If Michael knew about this, his eyes would have popped out. Though he wouldn't trade his own talent for anything, he would have to admit that hers was something exceptional, one that would only grow stronger over time. What would happen if she could create a nuclear-like weapon, with its destructive power qualitatively boosted by 200%? It was an incredibly powerful talent, but its drawback was equally obvious. It was a profession that burned through money. Of course, Michael knew none of this and continued to eye Mira with skepticism. It wasn't until a moment later, after using Detect on a potion she was holding, that he finally spoke. Red mushroom potion. A special liquid that becomes explosive after a brief, intense vibration for 2 seconds before being thrown. Though confused by the vague description, Michael felt a bit relieved knowing the potion required deliberate action, vibration or throwing, to explode. At least it wasn't an instant hazard. Besides, he trusted that Mira wasn't crazy enough to kill herself. Still, he wondered why she hadn't placed the potion in her storage space but chose not to comment on it. As long as you keep it on you. We've spent enough time here, let's enter the crack. Yes, Mira replied. Okay, Lillian added. After exchanging a quick glance, the 3 of them leapt into the crack, with Mira volunteering to take the lead. And please don't read the next 3 chapters, they're all under heavy editing. Instead, wait for my next upload notification, and by then, all the chapters will be ready to read. Thank you for your patience and support. Starting next tomorrow, we'll also return to 3 chapters per day. As always, I'd love to hear your opinions about the novel. I may be the author, but you're just as important in shaping the story, so don't hesitate to share your thoughts. Your journey continues at Empire. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 67. They're all evolution points. 10 out of 10. Just like with the Goblin World corrupted crack, the moment Michael stepped through, his vision shifted, and in the next instant, he found himself in a completely different location. Beside him, Mira and Lillian immediately assumed defensive stances as they arrived. Teleportation within cracks was random, and teammates could occasionally find themselves separated. However, there was a trick to minimize this. Everyone had to enter the crack within 1 minute of the first person. Any delay beyond that risked teleporting to another location entirely. Currently, Michael wasn't focused on his surroundings. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, he became more aware of the air in this world. It felt different. Compared to the chaotic nature of the Goblin World, the atmosphere here was more complete, as though the world itself was more stable. The mana in the air wasn't as turbulent either, though it was still far from the real world or the land of origin. Cracks are a mystery in themselves. The time difference in the goblin world was 10 hours inside for every 1 hour outside. Here, it's 8 hours instead, yet it feels more whole and alive, Michael thought. This realization puzzled him, sparking intrigue, but he quickly brushed it off. Now wasn't the time to get lost in thought, nor did he possess enough knowledge to truly understand these nuances. In truth, it wasn't just Michael who sensed these differences. Awakeners with even modest perception could feel the contrast between cracks, particularly when they were weak. Only those with truly dull senses would fail to notice. For now, Michael set aside the strange feeling and refocused on the task ahead. The trees here are quite huge, Mira remarked, observing her surroundings. She didn't seem to notice anything odd about the crack, but Michael couldn't be too sure. Either way, he wasn't too interested in finding out. It was time to make money. The thought had just formed in Michael's mind when 2 circles appeared beside him, and 2 undead emerged, startling the girls. Ads by PubFuture. Both Mira and Lillian instinctively leaped into action. "Wait, they're mine!" Michael yelled, breaking out in a cold sweat. Mira already had a red mushroom potion clutched in her hand, ready to throw, while Lillian had suddenly appeared just a meter away, katana drawn and glowing with a crimson aura that made Michael's heart race. The threat he felt from that blade was very real. Thankfully, both of them stopped just in time, one narrowly avoiding blowing up his undead and the other refraining from slicing them into pieces. "These are your summons?" Mira asked, raising an eyebrow with clear interest. She tucked the potion back with a disappointed look, as though hoping for some action. Meanwhile, Lillian quickly stepped back, almost fearfully, like she wasn't the same person about to carve something in half moments ago. "These girls are not normal." Michael groaned internally as he tried to calm himself. "Yes, they're my summons," he replied. "Only these 2? "No, just a part of them." "Figured." Mira gave a slightly complicated look as she activated Detect on the 2 undead. Her brows twitched. The first one was of a higher level than her, while the other matched her exactly. Undead Forest Wolf LV. 6. Undead Goblin LV. 4. Of course, as an Awakener, even though her class wasn't explicitly combat-oriented, Mira was still far stronger than the 2 undead in terms of raw stats alone. However, their appearance hinted at the potential of the Necromancer class, and the realization was terrifying. Mira, though wild by nature, had spent years tempering that part of herself to focus on intelligence and achieving good grades. It had become second nature to her to seek knowledge. Ads by PubFuture. This habit persisted, especially after she gained access to the Super Association Forum, a treasure trove of information about the supernatural world. Compared to the ignorance of her first 18 years, she now knew much more about how her new reality operated. Right now, Michael could only contract common rank monsters, which were far weaker than most Awakeners. She has no idea. But the horrifying part was the potential for growth. As Michael got stronger, so would the rank of his undead. For most Awakeners, there was only one of them. For Michael, there could be dozens, no hundreds, of powerful beings under his command. It was an intimidating concept, but Mira scoffed internally. "So what? When I get stronger, no matter how many undead he has, I'll blow them all up." She didn't feel inferior at all. In fact, her wild confidence stemmed from both her personality and her special class. Though it gave the same attribute points as general classes, its uniqueness and versatility made it far superior to some rare classes. Mira fully believed in her own potential and future. However, this confidence also led to a common flaw among intelligent people: overthinking or over-reasoning based on existing knowledge. In this case, Mira had done the latter, evaluating Michael through the lens of common sense. She didn't realize just how wrong she was or how terrifying Michael would eventually become. For now, though, the 3 of them were focused on one shared goal: earning money. It was a shared problem. They were all too broke for this profession. Michael had summoned 2 undead from the netherworld to scout the area. He wasn't about to test his health bar against a creature that was likely rank 1, unlike the goblins in the previous crack, whose attacks he could shrug off. After explaining his plan to Mira and Lillian, Michael led the group away from their initial spot, using his share senses with his undead to gain a better understanding of their surroundings. A few minutes later, the trio encountered their first monster in this crack, one of its native creatures. A black ape. Mira, did you check the price of a complete corpse for this monster? Michael whispered, his voice low but tinged with excitement, as they crouched behind a massive boulder. At this point he had withdrawn his undead back to the netherworld. He occasionally peeked around its edge to observe the towering black ape just a few meters away. The creature lay sprawled on the earthy ground, deep in slumber. Yes, I did, Mira replied, her tone calm and measured despite her own alertness. A complete corpse, regardless of the ape's strength, is priced at $4,500. And how many apes do you think are in this crack? At least a few hundred, definitely more than 200. Michael quickly did the math in his head, and his breathing grew heavy as the numbers began to add up. So, we're talking about $1 million if we wipe out every single monster, yeah? Hearing his question, Mira turned to him with a sharp gaze, her wild instincts momentarily overshadowed by genuine concern. Excitement seemed to radiate from Michael's entire being, an energy so palpable it made her uneasy. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. She may be wild, but she wasn't suicidal. Taking on over 200 rank 1 monsters, even with a strong team, was an idea bordering on madness. Just as she opened her mouth to dismiss any dangerous notions Michael might have been entertaining, her breath caught in her throat. Her heart clenched tightly as she noticed something emerge beside him. A shadowy, menacing figure. Undead Verdant Wolf LV, 11. A rare-ranked undead. Myra's eyes widened as she stared at the wolf. Beside her, Michael whispered something in an almost inaudible tone, his words strange and disjointed, as if spoken in a forgotten language. She couldn't quite understand what he was saying, but amidst the whispers, Mira swore she caught a phrase like, "Evolution points, they're all evolution points. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world." Chapter 68 Max Level. A/N, a little delay in editing the next chapters, so please don't read them yet. It'll be resolved in a few hours along with a new chapter. Sorry for the inconvenience once again. 3 chapters after reset still stands, though. Mira couldn't wrap her head around how a rank 1 creature of rare rank had suddenly appeared beside them. That wasn't even the real question. The real question was, how did Michael have an undead of this level in the first place? Was he cheating? Weren't they all just 3 days into being Awakeners at most? Was this guy secretly skipping steps while the rest of them struggled through the basics? Was bro flying too? It wasn't that Mira didn't believe Michael could have a rank 1 undead under his control. In fact, she had suspected it when he mentioned being level 9, so close to level 10, the max level of the unranked stage. However, Mira dismissed the idea because of the little time Michael had been an Awakener. But while she hadn't ruled out the possibility of him having a rank 1 undead, what she never imagined was that not only did he have one, but it was also at rare rank. She didn't know much about necromancers or how they operated, but she understood the significance of rare-ranked creatures. At this level, monsters were not much different from Awakeners who used attribute points. In other words, standing beside Michael now was essentially a genuine rank 1 Awakener. Lillian, on the other hand, shared a similar train of thought as Mira. Michael, unaware of their distress, didn't have time to worry about them. He had never considered hiding his powers. Maybe he'd keep the specifics of his talent a secret. It felt too unique and powerful, likely linked to his transmigration, but he didn't see much issue in revealing his capabilities. For one, while obtaining a rank 1 undead might seem fast, it wasn't impossible. Awakeners grew stronger quickly. If they didn't, they'd barely be more special than cultivators. So, this shouldn't raise too many questions. As for the rank of his undead, that was the simplest question to answer. It was because of an opportunity. What else could anyone say to that? Wasn't the land of origin said to be full of opportunities? Could they force him to explain further? For these reasons, Michael saw no benefit in hiding his powers. Why would he deliberately make himself seem weaker just to avoid unsettling others? Of course, There was a limit to how much he could reveal. This was why he summoned Prince instead of Lucky. Prince's existence could be rationalized, but Lucky pushed well beyond the boundaries of common sense. Revealing it might even draw unwanted attention. Though Michael didn't actively avoid attention, he wasn't keen on it either. His cautious nature made him paranoid about the possibility of being kidnapped. Ads by Pub Future. By whom? He didn't know. Maybe demonic cultivators? Or someone with ulterior motives who saw value in him. They might even notice something connected to his talent and approach him with bad intentions. While the Federation was portrayed as a righteous faction, Michael, with the experience of his past life even though short, wasn't so quick to trust that image. Unless it was an extreme cult-like organization where everyone was brainwashed from birth, all organizations had their share of different people and agendas. Because of this, Michael felt it was wise to keep part of his full power hidden as a trump card. But showing some of his strength? That was fine. Anyway, what was so special about a one-star rare-ranked creature? If given enough time, all his undead would eventually reach this stage. Another reason Michael didn't want to engage the Black Ape himself was that, while he didn't doubt his team's ability to handle it, he disliked the risks involved. A prolonged battle could also lead to unnecessary damage to the monster's body. If it was too damaged, how could he maximize his profit? Moreover, while one day inside the crack seemed like plenty of time to hunt and exit, Michael wanted more. The monsters in the crack were renewable anyway. Why settle for only killing a third of them? There was also the part with sharing the profits with his teammates. Every monster here represented potential evolution points, and it would be a sin to let them live, or worse, let them get sold by someone else. The moment Prince arrived, the Black Ape, previously resting peacefully, immediately woke up, fully alert. It couldn't be helped. Prince's presence was overwhelming, and Michael hadn't bothered to hide it. Black Ape LV12. Rank, common. It was a tough monster, which was why Michael was reluctant to waste time on it. Take care of him, Prince, Michael commanded calmly. The instant the words left his mouth, a faint, violent gust of wind swept past him as Prince disappeared from his position. Prince hadn't grown significantly stronger since their last visit to the Goblin World corrupted crack. Only its skill control had clearly improved. Yet, even when moving at the same speed Lucky had shown back in the Goblin World, the generated wind wasn't nearly as intense. This had nothing to do with Lucky being weaker. Both moved at the same speed. The difference lay in the worlds themselves. This level 2 crack was clearly more stable than the level 1 crack. But Michael didn't have the time to ponder this detail. He watched as thick, robust plant vines materialized, entangling the Black Ape. Prince had used its plant control skill to completely immobilize the creature. It seemed Prince had interpreted Michael's command the same way it had back in the Goblin World, where he and Lucky had restrained goblins for Michael to kill personally. This was further reinforced by the fact that Prince, who could easily end the Black Ape with a single swipe of its claws or a bite, refrained from doing so. The command phrase had been the same, so it made sense Prince acted accordingly. Well, this works too, Michael muttered. I needed to level up anyway. With his spear in hand, he calmly walked toward the struggling Black Ape, which thrashed violently against its bindings. Seeing Michael head toward the Black Ape, Mira and Lillian stared at each other for a second before rushing after him. They were in shock. Lillian had already prepped herself for a tough battle, while Mira was ready to throw some explosives if needed. But in the blink of an eye, the monster, formidable at their current level, was so easily resolved that they couldn't accept it immediately. I'm sorry, guys, I'll be taking the kill for this one. After I level up, I'll have my undead do the same for you guys. Is that okay? Yes, yes. Mira and Lillian replied excitedly, recovering immediately. From Michael's words, it was obvious he planned to carry them, and such luck wasn't something they'd turn down. Only Mira felt a little uncomfortable. Not because of being carried, but because of the inability to set something ablaze. Still, she was smart enough to know what was better for her. At least by being carried, she could level up safely and save her bombs for another time. Mira glanced at Michael, who was intently focused on the Black Ape, a creature that stood a meter taller than him, with a complicated expression on her face. She wasn't sure how to feel, especially since she had been so confident a moment ago. The black ape's figure was imposing and its form was tough, but this was all useless in the face of absolute power. Knowing that the monster's thick skin was difficult to penetrate, Michael targeted the weakest spot in its body, its eye. His hands moved in a blur. With a perfect, standard posture, the spear in his hand drove directly into the black ape's left eye, piercing straight into its brain and killing it instantly. You have killed a common level 12 black ape. You've gained 398 experience points. You killed a monster 3 levels higher than your own, earning a 4x experience multiplier. You've gained 1,592 experience points. Level up. You have leveled up to level 10. You have reached the max level of the unranked stage. Rank up to accumulate experience points again and level up. You have reached max level for Necromancer Apprentice. To rank up to Adept Necromancer and continue leveling, complete your rank advancement quest. Generating rank advancement quest. Quest generated. Advancement quest. Have 10 rank 1 undead, 2 out of 10. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Necromancer Apprentice, max. Level, Max. XP, 2000 max. Strength, 7.6, 0.3 carat. Agility, 13.6, 0.5 carat. Constitution, 9.2, 0.3 carat. Intelligence, 46.3, 1.0 carat. Attribute points, 19. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 18/20. Discover Stories with Empire. Gift, Mark of Origin. Necromancer Class Advancement Route. Unranked, Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1, 10. Rank 1. Adept Necromancer, Level 11, 25. Rank 2. Rank 3. Evolution Routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, Common Rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, Rare Rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, Rare Rank, 3-star species. Goblin. Goblin, Common Rank, 1-star monster. Hobgoblin, Common Rank, 3-star monster. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 69 Advancement Quest and Plans. 10.1. Michael felt a familiar surge of power coursing through his body as he leveled up. Yet, his focus wasn't on that sensation. It finally arrived. There was a true sense of balance in everything. An advancement quest. The equivalent of a breakthrough obstacle for cultivators, but tailored for awakeners. At the maximum level of every rank, one could not progress further without completing an advancement quest. The difficulty varied wildly, depending on one's class and luck. However, completing the quest granted immense power, pushing one closer to becoming a higher being. Fortunately for Michael, he had been hit with an easy rank advancement quest. A task that might seem daunting to others but was manageable for him. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 2 out of 10. This is great, Michael muttered. I was hoping I wouldn't get something that'd slow my leveling down for weeks, or worse, months. Thankfully, it's not that bad. The thought of being stuck at the same level for too long was frustrating for any awakener. Michael had read in forums that any experience points gained while at the max level of a rank were completely wasted. They wouldn't even accumulate. Right now, even if he wiped out every black ape in this crack, the effort would amount to nothing since the experience couldn't be used to level up. I already have 2 rank 1 undead thanks to my evolution points. It only takes 6 points per rank 1 undead, so at most, I'll be done with this in another 2 days. For any other Necromancer apprentice, this quest would have been extremely challenging. They'd have to make 10 of their undead reach rank 1. With each undead requiring an average of 2,000 experience points to level up, completing this task would demand significant effort and time. Still, it wasn't the worst kind of advancement quest he could have gotten. Something like learn 10 necromancy spells would have been much worse. Without a strong foundation in necromancy, Largely due to the short time he had spent as an Awakener, Michael knew he'd have no hope of completing such a task. If that had been the case, entering an Awakener Academy would be nothing more than a distant dream. It's also said that starting from the first advancement quest, subsequent ones might be follow-ups based on the description, Michael thought. Either way, this quest was perfect for him. It was like killing two birds with one stone, making it the best outcome he could have hoped for. For classes like Necromancer or Beast Tamer, it was commonly known that their minions shouldn't be more than 2 ranks above them. Adds by PubFuture. If they were, there was a significant risk of the creatures breaking free from their control, and in most cases, turning against their master. Even if Michael were to accumulate 125 evolution points, which he suspected was enough to evolve Lucky into an extraordinary rank Undead, there was a high chance it might break through to rank 2 instead of stopping at peak of rank 1. That would be a problem. Michael didn't want to face a situation where the undead he had heavily invested in turned against him, nor did he want to risk going head-to-head with an extraordinary rank creature. Thanks to his advancement quest, though, he now had even more reason to focus on his other undead. There was something fascinating about advancement quests. They didn't just signify progress, they also presented opportunities. In a sense, an advancement quest was like laying a solid foundation. Every rank advancement boosted all stats by at least 29%, with the most important stats increasing by as much as 50%. The stronger your stats were before advancing, the more powerful you became afterward. Michael figured this was one of the reasons Awakeners were encouraged to cultivate. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luxury of time. Still, there were ways to make a rank advancement more rewarding than usual. One direct method was to surpass the quest requirements, increasing its difficulty. Just because the reward for completing an advancement quest was rank advancement didn't mean there wasn't more to gain. Michael theorized that hidden and unique classes were likely so strong because their advancement quests, and the rewards from them, were on a completely different level. This also showed another reason why strength depended on the Awakeners themselves. No one knew who was who. Anyway, Michael muttered, I'm still far from reaching 10 rank 1 undead. It was said that if someone exceeded the quest requirements without advancing, the quest description would change, turning into a limited-time challenge with higher rewards. Rank advancement not only brought an increase in power but also made the Awakener gain new skills. So higher rewards than this had to be very good. Michael decided it was better to accumulate enough evolution points to complete his last 10 undead in one go after reaching the basic requirement. There were still many things to consider about his rank advancement, but for now, he had other priorities. You leveled up? Michael heard a voice beside him and turned to see Mira addressing him. Yes. I'm already at max level. That's so amazing, Lillian stammered shyly, all evident in her tone. Does she always have to stammer? Michael wondered, briefly speculating whether Lillian was just chronically shy. Can you store the body now? He asked, directing the question to Lillian. Why yes, she replied immediately. Since there was someone else to handle the task, Michael didn't see a reason to make things harder for himself. Lillian quickly stored the gigantic body of the black ape. Michael spoke again, his tone taking on a commanding edge. Subconsciously, due to his strength, the team leader role had subtly shifted to him. We only have a day here, so let's try and make the most of it, he said with a serious expression. Internally, though, he added, and by making the most of it, I mean clearing out everything that lives in this crack. The two girls had no objections to Michael's words and followed him as they resumed their exploration. With his scouting undead leading the way, Michael quickly located the crack monsters. However, since he was already at max level and killing them would waste experience points, he stuck to his earlier plan. He let Mira and Lillian handle the kills, ensuring the two divided the experience between themselves. Before long, after eliminating several more monsters, both girls reached max level as well. This was hardly surprising. The monsters in this crack were far stronger than those in the goblin world, which was overrun with weak goblins. For Awakeners, experience points multiplied based on how much stronger the defeated monsters were compared to the Awakener. The crack was teeming with rank 1 monsters, which were at least 5 levels higher than even Lillian, the strongest of the two girls, who had entered the crack at level 5. Each kill practically guaranteed an instant level up. Naturally, the two reached max level in no time. Compared to Michael's calm demeanor, Mira and Lillian were overwhelmed by the rapid pace of their growth. They hadn't done much, barely anything really, and yet, they'd grown significantly stronger. The feeling was dangerously addictive. If they weren't careful, they might find themselves unable to resist the urge to always invite Michael to be their teammate whenever they planned to enter a crack. If Michael knew their thoughts, he'd be thrilled. Why wouldn't he? More invitations meant more crack entries, and more entries meant more money to buy evolution points. He might even suggest they disband the team entirely and individually apply for crack entries, offering to lend them his undead for assistance. The association wouldn't stop them either. It felt like exploiting a loophole, but only Awakeners could take advantage of such opportunities. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even consider soloing a crack. There was also no rule stopping him from being a teammate to multiple teams. While Mira and Lillian wrestled with their conflicting feelings, Michael was fully satisfied with the speed of their advancement. Though he was somewhat curious about how other Awakeners fought and their methods, he wasn't particularly interested in watching them. His focus was firmly on the countless monsters he could kill in the next 24 hours. Spending his time searching for more monsters in the crack felt far more rewarding than observing others' performances. As for what rank advancement quests Mira and Lillian received, Michael couldn't care less. With Michael leading the way and his undead scouting ahead, the group spent the next few hours efficiently hunting down dozens more black apes. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice, Max. Level: Max. XP: 2000 Max. Strength: 7.6. Agility: 13.6. Constitution: 9.2. Intelligence: 46.3. Attribute points: 19. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot, 18/20. Gift: Mark of Origin. Advancement Quest: Have 10 Rank 1 Undead, Progress, 2 out of 10. Necromancer Class Advancement Route. Unranked: Necromancer Apprentice, Level 1, 10. Rank 1. Adept Necromancer, Level 11, 25. Rank 2. Rank 3. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 70: Troubles of a Necromancer. Since the entire team had already reached max level, Michael decided to direct all the experience points to Prince. Aside from being the only truly deserving individual in his immediate vicinity, Michael had another reason. He wanted to run an experiment. Does a stronger undead lead to a more powerful form after evolution? Michael suspected this was the case, but he needed to confirm it through first-hand testing. How many corpses do we have now? Michael turned to Lillian and asked. 70, she replied. 4 hours had passed, and they had managed to kill this many rank 1 monsters. For most people, and even for Mira and Lillian, this was an impressive number. However, to Michael it felt far too slow. The only thing that gave him some solace was that, despite the amount they'd killed, the portal to exit the crack had yet to appear. This meant they hadn't even killed 1/3 of the monsters yet, implying there were at least 200 in the crack. More monsters meant more money. Michael had also ensured that all the corpses were in good enough condition to fetch at least $3,000 each. If they sold all 70 for that price, the total would come to $210,000, more than double what he had earned from an entire level 1 crack. Sure, that crack had been filled with goblins, but still. This realization made Michael even more eager to hunt for more monsters. Also, the number Lillian quoted was the one that she placed in her location in the land of origin. Michael had a few slightly more damaged black ape corpses in his mark of origin for Undead Revival. He hadn't forgotten he needed 2 more undead to reach his max number of undead at level 10. After Mira and Lillian had reached max level and saw how much they stood to gain, they decided on the profit share. They proposed a 90-10 split, with Michael receiving 90%. While this might sound excessive, it made sense given that it was largely thanks to Michael that they were likely to leave the crack unscathed, and alive without doing much but tagging along. However, as greedy as Michael was, he wasn't that greedy. He had after all taken a few monsters to himself. Michael had them revise the split, and in the end, they settled on an 80-20 division, with the two girls sharing the 20% of whatever profit they made. Michael couldn't have been happier with the outcome. Since everyone wanted to maximize their gains with barely any rest, they swept through the entire crack. In the next 15 hours, the exit portal opened for the fourth time, signaling that the last monster in the crack had finally been killed. "How many now, Lillian?" Michael asked, placing the freshly killed black ape aside. 340, I believe, Lillian replied, a little unsure. Michael, who had been keeping rough track himself, felt it should be about that number as well. Lillian wasn't as shy around him anymore, so she didn't stammer as much, though her voice was still soft. 340, huh? If they all sell for at least $3,000, we're looking at over $1 million, Michael said excitedly. Mira and Lillian's eyes lit up as well. One thing the three of them had in common was poverty. Though Mira and Lillian were only going to split 20% of the total income, if everything sold for at least $1 million, each would walk away with at least $100,000, and for barely doing anything. This was exactly the kind of life they dreamed of. The trio wasn't the only one who benefited, though. Even Prince had its share of gains. Michael had been tracking its progress. After personally killing over 300 rank 1 monsters, Prince managed to level up 6 times, accumulating about 112,000 experience points. Now, it was at level 17, just one level behind Lucky. Michael was thrilled by its rapid growth, though he also felt a bit anxious. While it seemed like reaching rank 2 might not be too hard, the reality was very different. He noticed that starting from rank 1, every level required 50% more experience points than the previous one. Level 11 to 12, 3,500 EXP. Level 12 to 13, 5,250 EXP. Michael did a quick mental calculation. To reach level 25, the peak of rank 1, starting from level 11, would require at least 2 million EXP. Ads by PubFuture. The number was daunting. Worse, as a Necromancer, unless he wanted to sacrifice the advantage of his class, his own progress would be even slower. Fortunately, he had evolution points from his talent to rely on. With this, his undead progressed much faster than he did. Okay, let's leave the crack. We've spent too much time here already, Michael said, a mix of excitement and fatigue in his voice. Though they hadn't fought much themselves, moving around nonstop for hours was mentally exhausting and physically draining, regardless of how high their stats were. As they made their way to the exit, Michael couldn't help but wonder just how vast cracks could really get. Maybe there's even one out there that's basically an entire world, he mused to himself. The idea didn't feel far-fetched. Perhaps the Aurora realm itself was nothing more than a crack. With nothing left to do in the crack, the team of 3 stepped through the exit portal and returned to the real world. The moment they were out, they tapped the button to summon the supervisor. The room housing the level 2 crack was much larger and more refined compared to the one Michael had seen with Old Man Lou. This place felt like a palace in comparison, almost heavenly. Michael couldn't help but wonder, if this is how the area around higher-level cracks looks, how extravagant must the ones for the truly high-level cracks be? He sat on a sturdy metal chair with Mira and Lillian, waiting for the supervisor to arrive. Despite spending nearly 20 hours in the crack, close to an entire day, it had been barely 3 hours in the real world. As he idly opened his status menu to check his talent section, Michael froze for a moment, staring at the screen in a daze. Apparently, without his noticing, his daily evolution points had already refreshed. In less than 4 hours, they would refresh again. Currently, Michael had 18 undead under his control, which, when including himself, gave him 19 evolution points daily. If he didn't contract any new undead in the next few hours, he would receive another 19 points, bringing his total to 38 evolution points. It was quite the haul. Enough, in fact, to evolve Prince into a 3-star rare rank undead or to create at least 5 more rank 1 undead at 1-star rare rank, bringing him significantly closer to completing his advancement quest. Either choice wasn't a loss, but Michael had already decided on the latter. Currently, Prince was at level 17, and Michael feared that evolving him now might cause an immediate breakthrough to rank 2. Though he hadn't confirmed this suspicion yet, it was a risk he wasn't ready to take. Rank 2 creatures were no joke, and if he lost control over Prince, it would be a disaster. For now, it was better to focus on creating more rank 1 undead to strengthen his forces and ensure steady progress toward his quest. As several thoughts flashed through Michael's mind, the door to the crack containment space opened, and the familiar old female supervisor walked in alone. A few men in black waited at the entrance, standing silently. Michael noticed the woman frowning slightly as her gaze swept over the relatively less chaotic appearance of the crack. After a moment, her expression relaxed. Michael had a good guess about what she might be thinking but was thankful she hadn't reacted the way Old Man Lou had. "I'm too exhausted to deal with anyone trying to show off by pressuring us," Michael thought. "Seems like you had a good time," the supervisor remarked, glancing at Michael and the others. Their relatively clean and unruffled appearance made them look as though they'd been on a casual, slightly dusty trip rather than a killing spree. "It's modest," Mira replied, her tone neutral. Then, as if on cue, she added, "You buy monster corpses here, right?" The old woman nodded, gesturing for them to follow as she began to lead the way. Signaling to the men at the entrance to secure the space containing the crack, she responded to Myra's question. "Yes, we do. We buy monster corpses or anything else of value that you may have brought out of the crack. What are you looking to sell?" "Corpses of the black apes," Mira replied simply. "It must be a lot, isn't it?" "It is," Mira confirmed. The old supervisor chuckled softly at the response, seeming to be in good spirits. Michael, walking slightly behind, couldn't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. This interaction reminded him of how Brian and Old Man Lou had reacted to his crack exploits. Is there something about going on a killing spree that impresses these older supervisors? Michael wondered. Compared to the others, though, this woman hadn't mentioned anything about killing intent. Maybe she doesn't care, or maybe the team doesn't have much to begin with, he mused, considering that Prince had done most of the killing anyway. Michael soon dismissed these thoughts as the supervisor led them into an underground space. The cool, controlled atmosphere reminded Michael of the Supers Association branch. "All right, let's get to business," the woman said, turning to face them with a calm but expectant expression. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 71 Mad Prophet. A/N. Power outage struck again, but I managed to complete this chapter. I'll need to get some petrol later. Lillian's earlier count of the black ape corpses had been slightly off, but not by much. The accurate total came to 346, a number slightly higher than what he had brought back from the Goblin world. However, there was a distinct difference between level 1 and level 2 cracks that worked in their favor. Level 1 cracks, like the Goblin world, regenerated monsters much faster compared to higher-level cracks such as the Ape region. Michael had learned from the Super Association receptionist that cracks like the Goblin world could be visited 3 to 4 times a day, depending on the day, with monsters respawning fairly quickly. In contrast, level 2 cracks like the Ape region rarely allowed for more than 2 entries per day. These cracks took significantly longer to regenerate, and the association ensured they recovered to a sufficient degree to sustain exploration, but not enough to risk a crack break. The old supervisor handled the sale of the corpses, while Mira took charge of the negotiations. As Michael watched the two women haggle, he couldn't help but sweat. He hadn't realized how much room there was for negotiation, and Myra's skill left him impressed. Initially, the old supervisor had offered $3,800 per corpse, a flat rate regardless of condition or strength. But Mira disagreed, arguing that the excellent condition of the corpses should factor into the price. After several minutes of back and forth, they eventually agreed on $4,350 per corpse. It would have been $4,400, but the old woman had refused to budge on Myra's exact demand. Regardless, Michael was more than satisfied with the result. The total profit from the sale was finalized at a staggering $1,500,000 plus. Michael couldn't remember ever seeing such an amount in either of his past life. As per their agreement, he gave Mira and Lillian their 20% share, which came out to a bit over $300,000. Each of them pocketed approximately $150,000, a sum that left them ecstatic. Michael, however, now had over $1 million in his account. While he knew the money wouldn't last long, most of it would soon be spent on strengthening himself. It didn't dampen his excitement. Staring at the many zeros in his account, Michael couldn't help but grin. The future held terrifying possibilities, and he couldn't wait to make them his reality. With his experience from the goblin world, Michael had been careful about managing his phone's battery. He kept it turned off most of the time and only powered it on when necessary, mainly to check the time spent in the level 2 crack. Even then, it was mostly Mira who used her phone to check for the team, following the same battery-saving method. Thanks to this, Michael was able to transfer money to Mira for her to divide between herself and Lillian. Ads by PubFuture. Fortunately, Aunt Mia had forced him to increase his bank limit after he turned 18. In this world, there was no such thing as a student bank account. 16-year-olds could have fully functioning accounts, albeit with lower limits. Despite the large sum of money now in his possession, Michael found out that what he wanted couldn't be purchased at the level 2 crack facility. Perhaps this was what the old supervisor meant when she said their resources weren't as advanced as those of the Supers Association. Though a bit disappointed, Michael wasn't too concerned. He simply needed to take a cab to the Supers Association to make his purchase. Besides, he had to head there anyway for his second appointment with a team to enter another crack at 4:30 p.m. It was close to 4 p.m. now, so after saying goodbye to Mira and Lillian, though Mira insisted he give them his contact information first, Michael left the level 2 crack facility and hailed a taxi to the Supers Association. Upon arriving, Michael immediately made his way to the trade center, where he spotted Brian. Seeing the familiar face, Michael felt a wave of relief. He wasn't sure he'd get the best out of his trade if someone else had been handling it. "Good evening, Teacher Brian," Michael greeted as he approached. As always, Brian gave only a curt nod in reply. "What do you need, boy?" Brian asked, his tone direct as usual. Familiar with Brian's no-nonsense demeanor, Michael quickly responded, "I want to buy some more source liquid." The moment Michael made his request, he noticed Brian's expression twist slightly, as if an unpleasant thought had crossed his mind. Michael wasn't wrong. Brian was recalling the hassle of fetching the liquid for him the previous day. "Is it a lot?" Brian asked suddenly, startling Michael, who had begun to worry that his purchase of high-quality source liquids might not go through. "Yes," Michael answered cautiously. "Great. Follow me then," Brian said abruptly, leaving no room for Michael to refuse. If anything, it seemed as though Brian had already decided that even if Michael didn't need much, his response would have been the same. Once again, Michael was led to the familiar corridor lined with doors. This time, however, he wasn't taken to a cold room or basement, but to a storage room filled with potion bottles and boxes. It didn't take long for Michael to understand what was happening. Despite Brian's cold demeanor, it seemed he was kinder than he appeared. It wasn't Brian's responsibility to cater to Michael's requests, nor did Michael have the power or authority to demand such things. Yet, knowing the specialty of Michael's abilities, Brian had gone out of his way to assist him again. Brian said little as usual and led Michael to a particular section of the storage room. "This is where we keep our stock of source liquid. Pick what you need. I'll tally it up and we'll settle at the counter." "Thank." "Be quick. I don't have much time." "Yes, sir." Michael immediately got to work. He specifically requested access to the section with source liquids effective for rank 2 cultivators. Here, he occasionally spotted 3-star quality bottles. Excited, he began selecting his future evolution points, all while Brian stood by, observing and calculating the total as Michael added each bottle to his selection. It was just as Michael suspected. Brian was operating in line with his unspoken assumptions. This was because Brian had started to form a good impression of him and had speculated a few things about Michael based on what he had seen these past few days. After about 20 minutes, Michael had picked as much source liquid as his money allowed. When they returned to the trade center counter, he settled his bill of $1,200,000, acquiring 173-star common rank source liquids. Michael was thrilled with the purchase. These 170 source liquids would provide him with 170 evolution points. Combined with his previous points, he would soon have over 200 evolution points. The thought filled him with excitement. With this many points, he could not only complete his rank advancement quest but even exceed its requirements. Perhaps, at the end of it all, he might even have enough to evolve Lucky again. The future seemed full of possibilities. However, Michael couldn't help but worry about the future. Source liquid was vital to his progress, but with the large purchase he had just made, it wasn't feasible to return to the trade center for more anytime soon. Bothering Brian too much might also come to bite him in the ass in the future too. Still, he consoled himself. With over 200 evolution points at his disposal, it was more than enough to significantly boost his strength for now. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right moment to use the source liquids. He still had appointments to attend. After thanking Brian, who responded in his usual curt manner, Michael headed to meet the association receptionist he was familiar with. As he approached her counter, he noticed she was surrounded by a group of middle-aged men. Michael didn't initially intend to eavesdrop on their conversation, but after hearing a few words, he realized something. This group of middle-aged men were his teammates for the upcoming crack expedition. Talent: infinite evolution. Evolution points: 38. Evolvable: Lucky Undead Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Insufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Prince Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 17. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV. 6. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Hobgoblin Goblin LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice, Max. Level: Max. XP: 2000 Max. Strength: 7.6. Agility: 13.6. Constitution: 9.2. Intelligence: 46.3. Attribute points: 19. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class skill: Contract slot, 18/20. Gift: Mark of Origin. Advancement quest: have 10 rank 1 Undead, progress, 2 out of 10. Necromancer class advancement route. Unranked: Necromancer Apprentice, level 1, 10. Rank 1. Adept Necromancer, level 11, 25. Rank 2. Rank 3. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 72 Decision. Michael was a little taken aback by the appearance of his teammates. It wasn't that there couldn't be strong old cultivators or awakeners. Old Man Lou, for example, looked pretty aged. But the aura emitted by these men was different. It was the kind of vibe you'd expect from a typical store owner. Ordinary. Even the receptionist had more presence than them. Then again, working for an organization like the Supers Association, she was probably not ordinary herself. These men might have become supernaturals at a mature age, Michael thought, but he didn't dwell on it. His thoughts were mostly passing observations. Realizing these were the people he was meant to meet, Michael moved closer to them. Fortunately, he didn't need to introduce himself, which would have made things awkward. The receptionist saw him immediately and addressed the group. "This is your teammate for today, Mr. Mill," the receptionist said, gesturing to a tall man with a slightly muscular build, carrying a huge bag on his back. Michael's first impression of Mr. Mill was weak. Ridiculously weak. As Michael's stats had grown, so had his perception, and looking at Mr. Mill now, he felt that even his level 5 self could overpower the man. Of course, it was just a thought. Him. Mr. Mill glanced at Michael with suspicion, his expression clearly disapproving. "Miss Grace, when you said you had a reliable teammate for us, I expected more. What do I need a new cultivator for? To die?" Even Michael, who was an experienced fighter, died. Ads by PubFuture. Michael's eye twitched. He wanted to retort but managed to hold himself back. It was obvious this man was referring to someone else who happened to share the same name as him, but it still made him feel uneasy. It felt like a bad omen. "Continue your saga on Empire." Still, from Mr. Mill's words, Michael learned the name of the receptionist, Grace. The one he always went to. She seemed quite popular. But what really caught his attention was the mention of death. Michael's expression darkened slightly. Someone had died. He'd always assumed such things were normal in this new reality. It was why he was cautious about hunting in the real world. But hearing it directly made his chest feel heavy. To be honest, as his powers grew, so did his confidence. Subconsciously, he'd started to dismiss the dangers of the cracks. Mr. Mill's words, however, served as a wake-up call. That didn't mean Michael planned to become cowardly or lose confidence in his powers. After all, what was the point of growing stronger if his mindset didn't improve? But just because he could level up like it was a game didn't mean this was one. This was the real world. And here, he could die for countless reasons. As for Mr. Mill's disdain, Michael didn't really care. Ads by PubFuture. With over 200 evolution points on him right now, losing out on the income from a level 1 crack, especially one he'd have to share with others, wasn't worth his time. The earnings he'd gotten from the level 2 crack in the Ape region had exceeded his expectations even before entering the crack. Of course, this was also thanks to Mira and Lillian. Even if he tried to take a similar approach with this team, the payout would likely be far lower. Worse, they might not be willing to share as Mira and Lillian had. That was understandable, given the smaller pot to split and the possible entitlement of people who might contribute nothing yet expect equal rewards. The thought immediately repulsed Michael. Before Grace could respond, Michael spoke up. "He's right, Miss Grace. It's better for him to go with people he's comfortable with." Michael felt a small sense of relief at finally learning the receptionist's name. He'd never asked, nor had she offered it, as their conversations always went straight to business. Besides, they'd only known each other for 3 or 4 days, not nearly enough time for the kind of familiarity Mr. Mill had just displayed. But Michael wasn't done. "Also, please cancel any schedule I have with the team tomorrow and apologize to them for me. Please try to apply for a solo crack entry in the next few days. I'll come by tomorrow to confirm." "Okay, Mr. Norman. Thank you." With that, Michael left. At the moment, he didn't need much money beyond what was required for his basic needs, which was why he still planned to enter cracks. Even though he had more funds now, it wasn't the right time to purchase Source Liquid from the association. As for going to the other Supers Association branch in Woodstone City, he doubted he'd get the same treatment Brian could provide. So making money wasn't urgent, but it was still needed. For now, he had everything he needed, evolution points and a few $100s to sustain himself. Michael saw no benefit in joining a team to enter cracks at this point. But that wasn't the only reason. With the evolution points he had now, Michael was finally confident enough to attack the gargoyle that had held him back in the land of origin. After so many days, he was ready to take the initiative. After saying what he needed to, Michael left the group of 4 and exited the association. The sun was already setting, and though Michael still felt the weight of the day's work, the anticipation bubbling inside him for what was to come gave him a surge of energy. Without wasting time, Michael headed back to the hotel where he was staying. On the way, he stopped by the mall to grab something for himself, and for his body back in the land of origin, to eat. /n. I added this to chapter 69, by the way. Also, the number Lillian quoted was the one she had placed in her location in the land of origin. Michael still had a few slightly damaged black ape corpses stored in his Mark of Origin 4 Undead Revival. He hadn't forgotten he needed 2 more undead to reach his max limit at level 10. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 73 A Pity. Watching Michael leave, Mr. Mill felt a twinge of unease. For a moment, he thought he might have made a mistake, but after considering it, he scoffed. Though he had become an official cultivator later in life and hadn't gained access to the mysterious forum rumored to exist, years of experience as a cultivator had taught him a few things. The boy's appearance clearly showed he was very young, and in a backward place like Woodstone City, where even ordinary people struggled to find enough resources to cultivate properly, that boy couldn't possibly be very strong. The fact that he was registered with the Supers Association only meant he had backing, likely from someone wealthy or influential. Without such support, a young cultivator wouldn't have been able to register so early. Sure, he might also be a genius, but so what? Anyone could be a genius, with enough resources. What Mr. Mill needed wasn't some inexperienced prodigy. He needed a strong and reliable teammate. Entering cracks was highly profitable. 1 month's earnings from a crack could match years of income from a normal job. The temptation was hard to resist, even with the constant risk of death. Just last week, his good friend and teammate of 2 years had died in the goblin world. They had been ambushed by 2 groups of goblins while already engaged in a fight. Encounters like that were common, but this time they hadn't been lucky enough to escape unscathed. The goblins' cunning tactics and crude weaponry had sealed his friend's fate. It was a harsh reminder of the risks, but also of the kind of strength and experience Mr. Mill needed in a teammate, not some untested young cultivator. Mr. Mill was about to dismiss the matter concerning Michael entirely when something clicked, and he turned to his friend. "Leo, you have a child in school, right?" "Yeah," Leo replied cautiously. Ads by Pub Future. When did they have their awakening ceremony? The moment Mr. Mill saw the expression on Leo's face, he and the 2 other middle-aged men beside him immediately understood what had happened. The boy being an awakener hadn't even crossed Mr. Mill's mind. He'd only heard about the awakening ceremonies in passing over the last few days. Preoccupied with his own life and still grieving his friend's death, he hadn't paid much attention to the news. Now, it seemed to have come back to bite him. Still, Mr. Mill reconsidered. Even if he's an awakener and they're said to grow stronger quickly, how strong could he possibly be after just a few days? With this reasoning, Mr. Mill convinced himself he hadn't made a mistake. Judging by the expressions on the other men's faces, they seemed to share his thought process. All this happened under Grace's subtle observation, and she shook her head silently, guessing what was going through their minds. It wasn't entirely their fault. Their severe lack of information about Awakeners played a major role. Though they called themselves cultivators, this group of men didn't even know the full ranks of the cultivation system. This ignorance was largely due to the Federation's deliberate manipulation of information. But lack of patience, poor judgment, and bad communication skills had cost them a potentially powerful ally. Just as Michael had suspected, the staff of the Supers Association weren't ordinary. Even as a receptionist, Grace herself was a mid-stage rank 3 cultivator. Yet, despite her power, she could no longer see through Michael as clearly as she had when he first came to register. Today, his aura felt even vaguer, more elusive. Ads by Pub Future. It was clear that he was growing stronger rapidly, and given what she knew about Awakeners, she wouldn't have been surprised if he already had a deal with her. Well, at least from what his mana levels suggested. And yet, this group of men had missed the chance to work with such a promising helper. Grace felt it was a pity and a waste. Still, as a professional, Grace didn't wear her thoughts and feelings on her sleeve, so the group of men didn't notice anything amiss. It didn't take long for Michael to return to his hotel room. Forcing down his excitement and anticipation, he headed straight to the bathroom to freshen up. Afterward, he changed into one of the new sets of clothes he had bought earlier that morning. They were meant for potential use after the dimensional crack, but he hadn't needed them after all. Once refreshed and dressed, Michael didn't immediately enter the land of origin. Instead, he brought out some bread and a drink he had purchased from the mall. Though he noticed his need for food had been gradually diminishing as his stats improved, Michael didn't want to forget the joy of tasting good food. Lately, his thoughts had been so preoccupied that he could see himself skipping meals entirely if he wasn't careful. Better to enjoy it now while he could. There was also the matter of his body in the land of origin, which was facing a similar situation. Aside from surviving on energy nutrition alone, Michael felt it was time to treat himself to something better tasting in that world too. He also considered the toll his taste buds would endure once he started consuming larger quantities of source liquid for his growth. "I just hope I don't end up vomiting it out. That would really be a waste." As he ate, Michael called up his status in his mind to review his personal progress and talent. Enjoy more content from Empire. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Necromancer Apprentice, Max. Level: Max. XP: 2000 Max. Strength: 7.6. Agility: 13.6. Constitution: 9.2. Intelligence, 46.3. Attribute points, 19. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 18/20. Gift, Mark of Origin. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 38. Evolvable. Lucky Undead Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Insufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Prince, Undead Verdant Wolf LV. 17. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Undead Forest Wolf LV. 6. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Hobgoblin Goblin LV. 5. Sufficient evolution points, can be evolved. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 74 Evolution points breaking 3 digits. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 38. 38, Michael muttered, staring at the accumulated evolution points displayed in his status window. In about an hour, after enduring yet another torturous session of drug intake, the number would finally break into 3 digits. He wondered if anything significant would happen once it reached that milestone. So far, he hadn't felt anything as the numbers increased, but he remained hopeful. More changes to his talent, assuming they were positive, meant more power, and Michael was eager to see just how far he could go. Once he finished his meal, Michael cleaned up and prepared to lie down on the bed, ready to connect his consciousness to the land of origin. Just as he was about to do so, his phone vibrated, notifying him of a new message. Michael grabbed the phone and glanced at the screen. When he saw it was from his aunt, a bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. In his focus on today's events, he had completely forgotten about his family. What a bastard, Michael muttered, throwing a small jab at himself. Opening the message, he found it to be short, yet it managed to leave black lines on his forehead. Aunt Mia, have you forgotten about us? You don't want to come home again? You don't like it here, do you? It's okay if you don't. Please take care of yourself. What kind of thoughts has she been having? Michael sighed, feeling a pang of guilt. He quickly began typing a response, carefully crafting his words. He tried to be as honest as he could, which wasn't much, but wrote in a way that would hopefully reassure her. Ads by PubFuture. Michael paused for a moment after sending the message, reflecting on his current state. His mental health seemed stable enough for a visit home, but it hadn't even crossed his mind. Explore more stories with Empire. He had been too focused on getting back to his hotel and diving into the land of origin. Though he could leave now, he didn't feel like it. He loved his family, but they weren't going anywhere. On the other hand, the thought of his evolution points steadily growing caused his heart to beat with excitement, something that home didn't quite manage to do at the moment. After sending a message on his phone, Michael noticed another notification, one he must have missed earlier. It had probably come in while he was in the bathroom. It was from an unknown number. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hi, it's Mira. Reply when you see this. Michael's finger hovered over the screen for a moment before he locked the phone. Well, I don't have to reply immediately. Putting the device aside, Michael decided to stop delaying. He lay down on his bed and connected his consciousness to the land of origin. The moment he arrived, the land of origin greeted him with its usual dim atmosphere. The sky was still bright, with no sign of evening approaching anytime soon. His undead were stationed nearby, but after giving them a quick glance, Michael redirected his focus. Taking a few deep breaths, he prepped himself mentally and physically. Ads by PubFuture. It was time to continue his love-hate relationship with the source liquids. Michael pulled out a bottle of source liquid from his mark of origin and downed it in one go. The taste was as awful as ever, and familiarity did nothing to make it more bearable. However, the notification that flashed across his vision immediately lifted his spirits. +2 evolution points. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 40. With renewed determination, Michael didn't stop. +1 evolution point. +1 evolution point. +2 evolution points. +1 evolution point. +1 evolution point. For the next 2 hours, Michael did nothing but consume source liquids, resting whenever the process became too overwhelming. He had tried to combat the terrible taste by snacking on something he'd prepared earlier, but the moment he retrieved it from his storage space, the smell alone made him nauseous. He gave up on the idea altogether. Unlike his original body, which seemed to gain power smoothly with minimal obstacles, this avatar bore the brunt of every advancement. Every improvement came with sacrifices, and it wasn't just physical. It chipped away at his sanity. Michael's mental state during this process was unsettling. His eyes held a hint of madness, born from his sheer determination to push through. Even when the taste of the source liquids made him gag, he continued, unwilling to quit. In the end, the torturous journey proved worth it. Talent, infinite evolution. Evolution points, 269. Every one of Michael's undead, including Lucky, was now ready to evolve. Although his talent didn't show any significant changes after his evolution points broke into 3 digits, Michael wasn't too disappointed. He had been monitoring his talent closely, and as expected, it took exactly 125 evolution points to elevate Lucky into an extraordinary rank undead. The thought of what Lucky would become filled Michael with anticipation. It would surely be far more powerful than the current version of his loyal undead. What Michael found remarkable was that, despite his undead's growing strength, they had never reached a point where they had to go all out. For this, Michael was grateful and hoped it would remain the same. However, considering the ruin he was exploring, a place where rank 2 monsters had once guarded doors in the past, Michael doubted the process of conquering it, even after centuries, would be easy. Still, he hoped all the delays would be worth it. Even if he didn't find any treasures valued by other Awakeners but instead unearthed bags of spirit crystals, to Michael, this would make the ruin the most rewarding one in his life. Granted, it was the only ruin he'd ever been in. While eager to evolve his undead, Michael decided to first attempt filling his open contract slots. At level 10 he had 2 of 20 slots open, with 8 black ape corpses prepared to try and fill them. Though the number of corpses was small, and there was a chance none would succeed, Michael was somewhat confident. To achieve the 18 undead he currently had, he'd used Undead Revival on nearly 100 corpses. Since then, his mana manipulation, experience, and understanding of the skill had all improved significantly. The steady increase in his skill proficiency was proof of this progress. However, Michael was far less confident about undead summoning compared to Undead Revival. The former was simply a lost cause for now. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 75 Evolution Points, Show Me Your Limit. In the end, Michael was fortunate to fill all his contract slots with just 5 black apes. The remaining 3 corpses could still be used for Undead Revival. Read new chapters at Empire. Michael decided that after advancing in rank, he'd attempt to use them as materials to create undead. Additionally, he planned to sell the goblin corpses he had stored in his Mark of Origin, those that had failed to revive as undead and could no longer be used for crafting new undead, at the association tomorrow when he checked if the receptionist had managed to secure him a crack entry. Now, Michael had a plan. Initially, after filling his contract slots, he intended to begin evolving his undead, but then he remembered something important. The higher the rank of the undead, the more likely it was for the undead summoning skill to fail. If Michael decided to evolve all his undead to rare rank, which should advance them to rank 1, that would make using undead summonings much harder. Perhaps he could also attempt it once he reached rank 1, and with all his undead and him at the same level, it might not be such a big issue. But it felt like a waste not to at least try now. I have 20 undead now, but only a few can be summoned and dismissed in the netherworld. Michael could summon a total of 7 undead, meaning he only had to use the skill on 13 of them. Aside from the 2 black apes, the rest of his undead were weak. After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. I'll try 3 times for each undead. If I still can't succeed, I'll have to postpone it until after I advance. Anyway, I need to spend all my attribute points so my stats can be boosted when I rank up. Even the unimportant stats would receive at least a 29% boost, so the higher the stats before advancing, the stronger they would be afterward, with varying differences depending on the individual awakened. Holding on to attribute points wasn't a smart move in this system. With that in mind, Michael called out his status to begin distributing his points. Strength, 7.6. Agility, 13.6. Adds by PubFuture. Constitution, 9.2. Intelligence, 46.3. Attribute points, 19. Michael was now much stronger in many ways than when he first awakened, and he'd only continue to do so. Unlike when increasing the intelligence stat was nothing but a waste a few days ago, Michael felt no problem increasing them now, which could be seen by how far agility, his second most important stat, was far away from intelligence, unlike how the former stat looked like it would overtake the latter. 19 attribute points. How do I distribute this? Michael thought. Intelligence was surely going to receive the most hit. His other attributes shouldn't be too far behind, lest he gets humbled by a physical class with one punch. After contemplating for a few seconds, Michael finally decided on the distribution. Strength, 10.6 3 carat. Agility, 15.6 2 carat. Constitution, 10.2 1 carat. Intelligence, 59.3 13 carat. Attribute points, 0. Michael's stats already looked impressive, and they would only improve after evolving his undead to rank 1. By then his intelligence stat would surely surpass 60 points, potentially granting him another skill. Perhaps after advancing in rank, his intelligence could even reach 100 points. A truly monumental number, 100 times the average human's. For now, Michael didn't have any offensive spells and only used his mana for a few things. However, once he did acquire such spells, his terrifying mana pool would begin to show its full potential. After distributing his attribute points, Michael prepared to start using undead summoning. Even though it was getting dark, he didn't plan to leave the land of origin just yet. He was prepared to stay a while longer and had come prepared with 3 large lamps purchased from the mall. Michael had stored them in his mark of origin in a discreet alley, to avoid any unnecessary attention at the hotel he was staying in. Michael placed the lamps around him, adjusting their brightness until the area was just bright enough to dissolve the surrounding darkness. Once the setup was complete, he began using his skill on his undead. 2 hours passed. Out of his 20 undead, Michael successfully enabled 12 to be summoned and dismissed into the netherworld, leaving 8 on which the skill had failed after 3 attempts. Some of these failures weren't even the first time he tried. Still, Michael was satisfied with the overall result. Using undead summoning over 30 times in quick succession had left him slightly drained. Fortunately, his increased intelligence stat prevented him from developing a splitting headache, though even if he had one, it wouldn't have deterred him. There was still work to be done. But because it was finally time to mass evolve his undead. Not only that, it was also time to advance in rank. Evolution points. Show me your limit. Michael's first target wasn't the female hobgoblin or the black ape that undead summonings had worked on, but one of his earliest undead, the third forest wolf he'd brought alongside Lucky and Prince. Your common undead forest wolf has evolved to rare undead verdant wolf. Your undead verdant wolf has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead verdant wolf has gained the skill, plant control. You have received feedback from your undead verdant wolf's rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased significantly. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Necromancer class advancement route. Unranked. Necromancer Apprentice, level 1, 10. Rank 1. Adept Necromancer, level 11, 25. Rank 2. Rank 3. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species. Goblin. Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster. Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star monster. #####. /n. How strong do y'all think Michael would become after using his evolution points? Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 76 Orc. Michael felt a familiar surge of power course through his body as his stats increased once again. However, the change felt a little less defined compared to the previous times with Lucky and Prince. The newly evolved Verdant Wolf also radiated a strong presence, but to Michael, who was already accustomed to such auras, it felt more like a stormy breeze than an overwhelming force. Curious, he turned to check his stats. Strength, 11.8, 1.2 carat. Agility, 16.9, 1.3 carat. Constitution, 11.2, 1 carat. Intelligence, 60.8, 1.5 carat. Attribute points, 0. Noticing how minimal the feedback from his undead advancing in rank was becoming, Michael realized that after one more advancement, his stat increases might start appearing in decimals. However, even that was still progress. Most necromancers likely didn't enjoy similar growth. Not everyone was capable of having rare rank undead below rank 1 at the unranked stage, let alone benefiting from them. As Michael grew stronger, he became increasingly aware of the terrifying potential his talent held. This realization only reinforced his decision to keep its specifics to himself. The additional benefits of his talent ensured that, even as a necromancer, Michael would continue to grow stronger physically, something that wasn't common for his class. It was a widely accepted fact that the stronger a necromancer became, the weaker the feedback from their undead would be. However, Michael's case defied this norm. His undead consistently stayed stronger than him, with high ranks, allowing him to remain a relatively low-level necromancer while receiving immense feedback from high-rank undead like extraordinary and even epic-rank undead. And this wasn't a one-time occurrence, it happened repeatedly. Other necromancers with similar-ranked undead likely acquired them much later, when they were already strong. Adds by PubFuture. The most impressive part was that Michael could still allocate attribute points on top of his upgraded stats, further compounding his strength. At the current pace, with more of his undead advancing to high ranks, Michael speculated that before he even reached rank 2, half of his undead might already be extraordinary ranked creatures at rank 2. By then, his physical stats might not be that far behind those of a physical class awakener. If an undead became an extraordinary rank creature and advanced to rank 2, granting him at least 4 stat points overall, Michael calculated that even if the increases diminished with more undead evolving, the 10th undead might still provide slightly over 1 stat point. With 10 extraordinary rank 2 undead, Michael could gain at least 20 stat points. Adding that to his current stats that'll increase after advancing in rank, it was difficult to determine if Michael would fall short compared to general class physical-based classes. While he might not measure up to rare class physical classes yet, the future remained uncertain. Michael didn't think he was overestimating the potential stat feedback from extraordinary rank creatures. If a 1-star rare rank could provide such gains, it stood to reason that a 1-star extraordinary rank, a tier above, would yield even more. After waiting a few seconds following his latest stat increase, Michael realized there was no notification about gaining a new skill. Sighing in disappointment, he gave up the hope for now. Having accumulated 20 intelligence stat points 3 times, yet only gaining 1 skill across those 3 instances, Michael wasn't sure whether he was lucky or not. Advancement Quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 3 out of 10. A small smile crept onto Michael's face as he glanced at the quest's progress. He stretched lightly before turning his attention to his next target for evolution. A hobgoblin. To be honest, Michael was quite expectant about this undead. From the way they evolved and became more human-like, Michael had his suspicions, especially about Lily, his female hobgoblin undead. However, for now, she wasn't first in line. Since the newly evolved Verdant Wolf could be sent to the Netherworld, Michael dismissed it and summoned Beginning, the first goblin he had ever evolved. Adds by PubFuture. Without wasting any time, Michael immediately chose to evolve it. This time, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. This was going to be his first goblin at rare rank. Undead Hobgoblin LV. 6. Rank, Common. Evolve to rare for 5 evolution points. Yes. The familiar blinding light began to radiate from Beginning's body. Through the glow, Michael could vaguely make out Beginning's frame growing significantly larger, his silhouette expanding until he was taller than Michael and appeared far more muscular. One had to remember that Michael stood at 5 feet 9 inches, so for Beginning to now be taller than him, he had to be at least 6 feet. From the way he towered over Michael, his height was easily estimated at 6 feet 5 inches. That was a giant now. It was unimaginable to think he had once been a goblin. A few seconds later, as Beginning's screams subsided, his new form was revealed, accompanied by several notifications. Beginning's skin remained a grayish-green, but his once grotesque face now looked slightly more presentable. It was rough and menacing, giving him an intimidating appearance rather than being outright unsightly. His body was massive, resembling that of a bodybuilder, with bulging muscles and an imposing frame. It also had hair now. They were gray in color. "Its race has changed again," Michael muttered, staring in awe at the hulking figure before him. "Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc. Your undead orc has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc has gained the skill, Berserk. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased significantly. Your agility stat has increased. Your constitution stat has increased significantly. Your intelligence stat has increased moderately. Strength, 12.3, 1.5 carat. Agility, 17.9, 1.0 carat. Continue reading on Empire. Constitution, 13.2, 2 carat. Intelligence, 61.7, 0.9 carat. Attribute points, 0. From the way his stats had increased, Michael could easily deduce what his new undead, or rather what orcs, specialized in. For one, their strength was remarkable. Even with how powerful he already was, his strength stat had still risen by 1.5 points, a significant boost at his level. Next was Constitution. The increase was even more astounding, a full 2 points. This race was clearly built like cockroaches, tough and hard to kill. Michael couldn't help but be impressed. He didn't think orcs were better than verdant wolves, but it was clear that the wolves were more balanced overall, while orcs excelled in raw strength and durability. However, there was something wrong about this undead. It had a reproductive organ. The moment Michael noticed it, he dismissed the creature back to the netherworld without hesitation. That thing intimidated him far more than the undead's initial appearance ever had. "I thought creatures from the cracks didn't have reproductive organs?" Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 77 Unexpected Evolution. Monsters birthed in cracks lacked reproductive organs, so they couldn't reproduce. The reason was simple. Their existence was solely for destruction. This made sense given their origin from negative emotions. Born of negative energy, they grew by consuming it. Once strong enough, they used the energy and the strength of their fellow monsters to break out of the crack, causing a crack break and preying on creatures outside. That was their entire purpose. Nothing about them required reproduction. So why not? Did my talent fix them during evolution? Michael couldn't help but suspect. But if that were the case, why didn't Beginning show any signs of this when it evolved into a 3-star creature? Did the change only happen during a major evolution stage, like increasing in rank rather than stars? Michael felt this might be the case but decided to confirm it. Spending a small amount of mana, he summoned Prince. Without a word or even a greeting, not that it was necessary, Michael casually raised one of the verdant wolf's back legs. And there it was. A reproductive organ. Michael quickly lowered Prince's leg, dismissing the bewildered wolf as he fell into deep thought. Undead can't give birth. This was a known fact. Ads by PubFuture. So the question wasn't why his undead had reproductive organs, but rather how they now possessed them when they hadn't before, especially since they were created from crack monsters, creatures that never had such features to begin with. All his suspicions pointed to one thing: his talent. This realization also brought something else to light. After every evolution, his undead always appeared clean. If not for their hollow eyes and the eerie energy they radiated, one wouldn't even know they were undead. There were no signs of injuries, scars, or damage on their bodies. This sparked another thought. If I were to contract a monster with an incomplete body one day, maybe a one-armed goblin, would it recover after evolution? Michael felt a thrill of excitement at the idea. Typically, to create an effective undead, the corpse needed to be relatively intact. A severely damaged corpse, such as one missing a leg or other critical parts, was often deemed useless or only partially useful by most necromancers. In such cases, the corpse would either be discarded or repurposed, particularly if it possessed other redeeming features. But if his talent truly perfected an undead's body during evolution, then even a dismembered head could potentially grow an entirely new body, provided he had enough evolution points. This thought sent a shiver through him. If this were true, his talent wasn't just extraordinary, it was revolutionary. Is this even a talent? Michael murmured, his excitement giving way to awe. There was no way for Michael to know for certain, as the forum denied him access to such advanced information. As always, he could only take things step by step. However, if his assumption was correct and his talent could regenerate body parts to improve a corpse's condition, it meant he now had far more options when it came to materials for creating undead. Ads by PubFuture. Yet, there had to be a price for everything. Perhaps the evolution points required would double, or there might be another cost he hadn't considered. As for testing this theory with one of his current unevolved undead, Michael wasn't desperate enough for an answer to take that risk just yet. He could always experiment after advancing further and gaining more contract slots. My talent is truly amazing. There's still so much to understand about it. Despite its usefulness, Michael hadn't lost sight of his main focus. From the start, he'd suspected that his talent might not be exclusively tied to undead. Surely, there had to be a way to use it on other things. His talent only became active after filling a contract slot, and the key to filling a slot was the connection of souls. With each new connection to his soul, not only did his talent activate, but his daily evolution points also increased. Perhaps, if he could extend this soul connection to other beings, like beasts as beast tamers did, he could evolve a living creature rather than just undead. After all, if others could create undead-like creatures without being necromancers, why shouldn't he be able to tame beasts? However, the method for connecting his soul to a living beast was entirely out of Michael's reach for now. Perhaps the Academy would offer some guidance in this area, especially since they seem to possess knowledge about rituals. 3 months. Soon, I'll finally be able to explore the land of origin properly. I hope it surprises me. Suppressing his thoughts, Michael redirected his focus to the task at hand. With a thought, Michael summoned Lily, the female hobgoblin, from the netherworld. Subconsciously, his eyes trailed over her body, but don't misunderstand, it wasn't for anything questionable. Michael was purely observing her physical condition. She currently looks like a teenage girl, but considering how beginning grew, those things, would she grow as well? He already knew the answer to that, but thinking about it still made him feel like a pervert. Seems like not only does the master need clothes, but even his undead do as well. Considering Beginning's body is so large, using his fists would be a waste. I'll probably need to get him a weapon, and clothes, most importantly. Michael sighed, trying to focus on practicalities instead of awkward thoughts. He planned it out in his head, though part of him wished he could just go blind for convenience's sake. Aside from the forest wolves, whose organs were neatly concealed underneath their bodies, his other undead were all humanoid. That fact was becoming increasingly troublesome. While feeling mildly disturbed by the situation, Michael resolved to evolve Lily. As he confirmed the evolution, he took a quick glance at his quest progress, trying to distract himself from his spiraling thoughts. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 4 out of 10. Read the latest on Empire. Just 6 more, and I'll be able to advance. But I'm aiming for more. I wonder what you can offer me, Michael muttered, his voice tinged with anticipation. His gaze remained fixed on Lily as her body began to shift and transform before him, the evolution process taking hold. Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc shaman. Your undead orc shaman has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc shaman has gained the skill, fire manipulation. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased moderately. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. Wait, what? Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 78 Special Quest. Strength, 13.2, 0.9 carat. Agility, 19.3, 1.4 carat. Constitution, 14.2, 1 carat. Intelligence, 63.2, 1.5 carat. Attribute points, 0. Michael even ignored the increase in his stats, something he was usually happy to see, as he focused entirely on the notifications he had just seen. Your common undead hobgoblin has evolved to rare orc shaman. Your undead orc shaman has advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your undead orc shaman has gained the skill, fire manipulation. You have received feedback from your undead orc rank advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased moderately. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased significantly. The race change was something Michael had expected. However, what he hadn't anticipated was a completely different evolutionary route. What happened? Is it because of the gender? Michael thought aloud as a realization struck him. It seemed plausible, but gender alone didn't feel like a sufficient reason for the divergence between beginning and Lily's evolutions. Instead, Michael suspected it might have more to do with their race. Both were still orcs, and shaman wasn't exactly a race. It seemed like a specialization. Perhaps male orcs leaned towards strength-based specializations, while females focused on magic. This explanation felt more logical to Michael. If gender indeed influenced evolutionary paths, then his talent might be somewhat sexist. Still, if it made him stronger, Michael didn't really mind his undead evolving based on gender differences. The potential advantage was increased versatility. Unfortunately, he couldn't immediately test his theory, as the only undead he had with both male and female examples were goblins. To confirm his suspicions, he'd need to observe another type of undead evolve in both genders to determine if the divergence was due to gender or the uniqueness of the race itself. Ads by PubFuture. As he mulled over this, Michael subconsciously turned to glance at Lily. His eyes lingered for a moment before he quickly looked away, feeling awkward. Just as he'd expected, she really did grow them. And not just grow them, she grew them huge. However, thanks to the quick peek just now, Michael could make out certain changes in her new appearance. For one, she was taller than him, though not as tall as beginning. She was probably around 6 feet, which was still plenty tall. Unlike beginning's bulky frame, Lily's figure was slender. If not for her white eyes and grayish-green skin, she could have passed for an elegant human woman. It seemed like the more male orcs evolved, the more intimidating they became, while female orcs grew more graceful and striking. Michael felt a headache coming on. Do I have to start buying female clothes now too? Wouldn't I look like a pervert shopping for underwear? He muttered. While undead had functioning bodies, it wasn't that kind of functionality. Still, skipping essentials like bras would just lead to awkward situations. Otherwise, Lily wouldn't need magic to defeat enemies. Her appearance alone could distract them, leaving beginning to smash their skulls in with his massive fists. You know, it's not that bad, Michael thought to himself, feeling a little despicable for a moment. Speaking of magic, he said aloud, trying to shift focus, this new skill of hers seems to symbolize her specialization. Michael turned his attention to Lily's newly acquired skill. Fire manipulation, basic mastery, proficiency, 7.5%. Fire manipulation allows the user to create, control, and shape flames. Current effects at current mastery. Conjures flames strong enough to burn flesh and ignite flammable materials. Range. Flames can be projected up to 3 meters. Burn damage. Causes continuous pain and damage for 5 seconds after contact. The skill's effect was amazing, but Michael felt it would be far more effective when paired with an attack skill rather than just throwing flames around randomly. I have a mage now. No, that's not quite right. But it's also not accurate to consider the wolves mages either, he muttered. Michael decided not to dwell on it too much. After learning what he needed to about Lily, he hurriedly sent her back to the netherworld. Summoning another undead goblin, Michael chose to evolve it immediately, all while taking a quick glance at his stats and quest progress. Strength, 13.2, 0.9 carat. Agility, 19.3, 1.4 carat. Constitution, 14.2, 1 carat. Intelligence, 63.2, 1.5 carat. Attribute points, 0. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 5 out of 10. And just like that, Michael continued evolving his undead one after the other until finally, another type of notification appeared. Your rank advancement quest has been completed. Do you wish to advance to Adept Necromancer now? Y/N. Michael didn't respond immediately. Instead, he pulled up his quest progress and upgraded stats to review them first. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 11 out of 10. Strength, 15.4. Agility, 21.4. Constitution, 16.4. Intelligence, 65.4. Attribute points, 0. Recalling the posts he had read, Michael ignored the option to advance for now and summoned another goblin to evolve. After waiting a moment, another panel appeared before him once the goblin advanced. Advancement quest, have 10 rank 1 undead, progress, 11 out of 10. Special circumstances have been observed regarding your rank advancement quest. You have exceeded the limit. Creating a one-time limit break quest based on the conditions met. Quest generated. Advancement quest, have 20 rank 1 undead, progress, 11/20. Time limit, 1 week. Reward, extra levels and other rewards depending on the overall situation surrounding the advanced undead. A wide smile spread across Michael's face, especially when he saw the reward section. The time limit was an afterthought. Explore hidden tales at Empire. Why waste a week completing something he could handle right now? Without much thought, Michael continued evolving his undead. His evolution points steadily decreased, while the space around him gradually filled with powerful auras as his storage space reached its limit and could no longer hold any more undead. Evolution routes. Forest Wolf. Forest Wolf, common rank, 1 to 3 stars. Verdant Wolf, rare rank, 1-star species. Redthorn Wolf, rare rank, 3-star species. Goblin. Goblin, common rank, 1-star monster. Hobgoblin, common rank, 3-star monster. Orc/Orc Shaman, rare rank, 1-star monster. Necromancer class advancement route. Unranked. Necromancer Apprentice, level 1, 10. Rank 1. Adept Necromancer, level 11, 25. Rank 2. Rank 3. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 79 Blue Ape. As time went on and as Michael evolved more of his undead, two things became increasingly apparent. First, the goblins could no longer remain in his storage space in large quantities after evolving into orcs. The sheer size of the orcs made it impractical. Eventually, Michael decided to let most of them stay outside, roaming freely. Only the orcs he could summon and dismiss into the netherworld stayed within the storage space. Second, Michael found himself surrounded by hulking men and women. Their body made it hard for him to meet their gazes. It reached the point where he had them stay far away from him, confined to one of the abandoned dormitory rooms nearby. This arrangement highlighted a glaring issue: clothing. Michael added, "Get the orcs decent clothing," to his growing list of priorities. Unfortunately, he was flat out broke and would have to wait until he could clear another crack to gather enough resources. Even if he had the money, sourcing liquids from the Supers Association wasn't feasible in the short term due to his recent large purchase. Brian might not be willing to make the same arrangement again, and approaching him with such an intention could strain their relationship. Let's not even talk about how suspicious it would seem for Michael to still need source liquids after buying 100 of them. These weren't drugs that could be consumed so quickly for just any reason. He could lie or tell the truth, but Michael preferred to do neither. Unless he found another source to acquire the liquids, he'd have to rely on his daily evolution points until he could make another large purchase. So, Michael shifted his focus to another investment, equipping the orcs with proper weapons. While not as impactful as evolving them further, arming the orcs would still provide a significant boost to their combat strength. The thought brought a smile to Michael's face. This was the type of necromancer he aspired to be. One whose undead were all usable. Finally, it would be time to give Lucky and Prince, his most senior undead, the respect they deserved. They were meant for serious situations, not the mundane tasks he often assigned them. Ads by PubFuture. However, the orc's clothing issue needed to be resolved first. For now he'd settle with normal ones which he could still afford dozens of. After evolving so many goblins, Michael arrived at the two last undead he had saved intentionally for last, the Black Ape. Undead Black Ape LV.11. Rank, Common. Undead Black Ape LV.12. Rank, Common. This was a new type of monster for Michael, and curiosity flickered in his eyes. He wondered what their evolution form would be at the 3-star common rank and 1-star rare rank. If the result was particularly interesting, he'd reserve some contract slots specifically for these apes. While Michael wasn't overly concerned about the specific types of monsters in his undead army, since all of them would become strong through his evolution points, he couldn't deny the appeal of diversity. Stay updated with Empire. This idea grew stronger in his mind after seeing his orc shamans. He started envisioning an undead for every role: flying, riding, offense, defense, and more. This was the true path of a horde necromancer, jack of all trades, and with his talent, master of all. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Michael made his choice. It was time to evolve the Black Apes. Michael discovered he could evolve multiple undead at once at his last evolution before these two, a slow realization on his part. Undead Black Ape LV.11. Rank, Common. Evolve to Common for 1 evolution point. Undead Black Ape LV.12. Rank, Common. Evolve to Common for 1 evolution point. Yes. The usual chorus of painful roars echoed in the space once more. Though Michael wasn't cruel to his undead and didn't see them as mere tools, especially since they were growing smarter and developing individual personalities that made them feel more alive, he couldn't help but feel numb to their screams during the evolution process. He had heard it too many times. But he couldn't stop. Nor did he think his undead would want him to stop after experiencing the benefits of a single evolution. Not all the orcs were sent to rooms distant from him. Some guarded the door to his room, while others roamed the corridors. This served 2 purposes. Based on his experience, Michael had learned that having his undead live or follow orders helped their intelligence awaken or grow gradually. Lucky, for instance, didn't feel smarter after emerging from the netherworld, but its behavior changed as though it were alive, and its intelligence grew when it spent time outside. Michael often wondered what the netherworld truly was. Was it merely a subspace like his storage space, stale? The same applied to Prince. After nearly an entire day hunting in the level 2-dimensional crack in the ape region, Prince's intelligence had visibly grown. The undead no longer needed Michael's direct commands to act. It simply knew what to do. This could be seen as either a pro or a con by others, but for Michael it was currently a positive development. Of course, a few hours outside weren't enough to cause significant growth. For now, his undead's intelligence remained stagnant at most when they spent too much time in the netherworld without activity. Anyway, with the growing intelligence of his undead, Michael had recently caught one sneaking a peek into the room while he was evolving another undead. With his connection with that undead, Michael had sensed something he never thought he'd feel from a dead being: envy. As Michael pondered these things, the transformation of the Black Apes finally ended. They still stood at about 3 meters tall, just slightly bulkier than before. Most of their body remained black, its changes subtle. It was clear. Only their star rating had increased. Without hesitation, Michael chose to evolve it again. Undead Black Ape LV.11. Rank, Common. Evolve to Rare for 5 evolution points. Undead Black Ape LV.12. Rank: Common. Evolve to Rare for 5 evolution points. Yes. And with that, Michael began waiting again, his heartbeat quickening with excitement and anticipation. This time, he wasn't eager to see if the Black Ape's race would change. He was waiting for what would come when they advanced to a rank 1 creature because, when that happened, they wouldn't be the only one to evolve. Michael would advance too. It was close. Very close. Your common Undead Black Ape has evolved to Rare Blue Ape X2. Your Undead Blue Ape has advanced to rank 1, level 11, X2. Your Undead Blue Ape has gained the skill, Berserk, X2. You have received feedback from your Undead Blue Ape rank advancement.LX2. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased. And that wasn't all. The notification Michael had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. Rank advancement quest has been completed. Rating: Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 80 Reward. Though this was his first time receiving and completing one, Michael knew the basics about quests. It was one of the first things he'd read about, as he hadn't expected his starting location to be in the middle of nowhere. There were 4 possible ratings for a quest. From lowest to highest: average, excellent, exceptional, and perfect. The rating determined the reward. According to the forums, most quests rewarded experience points, with a few giving direct level-ups. His special quest had mentioned extra levels, so Michael couldn't help but feel both anxious and excited. Michael didn't know what rating he'd receive, but he hoped it would be good enough to shave some time off his journey to becoming a rank 2 awakener. He had done his best. Now it was time to let fate decide. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long. And the results? The results made Michael tremble with excitement. Rank advancement quest. Type: special/time limited/limit break. Status: completed. Rating: perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. Michael exclaimed, his voice trembling. The panels didn't stop there. Another one appeared, this time carrying a detailed summary of the quest. Ads by PubFuture. Summary: Average rating quest. Objective: have 20 rank 1 undead in a week. Progress: 2020. Reward: 1 level up, plus 3 attribute point to all stats. Hidden: excellent rating quest. Objective: have 20 rank 1 undead in 5 days. Progress: 2020. Hidden requirement: 10 3-star common rank 1 undead. Reward: 2 level up, plus 3 attribute points to all stats. Hidden: exceptional rating quest. Objective: have 20 rank 1 undead in 3 days. Progress: 2020. Hidden requirement: 23-star common rank or 5 rare rank 1 undead. Reward: for level UPS, plus 5 attribute points to all stats, 1 random skill. Hidden: perfect rating quest. Objective: have 20 rank 1 undead in a day. Progress: 2020. Hidden requirement: 10 rare rank 1 undead. Reward: for level UPS, plus 8 attribute points to all stats, 3 random skills. The average rating quest was essentially the standard version of the quest Michael had received, while the higher ratings were hidden. After all, if Awakeners knew the requirements for higher ratings, wouldn't they just aim for that instead? That would defeat the entire purpose of striving to complete a quest to the best of their ability, which also included finding ways to extract as much value from it as possible. Ads by PubFuture. Even if someone completed a quest with a higher rating, like an excellent rating, they would only be able to see the requirements for that level. The requirements for ratings beyond what they achieved, such as perfect, would remain hidden. But this wasn't an issue for most Awakeners. Why would they want to know the requirements for a rating they didn't achieve and risk feeling regret? Also, not all quests even offered a perfect rating. Michael had seen an example of this on the forums. It was about a beginner-level quest many new Awakeners received if they happened to start near civilization, hunting game for local cooks. In this case, the target would be low-level monsters like rabbits. What kind of perfect rating could there be for hunting rabbits? By hunting 3-star rabbits? Putting aside whether there was even such a thing as a 3-star common rank rabbit, do you think the cook issuing the quest would care about the star rating? Or if you exceeded the required number, would they appreciate the extra effort? What worked for one quest didn't necessarily apply to another. Not all quests were like rank advancement quests, and even among those, not all were the same. Michael could consider himself lucky. Everything had aligned perfectly, and this particular quest suited him exceptionally well. For most necromancers, having even one rare rank undead at the unranked stage was already considered an achievement. Rare rank undead were leagues apart from common rank ones, able to dominate them even with significant level differences. For example, if a beginner necromancer tried to use Undead Revival on a level 11 rare rank monster, assuming they even encountered one at that stage, it would be akin to using the same skill on a level 16 3-star common rank monster. And while some Awakeners with combat-oriented abilities could match weaker common rank 1 monsters, a level 16 opponent was far too much for most. Even if another Necromancer could fulfill all the conditions for a perfect rating before receiving their rank advancement quest, they might not get the same quest as Michael. This highlighted how unique and tailored a special rank advancement quest could be, and how perfectly it suited Michael's talent. At least he didn't have to scour for monsters to individually elevate his undead to rank 1, search for undead capable of advancing a minimum of 2-star common rank, or hunt for rare rank monsters to fulfill his quest. Experience new tales on Empire. 4 level ups, 8 attribute points to all stats, and 3 random skills. Michael couldn't be any happier. The first reward alone brought him immense satisfaction. Advancing would make him a level 11 necromancer, and the 4 instant level ups would boost him to level 15. This significantly shortened the time required to push toward rank 2, a milestone Michael was far more concerned about. Then there were the attribute points. Gaining 8 attribute points in all 4 stats was equivalent to leveling up 4 times and heavily investing in a single stat. Combined with the previous 4 level ups, it felt like leveling up 8 times in total. On the surface, the 8 attribute points seemed like the better reward, but for Michael, the immediate level ups were more critical since he had a clear goal in mind. His choice might have been different had he awakened years ago, but now, with his circumstances, every moment mattered. Of course, what made it even better was that he didn't have to choose, he was receiving both rewards. And just like the previous 2, the third reward didn't lose out in value. 3 random skills. Though random, they represented an incredible opportunity for Michael to expand his arsenal, particularly with magical skills. He lacked proper means to defend himself directly, and this reward held the potential to change that. Unfortunately, all these rewards would only activate after advancing. The chilling night wind did little to calm Michael's bubbling excitement. After glancing at the quest summary, his eyes shifted to another panel that had appeared moments ago, following the quest summary. Do you wish to advance now? Michael didn't need to be asked twice. It was finally here. His first advancement. Michael forced himself to calm down as he summoned Lucky and Prince. It was said that an Awakener advancing through ranks was at their most vulnerable. Having Lucky and Prince, his 2 strongest summons, by his side gave him a sense of security. With his preparations complete, Michael took a deep breath. He was ready. Yes. Talent. Infinite evolution. Evolution points, 165. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 81. Advancing to rank 1. Advancing to rank 1 as an Awakener wasn't complicated. According to what Michael had read on the forum, advancing was akin to unlocking a power chain, allowing oneself to grow further. The more chains were unlocked, or rather, the more one advanced, the closer they came to becoming a higher being. A warm sensation coursed through Michael's body as he prepared to advance. He had seated himself in a lotus position, as recommended in the posts he had read. It was suggested either to sit or lie down during the advancement process since many things could happen during it. Michael had often wondered what those things could be, but now that he was experiencing it firsthand, he understood. The warm sensation grew hotter until it felt like his head was on the verge of bursting from the heat. Sweat began dripping from his body, but he couldn't even groan in protest. His body became sluggish, so sluggish that even his thoughts started to slow down. Panic welled up inside him as he tried to resist the overwhelming sensation, but it was futile. His body betrayed him, and he fell into a deep sleep. Lucky and Prince, who stood at opposite ends of the room flanking their master, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. They made no move to disturb him as he remained seated, his breathing steady despite his unconscious state. To them, there was nothing wrong with their master. If anything, their senses told them the opposite. Their master's aura was slowly growing stronger. Negative energy, the very essence that fueled their existence, seemed to gather around him in increasing amounts. The connection between master and summon deepened with every passing moment, becoming more tangible. To their simple minds, their master was perfectly fine. In fact, Prince's attention was more focused on the moss growing on the walls. Having watched his elder brother nibble at it several times before spitting it out, he assumed it must not taste very good despite its appealing appearance. Lucky, on the other hand, was seriously considering giving it another try. And so, the two undead stood in silence, contemplating moss and keeping their silent vigil while their master underwent his advancement. Ads by Pub Future. The hours passed quietly, with only the faint sound of Michael's rhythmic breathing to break the stillness. Ugh, what happened? Michael muttered as he stretched his body, feeling a strange but invigorating sensation. He felt different. Strength coursed through him, and his mind was unusually sharp, as if it were processing several thoughts simultaneously without effort. Yes, I finished my advancement quest and... His voice trailed off as he took in his surroundings. The room seemed brighter than before, the dim glow of dawn filtering through cracks and crevices. Startled, he stood up in a rush, only to launch himself upward with unexpected force, slamming his head into the ceiling above. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted from the impact, and Michael tumbled back down to the ground with a loud thud. Stay tuned with Empire. The noise startled Lucky and Prince, who had been vigilantly guarding him. Both rushed to his side. Yes, I advanced, Michael exclaimed, finally piecing together the situation. His excitement was palpable, though he didn't dare move again, wary of his newfound strength. The earlier mishap had proven how much his physical capabilities had increased, and fortunately, his tougher body had prevented him from being injured and feeling. I didn't know advancing could cause unconsciousness. Judging by the brightness of the surroundings, it was already morning. Michael realized a significant amount of time must have passed since he fell unconscious. However, any concern he had was quickly replaced by excitement and anticipation. Sure, he had been strong before, but his strength had always been under control. This lack of coordination could only mean one thing: a significant leap in his physical power. Ads by Pub Future. Ignoring Lucky and Prince, who stood protectively by his side, Michael turned his attention to the glowing panel before him. The notifications he had missed. You have advanced to rank 1, level 11. Your class has advanced to Adept Necromancer. Your soul has grown stronger. You have gained 10 extra contract slots. You have gained the skill Acid Shot. You have gained the skill Bone Spear. Your stats have significantly increased from your advancement. Your strength stat has increased. Your agility stat has increased. Your constitution stat has increased. Your intelligence stat has increased. Hee, Michael couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Advancing through ranks was a good feeling. If only it could happen every day. I got 2 new skills plus 10 extra contract slots. These extra contract slots meant they were not included in the 2 he'd unlock every level, making them a great addition. The skills must have come from the increase in stats, while another likely came from his class advancement. He'd need to check which was at intermediate mastery to confirm which was which. As for his stats, even without the panel telling him, Michael already knew. The dust clinging to his body was enough proof. However, though he was curious about how much his stats had increased, there were still more notifications to check, ones that excited Michael greatly. It was time for the special quest rewards. You have advanced to rank 1. Your reward is being distributed. Level up. You have leveled up to level 12. Level up. You have leveled up to level 13. Level up. You have leveled up to level 14. Level up. You have leveled up to level 15. All your stats have increased by 8 points. You have gained the skill, Slow Curse. You have gained the skill, Bone Armor. You have gained the skill, Corpse Explosion. Status updated. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 0/17, 718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20/40. Gift, Mark of Origin. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 82 New Skills. Better stats? He had them. More skills? He had those too. The land of origin felt like heaven for a moment as Michael struggled to contain his excitement. Looking at his updated stats, he was confident he could beat the hell out of his pre-advancement self. Of course, that was if his strength as a necromancer wasn't factored in. Also, Michael felt there was something much more about his rank advancement. Advancing to rank 1 had done more than just grant him better stats and new skills. It felt like something fundamental within him had changed. Perhaps because he was still relatively weak, Michael couldn't fully grasp the deeper transformations that had occurred, those that weren't explicitly reflected in his panel. But one thing he did notice. His senses had become sharper. His perception improves alongside his agility stat, but the enhancement now felt like more than just an increase in numbers. For one, he could now detect something in the air that had been imperceptible before. It clung to him, so close it felt almost intimate. Michael couldn't help but wonder if advancing a few more times might allow him to actually see mana. Was that even possible? He had no idea. Michael turned his attention back to his newly updated status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Adds by PubFuture. Level, 15. EXP, 0/17, 718. Strength, 30.4. Agility, 41.1. Constitution, 31.7. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20/40. Gift, Mark of Origin. The name of his class had changed. It wasn't that his class itself had changed, but rather his rank among those considered necromancers. Just like how, as a cultivator, you were only considered a supernatural being upon reaching rank 1. Even though you might already be twice as strong as an ordinary human before awakening your life seed. Awakeners followed a similar pattern. However, the latter was much more extreme. Even in the unranked stage, they wielded great power, but the current Michael was a prime example of the stark difference between ranks. Just the stats increase enough was overwhelming. From the beginning, stats weren't just simple arithmetic like 1 + 1 = 2, they were more like 1 + 1 = 3. The stronger one became, the more exaggerated the difference. Sometimes, 1 + 1 could even equal 10. Adds by PubFuture. Every increase in stats represented a qualitative change, both physically and magically. Michael, for instance, had 30 points in his strength stat, which made him 30 times stronger than the average man. Yet, despite his enhanced physical capabilities, he didn't appear to be a bulky hulk. His physique was more muscular and defined than before his awakening, but his body hadn't swollen unnaturally. This was because the increase in strength changed his internal structure. It transformed the properties of his blood and flesh, made his bones denser, and toughened his skin. On paper, it seemed like his power was only 30 times that of an average human, but in reality, It was much greater due to these internal enhancements. The same applied to his intelligence stat. Beyond the changes it may have brought to his brain, the improvements to his mana pool were not about sheer size or volume. Instead, his mana had undergone a transformation, becoming denser, purer, and more efficient. This was why Awakeners' skills often scaled naturally with their progression, rarely falling behind despite their mastery level. Purer and denser mana enhanced the potency and efficiency of their abilities. In contrast, cultivator mages had to actively study and create tiers of magic to wield stronger spells. A labor-intensive process that Awakeners could bypass entirely if they wished. This disparity often felt unfair to the cultivators, but it was the reality of their differing paths to power. Michael only took a glance at his stats, only pausing at his intelligence stat, and went to what interested him next on his panel. His skills. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Ignoring the skills he was already familiar with, Michael started checking out the new ones. Acid Shot, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.07%. Acid Shot allows the user to launch a corrosive projectile that melts through materials and deals continuous damage. Range can be launched up to 5 meters. Enjoy new tales from Empire. After reading the description of the skill, Michael's eyes twitched slightly. The skill reminded him of a particular type of monster he loathed: acid slimes. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Acid slimes were annoying creatures, and this skill seemed strikingly similar to the abilities they possessed. However, Michael was confident that his version would be far superior due to his strength. Still, it needed to be tested. Since this is at basic mastery, the next one should be the skill that likely came from advancing, he muttered to himself. And Michael was right. Bone Spear, Intermediate Mastery, Proficiency, 15.2%. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. Finally, an actual Necromancer attack skill. Michael exclaimed inwardly, a smile spreading across his face. Compared to Acid Shot, which he was still grateful to have, this one sounded far more effective. Even its mastery level was higher. But, as always, he'd need to test them all to gauge their true effectiveness. Still riding the wave of excitement, Michael turned his attention to the other skills he had received as rewards for his perfect quest rating. Slow Curse, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.5%. Slow Curse reduces the target's movement and reaction speed, weakening their ability to evade attacks. Decreases target speed by 20%. Duration lasts for 8 seconds. Bone Armor, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.3%. Bone armor forms a protective layer of bone over the user, absorbing damage from physical attacks. Corpse Explosion, Basic Mastery, Proficiency, 0.7%. Corpse Explosion detonates the remains of a defeated enemy, causing a devastating area attack. Explosion Radius, 4 meters. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 83 Extraordinary. All 3 skills were diverse and useful in their own ways. At least compared to Acid Shot, Michael felt no oddness or hesitation about them. His personal favorites were the Bone series skills, Bone Spear, and Bone Armor. One provided protection, while the other offered a long-range attack. They were perfect for someone like Michael, who wanted some action but didn't want to be the action. I'll have to test these skills out when I can, he muttered to himself. Though he could test them immediately, since they required mana, and he had plenty of that now, his current priority lay elsewhere. Controlling his strength. If the current him returned to the real world, destroying a building would be the least of his concerns. Killing someone by accident wasn't out of the realm of possibility. And then there's also that. Michael's eyes shifted to his talent section. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Evolution points, 165. It's still a lot. Though he had expected to retain some evolution points after upgrading all his undead to rare rank creatures, it was reassuring to confirm it. This should be enough to evolve both Lucky and Prince. Now that he had reached rank 1, he no longer feared his undead advancing to rank 2 ahead of him. Currently, Lucky was at level 18, with Prince just a level behind. Evolving them would undoubtedly boost their prowess, but to what extent was still a mystery. Ads by PubFuture. Either way, after their evolution, dealing with the gargoyle outside was more than possible. The thought filled Michael with excitement. Though it had only been a few days, he felt like he'd been living in a cage in the land of origin. Hopefully, today would be the day he finally left it behind. First, I need to get better control over my strength. If every move he made sent him crashing into walls and breaking his surroundings, he wouldn't need to worry about whether Lucky and Prince could defeat the gargoyle. Instead, his biggest concern would be accidentally delivering himself straight into the monster's jaws. Michael slowly turned himself to the ground and began a series of push-ups, deliberately moving at a snail's pace to avoid launching himself off the floor. Each repetition was measured, allowing him to acclimate to his newfound strength. After several minutes of finding a steady rhythm, he transitioned to other exercises, focusing on full-body control. Eventually, he brought out his spear, intending to hone his balance and control further. Training with the weapon would not only improve his coordination but also increase his proficiency in spearmanship. A/N. Forgot to include this skill in the status panel earlier. It's added now. My bad. 2 hours passed like this, and the once dim surroundings had brightened considerably. Michael's body dripped with sweat, but unlike before his awakening, he felt a renewed connection with his movements. His control over his body had returned. Oh, why was someone as strong as him still sweating? Well, even gods would perspire under enough pressure. Discover hidden tales at Empire. Hata. Michael panted, returning his almost broken spear to his storage space. He'd done his best to restrain his strength and avoid damaging the weapon, but it had been a losing battle. Ads by PubFuture. The spear, made from ordinary materials, had held up admirably but was clearly reaching its limit. No wonder it's advised that an Awakener should retreat after advancement, he muttered. If this is what being rank 1 feels like, then what about rank 2 Awakeners? And above that? How the hell do cultivators later manage to match them? Do they go through heavenly tribulations or something? Random thoughts flitted through Michael's mind as he cooled down. Once he steadied his breath, his gaze sharpened. Lucky! It was time. His undead companion appeared before him, tilting its head in puzzlement. Michael studied his strongest undead closely. It had only been a few days, but the bond they shared was undeniable. It hadn't yet developed into emotional attachment, but Lucky was a creature he could trust to guard his back. Michael wasn't naive. He might not have lived long on Earth or amassed much experience in life, but he wasn't foolish. On Earth, death could come in countless ways, so in a magical world, the dangers were surely magnified. Companions here had even more reasons to betray one another. But not his undead. They lived to serve him. These silly, loyal creatures were ones he could trust implicitly. Undead Redthorn Wolf LV. 18. Evolved to extraordinary for 125 evolution points. The familiar blinding light erupted once more, this time so intense that Michael had to keep his eyes tightly shut. Even so, his senses picked up on the changes happening around him. Lucky's aura became violent, surging with power as it grew stronger by the second. So did his size. That familiar feeling of oppressive strength washed over Michael again, but instead of fear, it brought him joy. His undead was definitely getting stronger. However, the situation took a turn when Michael sensed Lucky's body expanding so much that it began to press against the ceiling of the dorm room, which stood nearly 6 meters high. Dust and debris fell from above, creating a cloud of smoke that signaled the completion of Lucky's transformation. A few moments later, as the dust settled, Michael could finally get a clear view of his undead's new form. Lucky now towered at an imposing 5 meters, his massive frame radiating raw power and menace. His once green-tinted fur had transformed into a grayish, stone-like texture with subtle streaks of vibrant green running through it. The thick mane of thorned vines around his neck had grown even more fearsome, writhing as if alive, each thorn dripping with toxic sap. The vines now extended across his back and legs, forming a living, venomous cloak that moved with eerie fluidity. Lucky's claws had elongated, becoming razor-sharp and gleaming with a poisonous sheen. The first thought that crossed Michael's mind was, yeah, Lucky's a walking poison factory now. And the second? There's no way I'm ever riding you. He stared at the massive creature in awe, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. What a beast! Your rare undead redthorn wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead venomthorn ravager. Your undead venomthorn ravager plant-controlled skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager poisoned skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill viral growth. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill toxic resurgence. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 84. Another one. Your rare undead redthorn wolf has evolved to extraordinary undead venomthorn ravager. Your undead venomthorn ravager plant-controlled skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager poisoned skill has advanced to advanced mastery. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill viral growth. Your undead venomthorn ravager has gained the skill toxic resurgence. Advanced mastery. Michael wondered what kind of power it held. To be honest, a part of him felt like he was gaining strength too quickly as a necromancer. Aside from the gargoyle, there hadn't been anything else in the past few days capable of challenging him if he marked them as an opponent. But Michael loved this kind of progress. Though the ratio of effort to reward seemed skewed due to his talent, he believed he had worked hard for it too. And that wasn't entirely wrong. He was a drug addict now because of everything. While instructing his dangerous-looking undead to remain still, Michael pulled up Lucky's status panel. Venomthorn Ravager LV, 25, Max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 798,789/1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Ads by PubFuture. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery. Poison, Advanced Mastery. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. New. Master, Michael Norman. Just like its master, Lucky's status panel was beginning to look luxurious. Michael's eyes immediately went to Lucky's level. Seeing level 25 written in bold brought a grin to his face. The peak of rank 1, he muttered. This was Lucky's strength on paper, but Michael firmly believed his undead was stronger than most rank 2 monsters. Otherwise, the concept of ranks would be a joke. How strong exactly? Michael had no clue. Neither he nor his undead had been pushed far enough to go all out, leaving his sense of power levels somewhat distorted. What he did know, however, was simple. That gargoyle is so screwed. At this point, Michael wasn't worried about facing the gargoyle anymore. Instead, he began to wonder what challenges might await him after defeating it. Unfortunately, evolving Lucky hadn't pushed him to rank 2, but he was close. The gap between rank 1 and rank 2 was massive, and the sheer amount of experience points required made that clear. Thinking about how much grinding he'd need to do in the future to ascend to rank 2 almost ruined his mood. However, when his eyes shifted to Lucky's skill section, his excitement returned. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery. Poison, Advanced Mastery. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. New, Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. New. Lucky's 2 previous skills had directly advanced to advanced mastery, and 2 new skills had been unlocked. Ads by PubFuture. Michael didn't yet know how powerful these new or upgraded skills were, but their appearance alone brought him joy. After all, the more skills, the better, right? Without wasting time, Michael eagerly began inspecting each skill, starting with the new ones. He moved quickly, though, as there was still another undead he was eager to evolve, Prince, to test if his theory was correct. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. Proficiency, 0.5%. Viral Growth enables the summoning of venomous plants to serve as environmental hazards. Current effects at Basic Mastery. Your next read awaits at Empire. Summon Radius. Plants emerge within a 20-meter radius of the user. Spore effect. Summon plants release toxic spores into the air, dealing damage over time to enemies within range. Toxic resurgence. Basic mastery. Proficiency, 0.8%. Toxic resurgence activates when the user is injured, releasing venomous spores to harm enemies and enhance the user's regeneration. Current effects at basic mastery. Spore burst radius, 10 meters around the user. Regeneration boost. Regenerates minor wounds more quickly while the ability is active. Then the previous skills that advanced in mastery level. Poison, advanced mastery. Proficiency, 26.2%. At advanced mastery, poison becomes significantly more potent, enhancing both offensive and debilitating capabilities. Current effects at advanced mastery. Potency increase. Toxin deals moderate damage per second and heavily weakens the target's physical abilities, strength, agility, and mobility reduced by up to 30%, depending on the target's strength. Effect duration. Persists as long as the toxin is active. Potency increases over time as more poison accumulates in the target system. Fatal potential. Can outright kill weaker opponents or severely cripple stronger ones if left unchecked. Plant control. Advanced mastery. Proficiency, 42.5%. At advanced mastery, plant control evolves into a highly versatile ability, granting enhanced range, precision, and manipulation. Current effects at advanced mastery. Extended range. The ability's range increases to 300 meters, enabling control over plant life across a much larger area. Growth acceleration. Plants can grow to full maturity within seconds, allowing the user to summon massive vines, trees, or thorny barricades for combat or defense. Complex manipulation allows for intricate movements such as forming weapons, e.g., vine whips or spear-like branches, or creating traps, e.g., snaring enemies with roots. Life force drain. Certain controlled plants can drain the vitality of enemies, restoring a small portion of the user's mana or stamina with each successful attack. Lucky's skill set was becoming ridiculously strong. Michael could only mutter, as expected of an extraordinary rank creature. Looking at Lucky, Michael realized he didn't want to see another in the same rank anytime soon. The power that came from evolving Lucky made Michael crave more evolution points, though. However, his mind soon cleared. If evolving Lucky again required 5 times the previous amount, he would need 625 evolution points. With his current daily rate, it would take about a month to save up enough for Lucky's next evolution, not considering his other undead, especially not Prince. Though high combat prowess was tempting, having multiple strong undead was even more attractive to a necromancer like him, if not most if they could afford it. For now, there's no need to evolve Lucky, Michael decided. His experience points are close to advancing to rank 2, so we can accumulate them slowly. Michael's priority now was to strengthen his undead and increase his level. Of course, there was still another undead to evolve before the others could compete for a piece of the cake. With that in mind, Michael dismissed Lucky to the netherworld and summoned Prince, whom he had put away during the commotion of Lucky's evolution. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 85 Heading Out. Evolving Prince didn't cause as much commotion as Lucky, but the increase in power was still significant. I was right, Michael mused. Being stronger before evolution results in a stronger form afterward. However, it seems that's all it is, a stronger self, not a more advanced evolution. Michael smiled as he examined the transformed Prince. Gaining a deeper understanding of the rules surrounding his talents always brought him a sense of satisfaction. Undead Redthorn 25 max. Continue reading at Empire. Name, Prince. EXP, 235,789/1,021,752. Rank. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery. Poison, Basic Mastery. New. Master, Michael Norman. Prince's skill set was less impressive than Lucky's, but it was only a matter of time before he caught up. Of course, compared to Lucky's rapid ascension, Prince's progress would take longer since Michael planned to focus on his other undead as well. As Michael glanced at the poisoned skill on Prince's panel, an odd expression flickered across his face. It all began with this evolution. During the first and second evolutions, Michael had assumed that the entire evolution route for forest wolves would revolve around nature. Adds by PubFuture. And while it still did to some extent, it wasn't in the way he had initially expected. The once nature-bound forest wolves had now turned into poison sacs, and judging by the direction of their evolution, it was only going to become more extreme. Though the irony was amusing, Michael didn't mind having such undead in his arsenal. The only real concern was ensuring he didn't accidentally succumb to their poison himself. Now that all the undead requiring evolution were taken care of, Michael took one last look at his talent before heading out. It was finally time to see what the ruin and the land of origin had to offer. Talent, infinite evolution. Evolution points, 15. Michael tried not to feel disheartened as his evolution points dropped from 3 digits to 2. However, thinking about how much strength these points had brought him, he couldn't help but feel that all his sacrifices so far were worth it. In the end, he could always regain the points he spent. The real issue was his own impatience. Michael retraced his steps to the exit of the abandoned building, where the gargoyle he had encountered a few days ago awaited. Prince stood at the ready in front of him. The sky was brightly lit now, making it the perfect time to battle a strong monster while keeping an eye on his unfamiliar surroundings. For an inexperienced explorer like Michael, it was far better to venture out during the day than at night. As for why he was already thinking about exploring when he hadn't even dealt with the gargoyle yet, Michael considered his victory a given. Adds by PubFuture. He didn't believe Prince would struggle to handle the gargoyle in a one-on-one fight under normal circumstances. Not only was there a 4-level difference between them, but their ranks were also the same. There was no scenario where the gargoyle could punch above its level, even if its species was high-ranked among 3-star rare monsters. The only real annoyance might be breaking through its stony body. It did look extremely sturdy. After some time walking through the corridors, Michael finally came face to face with the monster that had hindered his progress in the land of origin for days. Well, not exactly face to face, it had its back turned to him, standing eerily still like a statue. If Michael didn't have detect, even he might have been deceived. Gargoyle of E20. An old gargoyle, weakened after years of neglect. Oh, it's even dropped a level? Michael thought, surprised. He recalled the words of a senior on the forum, who had mentioned that it took an incredibly long time for artificial creatures like gargoyles to degrade. According to the post, such creatures wouldn't even lose a level after 50 years. Based on this and how Michael had described the abandoned dorm, the senior had estimated this ruin to be at least 200 years old. That was plenty of time for valuable things to be destroyed. However, with his growing understanding of ruins from the forum, Michael knew one thing. The older the ruin, the more extraordinary any treasure within it would be if it was still intact and usable. Of course, finding something was another matter entirely, but if he did, it would be an absolute treasure. The thought of exploration and treasure hunting filled Michael with anticipation. He mentally commanded Prince to advance while stepping back and summoning his rank 1 undead, a verdant wolf, to guard him. Once ready, Michael gave the command to attack. Prince vanished in an instant. Despite moving faster than he had in the level 2 dimension crack at the ape region, there was no violent gust of wind accompanying his speed. This oddity barely registered with Michael, as his attention was quickly diverted. The moment Prince disappeared, a loud sound echoed, the clash of 2 heavy objects colliding, followed by another crash. Something had slammed into the ground. Michael quickly activated Share Senses on Prince to grasp what was happening. He had no chance of keeping up with a battle fought at such terrifying speeds with his own eyes. Luckily, Prince was within 100 meters, so the skill worked perfectly. Michael's vision shifted to the familiar black and white world of Share Senses. He saw that Prince standing a few meters away from the gargoyle, which had been sent crashing into the ground and created a shallow pit. Strangely, Prince didn't approach the downed creature. Michael didn't need to ask why. A short distance beyond the fallen gargoyle stood a tall, tower-like structure. But what made Michael's heart race wasn't the tower itself, it was the 2 massive statues guarding the entrance. Each statue stood about 4 meters tall and bore an uncanny resemblance to the gargoyle in the pit, with one glaring difference. They had wings. And those wings were spreading. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. Season's greetings from this author to all my readers. I'm truly grateful that we're approaching the end of the year together, and I hope we continue this journey into the new year and beyond. Thank you for reading, and thank you for being you. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 86 Battle. Through Prince's vision, Michael didn't need to activate Detect to recognize the danger in front of him. The two massive gargoyles looked like the bigger, stronger siblings of the one Prince had just ambushed. It was safe to assume they were much more powerful than the one that had just shrugged off Prince's attack. Michael's instincts kicked in immediately. Stretching out his hand, he activated Undead Summoning to call forth his strongest undead. The area near the exit of the abandoned dormitory was spacious, so there was no risk of Lucky being cramped upon summoning. A towering, hulking figure appeared, immediately scanning the surroundings. Though Lucky didn't know what he was up against, he could sense his master's urgency through their bond and prepared to act. "Lucky, go help Prince," Michael commanded sharply. Lucky didn't hesitate. With a burst of speed, he barreled toward the exit. The entrance itself was too narrow for his massive frame, so he tore through it, demolishing the structure as his bulk forced its way outside. Michael maintained share sense with Prince, observing the situation through his eyes. The two gargoyles had already taken to the skies, hovering about 7 meters above the ground. Their flapping wings created powerful gusts of wind that swirled violently. Michael didn't bother questioning how creatures made of stone could fly. This was a magical world where anything was possible. Prince, on the other hand, wasn't concerned at all. It wasn't out of indifference. His limited intelligence simply didn't allow for such thoughts. All Prince knew was that his master had ordered him to kill the smaller gargoyle, and now these two larger ones were interfering. That made them enemies. With a loud howl, Prince activated plant control. Thick, powerful vines erupted from the ground, growing rapidly and surging toward the two airborne gargoyles. As for the original gargoyle his master had ordered him to kill, Prince had momentarily shifted focus. Your journey continues at Empire. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but his limited intelligence only allowed him to focus on one task at a time. To Prince, the two new, stronger enemies were the immediate threat. His goal was clear. Destroy them first, then deal with the original target afterward. Just because Prince didn't know how to handle the situation and was acting on his limited intelligence didn't mean there wasn't someone who could do it for him. The moment Michael sent Lucky out, he immediately took control of Prince's actions. Though he didn't know exactly how powerful the two gargoyles were, the pressure radiating from them was undeniable. Even from where he stood, Michael could sense they were leagues above Prince. Something within the gargoyle seemed to be awakening. Even in Prince's black and white vision, the colors around them darkened ominously. Not wanting to lose his undead after so much investment, Michael acted quickly. Just as Prince summoned vines from the ground, the area erupted with thicker, larger vines that grew even faster. They shot toward the air, aiming to entangle their targets. Lucky had arrived. Prince's movements came to a halt mid-action as Michael asserted full control. The vines paused in the air for a brief moment before adjusting their trajectory. Everything was happening so fast, yet Michael felt his brain working overtime to keep up. While his eyes couldn't track the rapid movements of the monsters and his undead, his enhanced intelligence allowed his mind to calculate and adapt in real time. For the first time since his awakening, Michael felt like he was truly fighting as a necromancer, leveraging the speed and processing power that came with his improved intelligence stat. He issued 2 quick orders. One for Lucky to deal with the 2 flying gargoyles in the air and another for Prince to finish off the injured level 20 gargoyle before it could recover and complicate the battle. The undead sprang into action immediately. Prince's vines, which had initially targeted the air, redirected toward the grounded gargoyle. The creature's body was covered in cracks, but Michael noticed through Prince's vision that they were slowly mending. Is it regenerating? What kind of monster is this? Is that even stone? While Prince charged toward his designated target, Michael shifted his focus to Lucky. With his current mastery of the share senses skill, he could only link his vision to 2 undead at a time, but in this scenario, it was enough. Lucky's mastery of his abilities was far superior to Prince's. His vines were not only faster but also thicker, longer, and more durable. They moved like a living forest, chasing the 2 airborne gargoyles as they darted through the sky at incredible speed. Despite Lucky's overwhelming power, the flying gargoyles skillfully avoided the writhing mass of vines, weaving through the air like predators teasing their prey. The once clear sky was now filled with an intricate web of Lucky's vines, twisting and turning under his control. Michael was in awe. This was the true power of a creature that could contend with a rank 2 beast. The display was breathtaking, and for the first time, Michael fully understood the power of his undead. If a being like Lucky ever appeared on Earth, it would be no exaggeration to call it a god. For a while, the gargoyles did nothing but circle in the air, skillfully staying out of Lucky's range. However, through Lucky's eyes, Michael noticed the colors around the creatures darkening further. He didn't know what it signified, but it didn't feel like good news. Fortunately, Prince had managed to finish off the level 20 gargoyle. Michael quickly ordered him to move closer to Lucky and assist in any way possible. There was no time to check whatever notification panel had popped up or savor the satisfaction of overcoming a major obstacle. Just as Michael was starting to believe the airborne gargoyles wouldn't make an immediate move, they acted. In an instant, several magic circles of varying sizes appeared in the sky around the 2 gargoyles. The sight sent a shiver down Michael's spine. He didn't know what the circles were for, but he didn't need Lucky's enhanced senses to understand they weren't good news. Even from within the dorm, the overwhelming mana emanating from the magic circles was palpable. Is this why they didn't retaliate earlier? Michael clenched his fists, uncertainty gripping his mind. These creatures, seemingly made of stone, weren't mindless. They could think, strategize, and now, apparently, wield magic. He had no idea what concept governed their existence, but it was far beyond what he had anticipated. Acting quickly, Michael used his connection with the verdant wolf beside him, commanding it to create a dome of thick vines around them for protection. At the same time, he sent a mental order to his other undead within the building to brace themselves. Even though the magic circles were clearly aimed at Lucky and Prince, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. The moment Michael issued his command, the purpose of the magic circles became clear. Stone spears materialized within the circles and, without warning, shot toward Lucky and Prince at incredible speeds. Fortunately, Michael had already commanded Lucky to protect them, and a dome of thick vines surrounded the 2 undead. However, the spears came in overwhelming quantities to strike the dome from all angles, slowly chipping away at it. But it would take more than this to bring Lucky down. As sections of the dome weakened or broke apart, Lucky immediately replaced them with more vines, maintaining the barrier. For a while, this exchange repeated, stone spears breaking through, only for new vines to grow in their place. Inside the dome, Michael was surrounded by darkness, unable to see what was happening outside. The vibrations and tremors, however, were unmistakable. Just as he had suspected, his side had indeed been caught in the crossfire. The vibrations weren't just from the ongoing attacks but from the abandoned building collapsing around them. At least for now, they were safe. Neither Lucky nor Prince appeared to be in immediate danger. Then the vibrations stopped. Before issuing any further commands, Michael activated another one of his skills. Bone armor. Immediately, skeletal bone structures began forming around his body, wrapping him in a protective shell. The armor wasn't comprehensive, covering only key areas such as his head, chest, arms, and legs, but the sturdy bone plating gave him some reassurance. Satisfied with his protection, Michael turned his attention back to Lucky. "Clear the dome and remove the debris," he ordered. The verdant wolf responded immediately, vines pulling away to reveal the aftermath of the attack. Dust and rubble shifted and fell as the dome opened, the debris on top of it pushed aside. Michael reconnected his vision with Lucky, ready to assess the situation and give the next set of commands. Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 15. EXP: 0/17, 718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot, 20/40. Gift: Mark of Origin. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 87. The Plan. Though it was not the appropriate situation to be feeling happy, Michael was grateful he had not decided to take action when Lucky had become a 3-star rare rank undead and was at level 18. The Lucky of then would have had a tough battle against the level 20 gargoyle, but there was still a chance to win. After years of neglect, the gargoyle's prowess should be weaker than what its level even suggested. However, had Michael been impulsive back then because of his newly upgraded strength and went after the gargoyle, just to awaken these 2 strong gargoyles that were surprisingly very close by, he would have tasted his first death on the land of origin. Thankfully, he had waited long enough to significantly grow to a stage where he could contend with them. However, the current situation still wasn't looking good. A good monster was always one that was dead. With the dome released, Michael was now exposed to the scene outside. Lucky and Prince were still hidden with the vine dome Lucky had made, but seeing as several vines still sharply tried to get the gargoyle in the air when they attempted getting closer, it showed Lucky didn't need its eye to attack. Stay updated through Empire. Its vines could act as eyes for it. Though the sun was shining bright, the atmosphere around Michael was dim due to Lucky's vines that covered the sky. Ads by PubFuture. The site immediately brought a thought to Michael. It strangely seemed like a domain. To be honest, Lucky wasn't fully going all out since it didn't use its poison abilities. From Lucky's race name alone, it was obvious what its strong point was. However, Michael didn't have Lucky activate anything poison-related. For one, he was close by, and wasn't stupid to think that being Lucky's master made him immune to the poison it had. 2. The gargoyles were not flesh and blood monsters. Michael figured using such a skill was purely a waste of time. Also, those 2 had to be closer to Lucky for the skill to work, but it was obvious they weren't going to throw their advantage away. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. Michael thought hard about how to go about the situation when something caught his eyes. The tower. The tower those 2 gargoyles had been initially guarding caught Michael's attention. Ads by PubFuture. The site was quite impressive. It was huge and pitch black and reached an impressive height of 10 meters. It also seemed suspiciously sturdy for a building that should have been abandoned for centuries. Michael also noticed that the area around the building didn't seem to have been spared from Lucky's rampage with plant control. Michael was just about to take it as a coincidence when he found out that somehow it also seemed to be the only area around Lucky that didn't get bombarded with the stone spears from earlier. Michael noticed this and inspected a bit more. It's deliberate. Michael could see it clearly. They're protecting the tower. Michael figured. Their initial location had been guarding the entrance of the tower, so if it was a creature whose purpose was to guard the tower, it would make sense they wouldn't try to destroy it themselves. Them leaving the area of the tower might have much to do with not wanting to get caught in vines. The behavior brought an idea to Michael, and he mentally sent a command to Lucky. A moment later, Lucky suddenly released the dome around it and also withdrew the vines that scattered around in the sky, letting the sun above finally shine its grace better on the surroundings. However, the gargoyle didn't come closer on top of all this and continued flying in the sky. Michael had already expected this, so it wasn't surprising. I want to see if you'd still stay up there, Michael thought to himself. Of course, Lucky only withdrew his vines a little back to the ground and did not cover the sky like it did before. It didn't mean it dismissed the skill. While mentally commanding the undead verdant wolf beside him to guard him, Michael gave his command to his undead to act. If protecting the tower was their purpose, then Michael did not believe the gargoyles would watch as it got destroyed. But since he was trying to bait them into coming down, he had to make his intention to attack the tower very obvious rather than actually destroying it and turning these monsters berserk if they had that mode. The tower was a restriction on that part, And Michael figured that even if he couldn't defeat these monsters, he should have no problem leaving since the gargoyle won't follow him too far if guarding the tower was their purpose and first priority. Suddenly, Prince, who had been inactive for a while, activated his skill and spread out thick, long vines that hurtled towards the tower. It looked fast, but in the midst was unnecessary movement, or rather fancy ones that actually slowed the speed. However, this was enough. And as planned, just as Michael had guessed, the gargoyles were meant to defend the tower. The moment they saw Prince's target, they charged forward at him immediately in a blink. As this was something Michael had already anticipated, he had already given an order to Lucky, who had his vines spread out, that the moment the gargoyle came within range, he should use his vines to create a dome cage, trapping them all in it and battling it out. Of course, Michael wasn't going to throw away the lives, well, his undead, just for a chance to kill the gargoyle if the possibility wasn't big, and such possibility also had to be with his undead coming out safe and complete. If the plan succeeds and Lucky can trap them, Michael would connect their vision with his and plan based on the moment. Just as Lucky and Prince were making moves, Michael was also having the other undead in the bottom more ruined building move too. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 88 Battle over. Michael once again felt the inconvenience of not having all of his undead inside the netherworld, where he could summon and dismiss them at will. Right now, if he didn't want to accidentally lose one of them in the crossfire between Lucky, Prince, and the two flying gargoyles, it would be better if they weren't even outside in the first place. Even he wasn't safe outside, but he had no choice but to take everything head-on. Fortunately, the gargoyles' sights were never on him. However, this didn't mean that just because they didn't have their sight on him, they couldn't kill him. After all, those stone spears earlier seemed like magical rockets with the destruction they laid down. If one was to accidentally touch him, he knew he'd die. At that point, the only undead he'd be able to use were the ones he had in the netherworld, since he could just tug at their connection with the netherworld to summon them back to him, even if they were far away in another world. The mana would be something scary though. However, for the ones he couldn't summon into the netherworld before and died while reviving in another part of the Land of Origin, it was best to forget about them. The Land of Origin was very vast. Michael had seen a post on the forum once from someone who shared his experience of being best friends with another Awakener in the real world. Despite this, they didn't meet again in the Land of Origin until they both advanced to rank 3, 10 years later. For all Michael knew, if he died now, he could be 7 big continents distant away from here. If they were any ordinary undead, Michael wouldn't care much, but his undead just happened to be special. Regardless of whether his talent could always make more, just like how a rich man could make $10,000 a day didn't mean he'd feel normal throwing $5,000 away. Okay, maybe it was that Michael was selfish as he was greedy. But it certainly wouldn't feel great to die and, on top of that, lose access to his undead and be forced to break the soul contract he shared with them, while taking a backlash multiple times due to this as well. There was also the part that his daily points would reduce, and 10% of his stats, the current Michael was extremely unwilling to lose. Ads by PubFuture. All in all, he wasn't trying to die in this fight but win it, and if he couldn't, come back another day when he's stronger, which wouldn't take long. All these thoughts flashed through Michael's mind. Using the Share Senses skill, he saw what was happening in the dome in front of him through the eyes of Lucky and Prince. In the vine dome, the two gargoyles had little place to fly. Around them were numerous vines trying to entangle them. Also, the dome seemed to be getting smaller, further cornering them. They also tried to cast spells in haste, getting hit every single time they were interrupted by vines. Even if they successfully cast a skill, it did little damage to the vines in a place where there were more than enough. All this was Lucky acting against the gargoyle, with Prince occasionally harassing at the side. From what Michael could see, it seemed that if one could reduce the gargoyle's advantage of flight, they weren't so scary anymore. Of course, this was only possible because they held a weakness against the gargoyle. If the gargoyles had nothing to be concerned about except for attacking, Michael could foresee a long, drawn-out, difficult battle. Fortunately, it seemed things were finally going to his advantage. Moments passed like this, and the vine dome grew smaller and smaller until finally, Lucky was able to entangle the two gargoyles. They struggled hard, but was Michael going to let them go after so much effort? Tear them to pieces, Michael ordered in a cold tone, and Lucky obeyed without hesitation. Surrounded by vines, Lucky pulled and pulled until finally, like stones, the gargoyles were separated into pieces. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 39, winged gargoyle and gained 3654 EXP. Ads by PubFuture. Stay tuned with Empire. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 448 EXP. Your undead, Lucky, has killed a level 25, level 37, winged gargoyle and gained 3547 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, Lucky, and gained 389 EXP. Michael then went down to a notification he had ignored before. Your undead prince has killed a level 20, level 27, gargoyle and gained 2888 EXP. You've received feedback from your undead, prince, and gained 257 EXP. Knowing that experience points would only ever come from the dead, Michael's troubled heart was finally at ease. Mentally commanding Lucky to remove the dome, he turned to check both his and his undead's progress. Venom Thorn Ravager LV, 25, max. Name, Lucky. EXP, 805,990/1,021,752. Rank, Extraordinary. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery. Poison, Advanced Mastery. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Undead Redthorn LV, 25, max. Name, Prince. EXP, 238,677/1,021,752. Rank. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery. Poison, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. The experience points gained from killing the gargoyles were not insignificant. It brought Lucky and Prince closer to rank 2, especially the former. Right now, Lucky only needed about 200,000 more experience points to advance. Basically, about 100 more gargoyles and Lucky would be able to advance, Michael thought, shaking his head. Though it seemed difficult, at least Lucky was closer to ranking up than he was. Status. Name, Michael Norman. Class, Adept Necromancer. Level, 15. EXP, 1094/17,718. Strength, 30.42. Agility, 41.16. Constitution, 31.72. Intelligence, 110.1. Attribute points, 30. Skills, Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent, Infinite Evolution. Class Skill, Contract Slot, 20/40ths. Gift, Mark of Origin. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 89 Looting and Loots. Looking at how his experience points to level up had almost filled by 1/10, Michael deduced that, just as Lucky would require about 100 gargoyles to advance, he himself would likely level up alongside his undead's advancement based on the experience points feedback alone. Dismissing the panels in front of him, Michael hopped onto the back of the undead verdant wolf at his side and mentally commanded it to head toward Lucky's position, not sparing a single thought for how the undead beneath him might feel. Unnamed Undead, Frustrated Face. As Michael made his way toward Lucky and Prince's position near the remains of the gargoyle, rather than summoning them to come to him, he took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. With the undead having withdrawn their vines, his view of the land of origin was no longer obstructed. What greeted him was a desolate expanse of ruins, much of it newly devastated by his undead skills and the gargoyle's barrage of stone spears. Behind him lay the remnants of a wide building, something he had taken note of after spending so much time in the abandoned dormitory. However, as he scanned the area further, it became clear that only 2 structures still bore any semblance of their former glory. The now ruined dormitory behind him and the shiny black tower looming ahead. Every other building had long since collapsed, with their remains further reduced to rubble by the rampage of the undead wolves and the gargoyles. The ruins appeared to be situated within a forest, as beyond its crumbling premises lay a wide expanse of dense greenery. While Michael was curious about whether civilization lay beyond the forest, exploring it was far from his current priority. If he was going to investigate anything, it would be these ruins. You all should spread out and bring me anything that's not stone or sand. Don't break anything, and you there, gather the remains of those gargoyles, Michael commanded the 7 undead standing behind him. For the task of collecting the gargoyle remains, he assigned it to the humanoid undead with functional hands. He didn't trust Lucky or Prince with such a task. Adds by PubFuture. The ruins themselves seemed largely devoid of anything noteworthy, except for the shiny black tower in the distance. Even then, there was no guarantee that it would yield any rewards. The remains of the gargoyles, however, were a different matter entirely. Despite their stone-like appearance, Michael suspected their bodies contained special materials. Given the gargoyles' rank and strength, he was convinced their remains might be worth a significant amount. Michael had no concrete understanding of the power level of a rank 3 creature, but he estimated the gargoyles his undead had defeated were at least on par with that level of cultivation. His commands were also deliberately simple to avoid confusion. If he had told the undead to bring back anything valuable, it would have depended entirely on their limited understanding of value. One might think a random stone was precious and present it proudly. Still, Michael didn't harbor much hope. The ruins looked desolate, and even if there were valuable items hidden within, his basic undead would likely overlook them. In the end, this was just the first round of screening. If nothing else, it served the secondary purpose of cleaning up the space and making the search later easier. It wasn't until the remains of all the gargoyles were brought together and placed in front of Michael that he used detect on them. Gargoyle LV20. This was the one that had blocked his entrance for days. Finally, after the battle, Michael felt the satisfaction of overcoming such an obstacle. It would have been easier had it not been for the 2 additional gargoyles, but fortunately, everything had ended well. Adds by PubFuture. Next, Michael checked the 2 other gargoyles he was curious about. Winged Gargoyle LV, 25. Winged Gargoyle LV, 25. Just 3-star rare creatures? Michael muttered, a bit surprised. He had suspected that having wings might imply a higher rank, possibly the same as Lucky's, but that wasn't the case. In fact, they were at the same level as the wingless gargoyle. Michael wasn't shocked by the revelation. He already knew that even within the same rank, there could be variations. A normal slime was a 1-star common rank, just like a goblin, but the goblin is generally more versatile in many aspects. If they were extraordinary ranked creatures, even if Lucky's race happened to be ranked higher, it would have been a 2 versus 1 fight with a very high chance of losing, Michael mused. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. Unfortunately, the gargoyles dropped no loot like spirit crystals or anything. Is it because they were artificially made? Michael wondered, uncertain, but feeling that might be the reason. Regardless, it wasn't like he hadn't gained something of value from the gargoyles. After dismantling the bodies and using detect on each part individually, Michael discovered the following loot. Find more chapters on Empire. Obsidian Forge Alloy. A blend of dark metals and obsidian-like minerals, offering a stone-like texture combined with flexibility and high durability. Commonly used for constructing durable constructs or golems. Shard. A lightweight yet durable fragment with blue-green veins, often used to craft mana-conductive tools. Feather plate. Flexible, metallic plates as light as feathers, ideal for creating aerodynamic constructs. Porestone. Dense, black material prized for its ability to store and stabilize mana. Crystal sphere. A smooth, patterned stone utilized in crafting energy detectors and amplifiers. Thurstone. A pale, translucent stone with anti-gravitational properties, frequently used in levitation devices. Runecore. An irregular core marked by glowing runes, functioning as a power source for advanced machinery. Somehow, reading the description of everything felt like looking at a technological invention. Seems like the gargoyle is referred to as a golem? This made Michael recall Mira and her class, Alchemist. With his knowledge of fantasy from Earth, this felt like a magical scientist version, but he could be wrong. However, if he was right, Michael briefly wondered if Mira could one day create something like this. If she can, then Alchemist is probably a strong, rare class, assuming it's even a rare class. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 90. A sudden idea. Looking at the nature of his loot, Michael wore a thoughtful expression. His gaze shifted to the towering black structure in the distance. Was this place some sort of research site in the past? The intricate design and functionality of the gargoyle's internal mechanisms amazed him. Even after years of abandonment, it still functioned, albeit at a diminished rank. This alone was a testament to the skill and ingenuity of its creators. However, the strength of the gargoyle also gave him pause. The ruins had clearly been abandoned for many years, yet the signs of decay were natural, not the aftermath of a violent conflict. So, where did all the people who once lived here go? Michael frowned, considering the possibilities. Did they evacuate, taking everything valuable with them? However, what could make people with such resources evacuate? Michael wasn't the best at analyzing such things, and after some fruitless speculation, he gave up. Whatever happened here is long in the past. The place is abandoned now, but I should still be cautious. Who knows what kind of inventions might still remain? Michael's expectations weren't high. This wasn't a place destroyed suddenly, but one that seemed systematically evacuated. Anything of real value would have been taken long ago, and whatever wasn't would have likely deteriorated into dust by now. Ads by PubFuture. Still, he clung to the hope of finding something worthwhile to sell and make some money. Unbeknownst to Michael, his sense of value was slowly being warped. Compared to the evolution points his talent provided, everything else seemed trivial. Where others might feel disappointed at the likely lack of treasure, Michael simply shrugged and continued with the flow, focusing on potential sales. Read new chapters at Empire. With such a skewed mindset, only time would tell what Michael might consider valuable. Michael stopped dwelling on the possible history of the ruins and stored all the remains of the gargoyles in his storage space. It's a pity they're non-flesh monsters, so I can't use undead revival on them, he muttered. The thought frustrated him. After witnessing the gargoyle's prowess and flight capabilities, his wish to add a flying undead to his arsenal increased. Unfortunately, it seemed that wish would not be easily fulfilled. If only I could evolve normal animals like eagles. Michael abruptly paused, his expression shifting as he clenched his teeth. Did I seriously only think of this now? As long as it was a living creature with flesh, it could be turned into an undead. Eagles, or even something as mundane as fish, fit the criteria perfectly. The thought struck him as both simple and ingenious. Most necromancers wouldn't bother with ordinary animals, seeing it as a waste of a valuable contract slot. But Michael, with his unique ability to acquire high-rank undead without much difficulty, could afford to think differently. An ordinary animal is probably, at best, a one-star common-rank creature. But after becoming an undead, surely I could use my evolution points on it, right? The moment the idea took hold, Michael couldn't shake it. His mind spun with possibilities. Hence, countless other creatures with fascinating traits. What would happen if he evolved them? The thought filled him with a newfound curiosity and excitement for experimentation. However, knowing he had tasks to focus on, Michael forced himself to calm down. Once he settled his thoughts, Michael shifted his gaze toward the Black Tower. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded Lucky and Prince to follow him, positioning them in front as he approached the entrance of the imposing structure. The entrance was a black, metal double door that appeared heavy and formidable at first glance. But Michael wasn't particularly concerned. Whether metal or stone, enough brute force would bring it down eventually. Scanning his surroundings briefly, he called over one of the orcs nearest to him, interrupting its search for items. "Break it down," Michael ordered, pointing directly at the doors. The orc, without hesitation, followed the command. It reeled back its fist and delivered a powerful punch to the door. Boom! A loud impact echoed, but the door remained undamaged. Instead, intricate magic circles glowed faintly on its surface, absorbing the force of the attack. Magic circles? And they're still functional. Michael murmured, a mix of surprise and intrigue in his tone. Despite the apparent obstacle, Michael remained unfazed. Continue. Don't stop. The orc obeyed, hammering the door with relentless punches. Bang, bang, bang. The once quiet ruins, briefly tranquil after the battle with the gargoyles, were now alive with noise again. Michael observed silently as the orc's attacks persisted. Gradually, he noticed the light from the magic circles dimming with each strike. Not surprising, Michael thought. After so many years, they shouldn't be at their peak. It's only a matter of time. The orc, being undead with infinite stamina, can keep this up for days if necessary. The fact that the magic circles were still operational gave Michael hope. If the tower's defenses had lasted this long without maintenance, there was a good chance valuable treasures might still lie within. As the orc continued its relentless assault, Michael briefly considered scouting other parts of the ruins. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when he noticed faint mist seeping from the orc's body. The body of the orc also increased slightly, but it was visible. Curious, Michael tugged at his connection with the orc and realized it had become frustrated with its lack of progress. In its irritation, the orc had instinctively activated one of its skills. Bang, bang. The strikes became harder, faster, and more forceful. The magic circle's light dimmed at a noticeably quicker pace. Momentarily shifting his focus from the door, Michael checked the details of the skill the orc had activated. It was one he hadn't checked before, despite all the time spent evolving his undead. Berserk, basic mastery, proficiency, 0.7%. Berserk temporarily increases the user's physical strength and agility by 25% each, at the cost of reducing defense by 10% and significantly increasing aggression. Stamina is rapidly drained when skill is active. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 91 Entering the Tower. The Berserk skill was powerful. Observing the heightened ferocity of the orc, Michael decided to join in the attack. At the moment, he had only one skill suitable for this situation, and it was from the same spell series as Bone Armor, the Bone Spear skill. Bone Spear, intermediate mastery, proficiency, 15.2%. Bone Spear summons a sharp, ethereal spear made of bone to pierce through enemies. Travels up to 10 meters. This was the skill he had gained upon advancing to rank 1, starting at intermediate mastery, a level Michael could rely on even in combat. Bone Spear. Michael activated the skill, and 5 magic circles materialized behind him in midair. From these circles, white bone spears emerged, sharp and menacing. Without hesitation, Michael launched them at the metal door. Boom! Bang! The spears struck the door with immense force, complementing the orc's relentless punches. Michael observed the magic circles on the door's surface shake violently under the assault. Continue your saga on Empire. It's working, he noted, feeling a surge of motivation. Ads by PubFuture. Spurred by this progress, Michael channeled more mana and began to repeatedly fire bone spears at the door. While he considered involving Lucky and Prince, he refrained, concerned that their raw power might risk damaging anything valuable inside the tower. The tower structure itself was unusual. Aside from the entrance, the tower had no visible openings. Out of curiosity, Michael had used Detect on the walls. Blackstone, a highly durable material and an excellent conductor of mana. Ideal for creating defensive tools. Even the walls were formidable, akin to a tortoise shell. The entire tower was designed like a fortress. For the same reason he didn't have Lucky or Prince attack the entrance, Michael refrained from targeting the walls. However, a thought lingered in his mind. If this building doesn't yield anything useful, I'll lay the whole thing bare just to collect some blackstone. He didn't know if this material existed in abundance outside the land of origin, but its impressive properties suggested it would fetch a high price. That was all that mattered to him. Money. He was way too broke. Ads by PubFuture. A few minutes later, just as Michael's mana pool had been reduced to about half its total, The last remnants of energy in the magic circles on the metal door finally faded away. The orc, still under the effects of berserk, a skill that consumed mostly stamina, which it has more than enough of as an undead, delivered another punch. This time, without the magic circles to absorb the impact, a massive dent appeared on the door. Michael's eyebrows raised slightly at the sight. Even the material used to make the door is special. I guess that's expected if it was capable of holding magic circles for years. He was genuinely delighted by the discovery. At this point, it felt like the entire tower itself might be the real reward of this ruin. With the magic circles destroyed, it only took a few more punches and a hard pull for the orc to completely dislodge the door, leaving the entrance wide open. As he stored the fragments of the black metal door in his storage space, Michael activated Detect to learn more about it. A rare, durable black metal that retains magical energy for extended periods. Resistant to physical damage and mana corrosion, it seamlessly integrates with enchantments. Yet another fancy material. The discoveries Michael had made so far only highlighted the grandeur of this ruin at its peak. Though he couldn't pinpoint the exact value of the materials he had gathered, their descriptions made it clear they were extremely valuable. He speculated their worth might rival that of spirit crystals. However, determining the rank was another matter. Spirit crystals from unranked creatures were classified as unranked, while those from rank 1 monsters held significantly more energy, earning them the rank 1 designation. A single rank 1 spirit crystal was priced at $100,000 in the Supers Association store, 5 times the price of an unranked crystal. Michael doubted the materials he had looted from the gargoyles, along with what he intended to gather from this tower building itself, were worth any less. Still, to determine their true value, he would have to wait until he returned to the real world. In the end, Michael concluded that his current haul should be enough to finally provide for his family, clothes to cover themselves, armor for protection in battle, and weapons to fully utilize their strength. All of this would undoubtedly require a significant amount of money. The stronger I get, the more I earn, the poorer I feel, Michael muttered, feeling there were no truer words to describe his predicament. After finishing the task of storing the metal door in his storage space, Michael's eyes finally rested at the open entrance of the tower. Just beyond the entrance lay nothing but darkness. It made sense, there was no opening to let sunlight into the building. However, Michael wasn't discouraged. He had the perfect thing to light up the way. Undead summoning. A greenish-black magic circle appeared beside him, and from it emerged a female orc, an orc shaman, to be precise. This particular shaman wasn't Lily, as Michael had long decided to avoid summoning her bearing the same name as his cousin until she was dressed. It felt far too awkward. In hindsight, naming his first orc shaman Lily had been a mistake. It was better to use other undead in the meantime. That didn't mean Michael had gotten completely used to the sight of naked undead bodies, but he had learned to look past it and endure the discomfort. The summoned orc shaman possessed the fire manipulation skill, much like Lily. Interestingly, not all orc shamans shared the same elemental affinity. Among Michael's 15 orcs, only 5 were female shamans. Of those, 2 had fire affinity, while the others wielded wind, water, and earth. Michael could foresee that, with more evolutions, it was likely he'd encounter some truly unique and rare elemental affinities among his orc shamans in the future. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 92 Exploring the Tower. Light a fire, Michael commanded his undead orc shaman. She obeyed instantly, raising her hand to conjure a small ball of fire. The flames appeared harmless at first glance, but Michael's senses told him otherwise. He could feel the raw potential radiating from them. It was clear this was no ordinary fire. Shifting his focus back to the tower's entrance, Michael took a deep breath, activating his bone armor once more. The familiar sensation of skeletal plates forming over his body brought a sense of security. With the orc shaman at his side, Lucky taking point, and Prince guarding the rear, Michael dismissed the orc that had smashed open the door. He didn't know what to expect beyond the entrance and didn't need an overwhelming number of undead complicating the situation if something did come up. If numbers became necessary, he could always rely on undead summoning to pull reinforcements from the netherworld. Still, Michael hoped that, if he did summon more, it would be to haul loot rather than fight for his life. The moment he stepped inside, a damp, icy cold enveloped him. With the shaman's fire casting flickering light around the space, the hall ahead came into view, a wide, empty expanse lined with open rooms. The air was thick with the scent of mildew. Ads by Pub Future. The flickering light of the orc shaman's fire illuminated the crumbling walls. Seems like only the outer walls are made with special materials, Michael noticed. He also felt it made sense. Regardless of the organization, there had to be a level of luxury they couldn't afford. Stay alert, Michael muttered, his voice low but firm. Lucky, the towering undead wolf, growled softly in response. The open rooms lining the walls were eerily still. Michael approached the nearest one, gesturing for the shaman to illuminate the space. As the light spilled into the room, he saw broken furniture scattered across the floor, tables splintered into pieces, shelves overturned, and glass shards glinting like tiny stars. Unfortunately, though the space outside the room was wide enough for Lucky and Prince to turn around, as long as they didn't stand side by side, passing through the door was impossible. Prince could barely squeeze himself into the room, but it was impossible for Lucky with his towering physique. Michael had the two wolves stay outside while entering the room cautiously with the orc shaman. The room was exactly as he had expected, disarrayed furniture, a few looking like they'd turned to dust with a touch, and glass scattered across the floor, but something was different this time. The destruction didn't have the frantic urgency of an evacuation. It was as if the room had just been left. Michael's senses were on high alert as he stepped deeper into the room, his eyes scanning every corner. As he moved further in, his gaze fell upon the walls, which were adorned with faded diagrams and blueprints. Ads by Pub Future. They detailed not only the structure of the gargoyles but also machinery that seemed designed to enhance and augment them. Metal plates, wires, and strange runes, all fused together in bizarre patterns. Was this a gargoyle production factory or something? He muttered, looking at the designs. The orc shaman's fire flickered, casting dancing shadows across a rusted workbench that looked like it had not been in use for a very long time, but its placement seemed to tell a story. Tools were scattered around, metal parts half-finished, as though someone had been in the middle of crafting something when everything was abandoned. Among the debris, Michael spotted more sketches, this time showing partial figures, stone-like, armored beings with jagged limbs and sharp features. Gargoyles. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. These aren't finished, Michael mused aloud. They were still building them. He stepped back and motioned for his undead to follow him. The deeper into the tower they went, the more the pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit together. This place was a factory, each room designed to craft different parts for gargoyles, each piece a component of some larger, terrifying machine. As they made their way through the first floor, the pattern was clear. Every room seemed dedicated to a different stage in the creation of the gargoyles. Michael could almost hear the clang of hammers and the hum of energy filling the air as the work had been in progress. There's no way this was just some research outpost, he muttered. This was a weapons factory. This entire place, it looks like it was meant for war. Michael couldn't help but wonder what location in the land of origin he had ended up in. Hopefully it's not some war-torn continent or something, Michael muttered under his breath. Unfortunately, location wasn't something that could be controlled unless they killed themselves to change locations, and even then, the location was still random. His thoughts were interrupted as they reached the staircase leading up to the second floor. The space was too narrow and could only accommodate Michael and the shaman. So far, they hadn't encountered any issues, but Michael still didn't feel completely safe until he was out of the tower. However, he had little choice in this situation. In the end, he dismissed Lucky and Prince into the netherworld while summoning 3 male orcs with undead summoning to guard him. After ascending the stairs to the second floor, the space finally opened up again, and Michael immediately summoned Lucky and Prince back, dismissing the orcs aside from the orc shaman. Only when Lucky and Prince were by his side again did Michael feel safer and more confident. He took a moment to observe his surroundings, and the sight before him took his breath away. While the first floor had been about creation, this level seemed focused on assembly. The room they entered was filled with large stone slabs, some cracked and others still intact. On these slabs lay gargoyle bodies, half-formed, with limbs missing, their stone surfaces glistening faintly under the shaman's fire. Each piece was incomplete. Some of the gargoyles had their heads, but others were missing limbs. They didn't complete them, Michael whispered, his voice tinged with realization. They were assembling, but something interrupted the process, or someone. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 93 Close to Death. Michael felt a chill at the thought and couldn't help but glance nervously at his surroundings. However, just like before, it was silent. The only noises came from him and his undead companions. Something still doesn't make sense, Michael muttered. Looking at the dorm I came from, it's clear this ruin had plenty of residents in the past. So how could they leave such a valuable tower untouched? Unless... His voice trailed off, and a sinking feeling gripped him. Unless they never left. Michael's heart thudded heavily in his chest. Am I just scaring myself? Michael tried to push the thought away, but suddenly, a sound broke the silence. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible. But it grew louder. Food. I smell food. The voice was unnerving, belonging to no specific gender or age, and distorted as though multiple people were speaking in unison. Each word was out of sync, creating a disjointed and eerie resonance. The unsettling impression of the voice sent shivers down Michael's spine, but before he could react, a sharp, excruciating pain tore through his head. Ah! He screamed, clutching his head as the pain overwhelmed him. His undead immediately froze, their alert postures revealing their readiness to defend him. But Michael realized something. They couldn't hear anything. The voice continued, its words clawing at his sanity. With each repetition, the pain in Michael's head worsened. It felt like jagged knives slicing through his mind. His vision blurred, and his knees buckled as he fought to remain conscious. If I pass out, something bad will happen. Very bad. His instinct screamed that giving in wasn't an option. As if to confirm his fears, a familiar system panel flashed before his eyes, its usual blue glow replaced by an ominous, blood-red hue. Ads by PubFuture. Despite the pain, Michael managed to make out the messages. Chosen One is in danger. Chosen One is in danger. Danger detected to be capable of causing real death. Danger detected to be capable of causing real death. Chosen mental fortitude isn't strong enough to resist influence. It is advised to commit suicide by your own hands. It is advised to commit suicide by your own hands. For the first time since his awakening, the systems panels showed something beyond their usual. An unmistakable warning of true death. Explore new worlds at Empire. The word echoed in his mind, cold and final. Through his connection with his undead, Michael sensed their unease. Their confusion was evident. They gathered around him protectively. But no, this wasn't what they should be doing. Protecting him wasn't enough. He needed to escape. He needed to get out of here. Michael gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he had left. With his mind teetering on the edge of oblivion, Michael forced his lips to move. And with a trembling voice, he managed to utter a single word. Kill. He wanted to say more, kill me, to free himself from the excruciating torment, but the last word refused to come out as his strength failed. His vision dimmed, and the pain threatened to pull him under completely. But fate seemed to intervene. The moment his voice faltered, Michael's blurry gaze caught movement from above. A jet-black tentacle snaked its way down rapidly from the third floor, its inky presence exuding malice. It moved with an otherworldly swiftness, and its target was clear. Ads by PubFuture. But it had chosen the wrong moment. Kill. Michael's voice dropped as the tentacle lunged closer. To his undead, the word was absolute, a command etched into their very cores. And with no further clarification, there was only one logical charge. The tentacle. It had to be what their master meant. Kill. The command echoed in their souls, resonating with a shaky, otherworldly vibration. It carried something not of theirs. Not their own pain, but their master's. Madness gripped them, not their own but his. And most disturbingly, the oppressive shadow of death filled them, one that was entirely foreign. It was a feeling that none of them could comprehend fully, but it overwhelmed their growing intelligence and rationality. They went berserk. Suddenly, a loud howl pierced the air, one so deep and soul-shaking it seemed to reverberate through the very essence of a person. The entire tower trembled violently, the ground cracking beneath their feet. Thick, twisted vines erupted from the second floor, lashing out like serpents toward the black tentacle. The two forces collided with a tremendous force, entangling in a fierce, unrelenting struggle. The tentacle was powerful, but it was only one. Lucky, on the other hand, had numerous. Thick vines spiraled around the tentacle, pulling with immense strength. A horrifying scream echoed from the second floor. A sound filled with raw pain, twisting in the air like a dying animal. "I'll kill you." The voices, sounded as deranged as ever, their tones split and discordant. Clearly, the tentacle felt the full force of the vines, its form writhing in agony. And it was this pain that triggered a sudden shift. Chosen is no longer under influence. Chosen is temporarily safe. Chosen is no longer under influence. Chosen is temporarily safe. Michael's mind cleared. The blinding pain that had consumed his mind faded away, leaving only a dull, throbbing headache. His thoughts were no longer clouded, but he knew this reprieve was fleeting. He didn't need the system panel to tell him. The danger wasn't over. Michael took a quick glance. Fuck. He witnessed something that chilled him to his core. Without hesitation, he barked a command to the orc shaman beside him. "Stop that damn huge fireball above your head. We need to get out of here. Now." With the order given, he swiftly leaped onto the back of the orc shaman, who had already started to cancel the fireball she'd intended to hurl at the tentacle. She was confused, but she obeyed her master's command. Strength surged through her legs as she bolted toward the stairs leading to the first floor, disappearing in an instant. A second later, they were outside the tower. Michael's heart raced as he screamed, "What are you stopping for?" Turning quickly, he issued a command to the other undead, all of them, except Lucky and Prince. "Drop whatever you're holding and follow me." Pointing to a direction in the dense forest beyond the ruins, Michael urged the orc shaman forward. The pair, along with the other undead, took off in a blur, racing into the safety of the woods. The moment they fled, thick vines erupted from the ground, surrounding the black tower in a frenzy. Michael didn't dare look back. But he couldn't forget what he had seen when he'd used his skill on the tentacle after regaining his senses. Corrupted? Rank, extraordinary. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 94 Escaped. Never treat the land of origin like a game. It was a phrase Michael had seen countless times on the forums. It was also a mantra he'd repeated to himself after nearly losing his life to an acid slime just a few days ago. Never treat the land of origin like a game. But only now was Michael beginning to grasp its true meaning. The land of origin, at the end of the day, wasn't just a game or a simulation. It was real as the world he had come from. "I almost died," Michael murmured, the words heavy on his lips. The thought still felt surreal. The reality of it lingered in his mind like a stubborn shadow, filling him with a deep, gnawing insecurity he had never felt before. Yet as much as that realization rattled him, Michael knew there were more immediate concerns to address. Undead summoning. Michael stretched out both his hands, and two greenish magic circles appeared before him. From them emerged his two most powerful undead, Lucky and Prince. However, both were in terrible condition. Lucky's left eye had been blinded, and dark green, corrosive blood dripped to the ground, eating away at the soil. Ads by PubFuture. Its entire body was covered in deep scars, each leaking the same blood. Prince, though in better shape, had lost its tail and bore several less severe wounds. It was clear that Lucky had taken the brunt of the battle. Thankfully, neither had perished, but they were in no condition to be used effectively in combat until they healed. Unfortunately, this presented a significant problem. Unlike living creatures, undead didn't heal naturally, even if they retained certain traits from their past lives. Some undead could heal, but only to a limited extent. For example, Lucky and Prince's bleeding would eventually stop, but that was as far as natural recovery due to still having flesh would take them. If they were skeletal undead, healing that type would be more complicated. Certain types of undead could also consume flesh to convert it into energy for regeneration. There were also Necromancer spells specifically designed to aid in their recovery. But for now, the only option Michael had to help his injured undead was to provide them with fresh flesh to consume. Michael felt a pang of guilt for leaving Lucky and Prince behind to stall for time. But it had been a choice of survival. Either he escaped, or all of them would perish. At least by retreating, he could summon them back before it was too late. As for them defeating that creature, it was impossible. Ads by PubFuture. The creature was a 3-star extraordinary rank, 2 stars above Lucky and an entire major rank above Prince. It was also at least 20 levels beyond Michael, evident from his inability to glean substantial information about it. Such a being could obliterate them all in a single strike. Michael suspected the only reason they were still alive was because the creature appeared weakened, likely having just awakened. From its behavior, directly targeting him and calling him food, Michael realized that had he been caught, he'd have been used as a supplement for its recovery. It wouldn't have been a simple matter of nourishment either. Based on the panel reaction, his death would have been certain. As for why it ignored his undead, the answer was probably simple. The only part of an undead that could be considered alive was their souls, and even those were abstract. "I think I'm starting to piece this together," Michael muttered. The ruins' eerie silence, coupled with the complete absence of people, made him suspect that the creature was responsible for the devastation. The tower, with its intricate design and focus on advanced weapon research and creation, suggested that its former inhabitants were likely the ones who created the monster. Recalling the creature's chilling, multi-layered voice, Michael felt his suspicions solidify. The extravagance of the tower, its advanced constructs like the gargoyles made from precious materials, all pointed to the immense capabilities of its creators. But perhaps they had overreached, creating something far beyond their control. It seemed they had paid the ultimate price. "It's still not safe here. We need to move," Michael said firmly. Though his body ached from the creature's mental assault and the strain of using a massive amount of mana to summon Lucky and Prince over such a great distance, he couldn't let himself rest. Michael wanted to put as much distance as possible between himself and the ruins, even though he had already fled a significant way. Every instinct told him he needed to keep going. Michael dismissed Lucky and Prince back to the netherworld, their battered forms vanishing into greenish smoke. In their place, he summoned the verdant wolf he had dismissed before entering the tower. Climbing onto its back, he signaled his remaining undead to follow, and together they continued their journey through the dense woods. As their figures flashed through the trees in a blur, Michael's mind burned with a mix of fury and determination. His lips pressed into a thin line as he swore silently. "Find your next read on Empire. Sooner or later, just you wait. I'll kill you." After running for a while, the tall, oppressive trees began to thin, gradually giving way to open grasslands. When Michael finally emerged from the forest, he spotted something in the distance that brought a small smile to his face. A massive wall standing proud a few hundred meters away, with people passing through its gates. Civilization, finally. However, Michael didn't rush toward the wall. He hesitated, glancing at himself and his undead. They were far from presentable. His clothes were tattered, his body showed signs of exhaustion, and his undead companions looked anything but welcoming. Even if he were alone, he wouldn't dare approach the gates in such a state. With a contemplative frown, he turned back toward the forest. "It's not the right time to head there. I need to prepare first. Besides, it's probably past noon in the real world by now. I should return and check on things." As Michael and his undead retreated into the cover of the trees, his thoughts drifted to the materials stored in his spatial storage. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 95 back at the Supers Association. Last day of the year, y'all. I'm so happy we made it here together. Starting tomorrow, I'll be releasing 3 chapters daily and 4 chapters on weekends. For every 50 golden tickets, GT, I'll drop an extra chapter, and for every 100 power stones, PS, you'll get another bonus chapter. Happy New Year in advance, everyone. Stay blessed, and I hope you enjoy today's chapter. Hashtag, 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 hashtag. In the end, the only thing Michael had been able to take from the ruin was the remains of the gargoyles he had killed. While it wasn't a small amount, compared to the materials he had seen before the appearance of that thing, it felt painfully inadequate. Michael knew the materials in his possession were likely worth a fortune, possibly rivaling his highest earnings yet, but the more, the merrier, right? Despite the missed opportunities, he was just grateful to be alive. Part of the reason he had managed to react under the creature's mental influence was his vigilance. If he had let greed cloud his judgment, he might have died before Lucky and Prince could even respond. The system messages had been clear: staying under the creature's influence would have killed him. The tentacle was only a topping. I can only hope that thing doesn't leave its location, Michael muttered, a gnawing sense of guilt creeping into his thoughts. It felt as though he had unleashed some kind of abomination that could soon bring destruction. The very idea weighed heavily on his conscience. The ruin situation can't be left unchecked for too long, he reasoned. That monster shouldn't be rank 3, otherwise, I'd have died instantly. It's probably still rank 2, which aligns perfectly with my current goals. The thought gave Michael a new sense of urgency. He needed to grow stronger, and fast. That resolve, however, wasn't entirely selfless. Michael still had his eyes on the tower itself and its content. Now that his panic had subsided, the treasures within the tower had once again captured his imagination. After wandering through the forest for some time, Michael came across a secluded area with a cave that appeared untouched for years. Deciding it was a good spot for a temporary base, he settled there for the time being. Feeling uneasy about leaving Lucky and Prince in the netherworld given their injuries, and perhaps succumbing to paranoia, Michael decided to keep them with his body. Lucky, too large to rest inside the cave, stayed outside with the other undead that couldn't enter the netherworld. As for whether he'd need them in the real world, Michael decided to take a calculated risk. In any case, he was about to receive another 20 evolution points, which, combined with his current 15, would be more than enough to create another level 18 undead at 3-star rare rank. Leaving behind the corpses he had originally planned to sell for Lucky and Prince to consume, Michael returned his consciousness to his original body. A moment later, Michael opened his eyes to the slightly familiar ceiling of his hotel room. He didn't get up immediately and instead continued lying on the bed. I should visit home soon. I miss Aunt Mia, he muttered. Lily too. The words slipped out before he even realized it. On the surface, he seemed fine, but his mind was still shaken by his near-death experience. In that moment of fear, the faces of the 2 people closest to him had surfaced in his thoughts. Much of his current composure, which allowed him to stay put instead of rushing to be with them, was because most of those feelings stemmed from the original owner of this body rather than the transmigrator, Michael. Though the 2 were now one entity, their integration was more of a harmonized balance than perfect unity. Slowly but surely, however, Michael was becoming whole. After a while, he finally sat up on the bed. As he moved, he noticed the sheets beneath him were damp with dried sweat, leaving behind a mess that hinted at just how much he had perspired. The room was cold, which made it clear that even in this controlled environment, his body had reacted to the experience in the land of origin. A dimension away, and yet my body here felt it too, the feeling of death, he murmured, a wary smile tugging at his lips. He stood still for a moment, collecting himself, before walking over to the table to grab his phone. 12:23 p.m. Due to advancing to rank 1, this recent visit was the longest he had ever spent in the land of origin. And with civilization now within reach there, Michael realized his time in the real world might soon begin to dwindle. Of course, if the land of origin couldn't provide the experience points he needed, he would have to shift his focus back to the real world, no matter how much the other dimension tempted him. At the very least, if he gained stable access to dimensional cracks, he might still make it in time for the academy exams. He recalled reading on the forums that Awakener academies typically held their entrance exams around the same time as cultivation academies, though the venues were different. It was said that, a week after the awakening ceremony, Awakeners and third-year students would be summoned and informed about the supernatural academies. It was Sunday now, which meant Michael should expect the summon from his school soon. Subconsciously, he realized 4 days had already passed since his awakening. Dropping his phone, Michael moved to get dressed for the day. Ads by PubFuture. Aside from checking the value of the materials he had brought back from the ruins, he also needed to buy clothes for his humanoid undead to cover their nakedness. However, his first priority was the Supers Association. It didn't take Michael long to get ready. Much to his satisfaction, he hadn't destroyed anything in the hotel, a clear sign that his control over his body was back. However, he couldn't ignore the subtle behavior of the people around him. They seemed reluctant to stand close to him for long. At first, he dismissed it as coincidence, but the pattern became more apparent as he made his way through the city. When he checked himself in the hotel bathroom mirror earlier, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, aside from his physique looking slightly more muscular and defined. It wasn't until he arrived at the Supers Association and stood in front of Grace, his usual receptionist, that he finally understood what was going on. "I need to suppress my aura?" Michael repeated the words Grace had said the moment she saw him. Though confused, he could roughly understand what she meant by aura. It was probably his power leaking out unconsciously. But the real question was how. How was he supposed to suppress something he couldn't even see? "It seems you've just advanced," Grace began, her voice calm yet carrying a subtle undertone of curiosity. "Your mana is quite impressive," she added. What Grace didn't mention, however, was just how impressive. Michael's mana was strong enough that she, a mid-stage rank 3 cultivator, had to take him extremely seriously. The mana she could sense radiating from Michael was just that impressive. While she had encountered newly advanced rank 1 Awakeners with immense mana levels before, Michael's rapid progression was notable. Reaching rank 1 just 4 days after awakening was rare, even for the most gifted. "My mana," Michael muttered, confused. "Is it my mana I have to suppress?" "Yes," Grace confirmed before elaborating. "Your mana seems to have increased by a very significant amount. Though you think you have it under control, to supernaturals like us, it's almost like you're announcing your presence. Your control is still impressive, though. Ordinary people mostly feel uncomfortable around you rather than outright fainting." Michael nodded, slowly piecing things together. He remembered reading that at a certain point, mana could start influencing the surroundings even without any intentional effort from the caster. Of course, he wasn't anywhere near that level yet. Right now, his mana was simply leaking slightly, enough to make ordinary humans uncomfortable due to their lack of exposure to such a high concentration. Knowing the root of the problem made things a bit clearer for Michael, but as a novice in magic, actually fixing the issue was easier said than done. Still, it was a relief to know his condition wasn't considered a major issue within the Supers Association. He could take his time to work on it. Soon, Michael shifted focus to the reason for his visit. "Were you able to secure any entries into cracks for me, Miss Grace?" he asked. "Name: Michael Norman. Class: Adept Necromancer. Level: 15. EXP: 1094/17, 718. Strength: 30.4. Agility: 41.1. Continue your adventure at Empire. Constitution: 31.7. Intelligence: 110.1. Attribute points: 30. Skills: Undead Summoning, Undead Revival, Detect, Basic Shot, Share Senses, Spearmanship, Acid Shot, Bone Spear, Slow Curse, Bone Armor, Corpse Explosion. Talent: Infinite Evolution. Class Skill: Contract Slot, 20/40. Gift: Mark of Origin. Venom Thorn Ravager LV, 25, Max. Name: Lucky. EXP: 805,990/1,021,752. Rank: Extraordinary. Skills: Bite, Plant Control, Advanced Mastery. Poison, Advanced Mastery. Viral Growth, Basic Mastery. Toxic Resurgence, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Undead Redthorn LE, 25, max. Name, Prince. EXP, 238,677/1,021,752. Skills, Bite, Plant Control, Intermediate Mastery. Poison, Basic Mastery. Master, Michael Norman. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 96 Potential Profit. The day before, Michael had requested Grace to apply for entries into the dimensional cracks in Woodstone City. This time, his requirement was straightforward. He wanted to enter the cracks solo. The association had no restrictions against supernaturals applying to cracks within their membership access, regardless of the applicant's registered strength. The only stipulation was that an individual could not apply for multiple entries into the same crack in one day to avoid causing complications that could increase the difficulty for the next cleanup team. However, special cracks, such as those inhabited by other civilizations, came with stricter requirements and regulations. Your journey continues at Empire. Michael had no business with such specialized cracks at the moment. Corrupted-type cracks still held more value to him than anything else. I did manage to secure you access to a few entries, Grace said, her fingers moving swiftly over her keyboard. However, since you requested solo applications, which is basically the same as an entire team applying, the entries are rather spaced out. Michael nodded at her explanation. As for the spaced out entries, he didn't mind as long as he had them. What days are they? He asked. Ads by PubFuture. Give me a moment, Grace replied, her focus on her system. Michael assumed she was pulling up his file, and sure enough, it didn't take long for her to respond. Your application was approved for all three-dimensional cracks in Woodstone City, the Level 1 Goblin World crack, the Level 1 Forest Domain crack, and the Level 2 Ape Region crack, Grace explained before pausing for a moment. A second later, she continued, unfortunately, you don't have any entries today. Your first one is tomorrow at noon in the Forest Domain crack. After that, you have 6 more entries spaced out over the next 2 weeks. An email with the full schedule will be sent to you after we confirm your intention to proceed with these cracks. Michael wanted to ask why the duration was limited to 2 weeks but held himself back, forming his own conclusions. It's probably to prevent monopolies. If anyone could just reserve cracks indefinitely, there'd be plenty of ways to exploit the system. Given how quickly cracks regenerated, Michael doubted there was a shortage of entries. A Level 1 crack could be cleared at least 3 times daily. Over 2 weeks, that amounted to 42 entries per crack. Considering Woodstone City had 2 Level 1 cracks, that was nearly 100 available slots over the same period. However, Michael wasn't the only supernatural in the city, so it made sense that access wouldn't be unlimited. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that 7 entries in 2 weeks was quite generous. If he cleared only Level 1 cracks, he was looking at a guaranteed $700,000. For the current Michael, that was still a significant amount. Ads by PubFuture. Factoring in if he had access to the Level 2 Ape Region crack, he estimated he could make over $2 million in the next 2 weeks. This estimation was confirmed after Michael and Grace finalized a few details back and forth. Are we okay with this, Mr. Norman? Grace asked for confirmation. Yes, Michael replied with a smile. He wasn't sure if he was just lucky or if Grace had gone out of her way to help, but among the 7 entries he secured, 2 were for the Level 2 Ape Region dimensional crack. Based on his previous experience in that crack, earning at least $1 million per entry was practically guaranteed. 2 entries meant $2 million at the very least, and when combined with the profits from the other 5 Level 1 cracks, Michael was looking at a potential income of $3 million or more. This was a substantial amount and would allow him to do a lot of things. For one, he could finally afford proper clothing for his undead, no more nakedness, and even equip them with high-quality gear. He could also get himself better equipment while still having plenty left over for other needs. Maybe I can check the trade center for something that guarantees evolution points, regardless of star rating, Michael mused as he left Grace's counter. If I can find something like that and buy in bulk, it'd save me a lot of trouble. It'd be even better if it's available in the forum store. It'd make things so much more convenient. Lost in thought, Michael began daydreaming about his plans as he headed toward the trade center. Now that his entries into dimensional cracks were settled, it was time to address his other business for the day: selling off the materials he looted from the gargoyles. Compared to the guaranteed profits from the cracks, Michael was even more excited about this venture. Something told him he was about to make a major profit. If the materials could earn him at least as much as his future dimensional crack entries, Michael would have more flexibility in how he spent his money. This was especially true since his undead numbers would increase after using the corpses he'd obtained from the cracks. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Michael arrived at the trade center. However, instead of encountering Brian, the familiar face he expected, he saw the same middle-aged substitute from before. Though slightly surprised, Michael wasn't particularly bothered about conducting business with this man. Since he wasn't purchasing something like Source Liquid, where the star rating determined whether he'd earn evolution points, there was little difference in dealing with the substitute or Brian. Of course, a familiar face was always more reassuring. "Good afternoon," Michael greeted as he approached the counter, initiating the conversation. "Good afternoon. What can I do for you today?" the cheerful stand-in for Brian responded with a friendly smile. "I'd like to sell something." Michael got straight to the point. "What are you selling?" "Some materials." "Materials? What kind of materials?" Michael paused for a moment, recalling the names of the materials he had looted from the gargoyles. He began listing them one by one, but as he continued, he noticed something odd. The more he spoke, the deeper the look of confusion grew on the middle-aged man's face. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 97. Miss Priscilla. Is something the matter? Michael couldn't help but ask as he finished listing the names of the materials he had. The middle-aged man behind the counter chuckled awkwardly. "No, nothing's wrong. I don't recognize any of the names you just mentioned." Michael's face fell, and a flicker of anxiety surged through him. "Does this mean I won't be able to sell these materials here?" he thought nervously. He wasn't worried about their value. How could materials used to construct monsters capable of going head-to-head with extraordinary ranked creatures be worthless? That was impossible. But the thought of not being able to sell them in this city was troubling. It makes sense, though, Michael reasoned. The Super Association branch here wasn't exactly a hub of resources. From his daily browsing on the forums, though he hadn't had time to check his phone today, Michael knew Woodstone City was relatively backward compared to other cities even in the supernatural realm. Its resources and infrastructure lagged behind. This was reflected in the city's lack of dimensional cracks, only 3, all low-leveled. It didn't compare to cities with larger populations or more valuable cracks, even if those cracks were fewer in number. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. After all, 2 level 2 corrupted type cracks could easily outweigh 5 level 1 corrupted type cracks in terms of resource potential. Will I have to travel to another city to sell these materials? Michael's thoughts began to spiral. But before his concerns could grow further, the middle-aged man spoke again, and his next words brought a wave of relief. "Though I don't recognize the materials you mentioned, it doesn't mean we don't have someone here who will. So, don't worry about not being able to sell anything," the middle-aged man reassured him with a smile. "Ads by PubFuture," Michael muttered, feeling a little embarrassed. He realized he had likely worn his thoughts on his face. The man continued speaking, his tone light and professional. "Based on what you said, I assume these materials are quite a lot and probably unique, right?" Michael nodded in confirmation. "All right then, please follow me through this door," the man said, pointing to an entrance Michael had taken several times to meet with Brian. He had also taken this path with the middle-aged man before too when he brought monster corpses the last time. However, from the man's tone, it didn't feel like he was giving directions to a stranger or newcomer, but rather following procedure out of habit. Michael didn't think too deeply about it and followed the middle-aged man. They walked through a familiar corridor lined with doors until they reached a location Michael was familiar with. It was the underground storage space where he had made his first $100,000 from dimensional monster materials. "Please wait here for a while," the man instructed. "I'll bring someone who can likely identify what you want to sell. In the meantime, you can use this time to bring out the materials." This wasn't their first trade, so the middle-aged man knew Michael's status as an awakener and his storage space. After saying what he has to say, with that, the man left. Since Michael was already familiar with the space, he felt no discomfort staying there alone. After a quick glance around the wide area, he began pulling out the remains of the gargoyles one by one, carefully arranging them according to their material type. As he worked, Michael also made sure to keep his mana from leaking, just as he'd been doing since leaving Grace's counter. Ads by PubFuture. Unfortunately, the middle-aged man earlier hadn't shown any reaction regarding his aura, so Michael still wasn't sure if he was doing it correctly. While arranging the gargoyle remains, he used Detect on them again to confirm their information. Obsidian Forge Alloy. A blend of dark metals and obsidian-like minerals, offering a stone-like texture combined with flexibility and high durability. Commonly used for constructing durable constructs or golems. Shard. A lightweight yet durable fragment with blue-green veins, often used to craft mana-conductive tools. Feather Plate. Flexible, metallic plates as light as feathers, ideal for creating aerodynamic constructs. Corestone. Dense, black material prized for its ability to store and stabilize mana. Crystal Sphere. A smooth, patterned stone utilized in crafting energy detectors and amplifiers. Thurstone. A pale, translucent stone with anti-gravitational properties, frequently used in levitation devices. Runecore. An irregular core marked by glowing runes, functioning as a power source for advanced machinery. They should be worth a lot, right? Michael thought, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. A few minutes later, the middle-aged man returned, this time accompanied by a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and dressed in blue robes. Robes weren't a popular style, even in this world, making her stand out even more. And then there were the glasses. Can supernaturals have bad eyesight? Michael thought, finding it slightly ironic. He didn't have much time to dwell on the idea, though, as the woman suddenly appeared in front of him, or rather, in front of the materials he had laid out. "Is this obsidian forge alloy?" a soft voice echoed. The woman spoke calmly but with undeniable authority. "Yes," Michael stammered, caught off guard by her sudden question and presence. He answered absent-mindedly, still processing her unexpected movements. However, it didn't seem like she was paying attention to him, though. Instead, her focus remained entirely on the scattered materials in front of her as she began to speak. This is quite a rare material, and it was created exceptionally well. However, it doesn't seem to have been made using the Federation method, yet it retains, if not surpasses, the same level of quality. It's uniquely crafted. Michael was stunned by her observations. How much can she infer in such a short time? He wondered, impressed though he understood only a part of what she said. Noticing his confusion, the middle-aged man who had gotten closer leaned in slightly and whispered, "Miss Priscilla is a magic crafter and an exceptionally knowledgeable expert in magic in general." Though Michael had already suspected that the woman was a cultivator, her quick recognition of the materials almost made him think she might be an awakener for a moment. Her insight seemed uncanny. The man's explanation prompted another thought. Michael glanced at her again, this time more curious. "She's a mage." Third chapter coming in an hour. Along with tomorrow's 3 chapters, 2 bonus chapters will also be released for reaching the golden ticket and power stone milestones. Thanks so much for your support. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 98 Big Prices. Among the 2 cultivation systems in Aurora, Michael was far more familiar with the Knight system than the Mage system. In fact, this was the case for most locals, to the extent that the term cultivator almost felt exclusively associated with Knights. This might be due to the fact that the majority of people practiced the Knight cultivation system. According to Michael's knowledge, a mage was someone who possessed the talent to be an excellent knight, a prodigy even. In a way, one could say every apprentice mage had the potential to be an exceptional knight. However, this was a threshold few could ever hope to reach. The original Michael, for example, would have been lucky to successfully light up a life seed before his death, a level of talent that wasn't particularly rare in the general population. Only individuals like Brian had the exceptional ability to become mages, which was ironic considering he somehow awakened the two most popular professions in Aurora. This highlighted how rare mages truly were. The rarity extended into the awakening system as well. The knight class was common grade while any mage-related class was considered at least rare. Awakeners could also cultivate, and it wasn't that Michael didn't want to try his hand at cultivation now that he was an awakener. It was just that he lacked the time for such slow and steady progress. Ads by PubFuture. Miss Priscilla was the first mage Michael had ever seen, and he was understandably curious about her. However, his curiosity was fleeting. Her significance to him didn't come close to the value of the money his materials could fetch. She had said they were valuable, and that alone made Michael all the more expectant. Michael watched as Priscilla examined the rest of the materials, correctly identifying each one. He was both impressed and anxious, waiting patiently as she worked. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she turned her attention to him. "These materials of yours are quite valuable, but due to how you handled them, their price will have to be adjusted downward slightly," Priscilla explained. Michael listened in silence, understanding her reasoning. There was little he could do about the state of the materials. Killing the gargoyles cleanly wasn't an option. Unlike the goblins or black apes, overpowering them outright had been impossible. The wingless gargoyle was okay, but when he fought the other two, preserving their bodies had been the last thing on his mind. Priscilla, too, seemed to understand this. She knew that perfectly preserving monster corpses was a skill for the powerful, and the quality of these materials indicated the young man in front of her was no pushover. Ads by PubFuture. The remnants of the gargoyles alone, combined with the quality of the materials and faint traces of technology, suggested that the creatures had been formidable golems. All of this left her with a high impression of Michael, despite knowing he was an awakener, information she had gleaned from the middle-aged man beside her. What she didn't realize, however, was just how extraordinary Michael truly was. He wasn't an old awakener like she subconsciously assumed, but a mere 4-day-old necromancer with the equivalent power of an early-stage rank 4 cultivator. After addressing the state of the materials, Priscilla got straight to business. "I'll start by stating the price I'm offering for your materials. First off, let's start with the lowest, which are the ether stone and the runed core," she said. Michael's ears perked up at that, and he began listening attentively. She said the lowest first. From those prices, Michael could gauge how big the sale would be by the end. The runed core is partially damaged and will most likely be used as a research item that gets repurposed. As for the ether stone, though rare, there are alternatives that serve the same function, even if they're not as durable. For the runed core, I'll offer you $450,000. Had it been in better condition, it could have fetched around $600,000. As for the ether stone, I'll offer $700,000 each. Since there are two, that totals $1.4 million. Together, everything comes to $1,850,000. Do you have any objections? Stay connected with Empire. Priscilla's calm tone made it clear she was prepared for Michael to raise concerns about the price. Was he going to? With a neutral expression, Michael responded, "No, no problem." Though his tone was calm, his insides were anything but. Almost 2 million, almost 2 million, almost 2 million. Michael wanted to scream but managed to hold it in, keeping a poker face. Although he had anticipated that the gargoyle remains would be valuable, Michael was still surprised, thrilled, even, and his excitement grew as he thought about the next items. The next material Priscilla moved on to was the veined shards, which resembled short wires about the thickness of a baby's finger. As she counted the shards, Michael did the same. In the end, they counted 33 pieces. Priscilla spoke again, her tone steady and professional. "Once again, we're dealing with technology different from ours. However, these shards can be repurposed easily without much processing while also serving as valuable research items." The way she spoke gave Michael the impression that she was an honest woman, which made him trust her just a little more. It definitely wasn't because she was throwing out big numbers. "For the shards, I'll offer $65,000 each. What do you think?" Michael wasn't thinking, at least not about negotiating. No, he was thinking about $65,000 times 33. The current Michael had no choice but to be a trusting customer. A small part of him regretted not checking the forums to get an estimate of the prices, but even now, the urge to grab his phone and look things up didn't surface. For some reason, his brush with death had made him want to be more in tune with life, at least for a little while. That, and he didn't believe an association staff member would scam him too heavily. At most, they might take slight advantage of him. Of course, if they did, Michael could only chalk it up to experience. However, he promised himself that after this, he would always come prepared, just like Mira had when she sold the black ape corpses, ensuring she wasn't taken advantage of by the old female supervisor. Evolving my Undead Legion in a game-like world. Chapter 99 Purchasing Weapons. Michael stared at his account balance in a daze as he slowly made his way out of the trade center. Your account balance is $16,803,543. $16 million. That was the total amount he'd earned from selling the remains of the gargoyles. How did Michael feel? The sheer amount of money momentarily frightened him. But after the fear came a short burst of greed. Greed for what? It was simple. The Black Tower. Michael couldn't even count how many gargoyle remains he'd seen back in that place, especially on the second floor. And that wasn't even including the tower itself, which was likely worth an astronomical amount to be able to withstand the violent clashes between monsters as strong as Lucky. If just a small part of it earned him this much, how much could the entire structure and its contents be worth? Before, Michael had been cautious, almost reluctant, about returning to the ruins. Now, he was eager to claim them as his own. However, realization left him a little frustrated. To attend an academy, he needed strength. To evolve his undead continuously, and ensure he didn't lose control as they grew stronger, he needed strength. Ads by PubFuture. And now, to claim a treasure as valuable as the Black Tower, he also needed strength. This one was especially frustrating since, without sufficient power, it wasn't just failure he risked, it was death. Strength. It was the one thing Michael didn't have enough of. Strength and money. Ugh. Michael groaned as his excitement began to wane, bringing him back to reality. Though he would have loved to leave the money untouched in his account for a while longer, nothing in this cursed world ever went according to plan. But there's no way 16 million can finish that fast, right? Now that I have this much, even if I buy better equipment for my undead as they grow stronger, there should still be a lot left, right? When it came to his own growth, Michael couldn't be selfish. But that didn't mean he didn't enjoy the vanity of knowing he had millions in his account. There's no way my talent will lead me to the path of being infinitely broke, right? Michael was unsure, but a part of him whispered that it might. Maybe not now, but definitely later. Remembering he needed to get equipment for his orcs, Michael retraced his steps back to the trade center. You want to buy some weapons? The middle-aged man at the counter, surprised by Michael's return, asked to confirm. Yes. And you want them big and heavy? The man couldn't help but glance at Michael's slender frame as he said this, his gaze filled with slight doubt. Big and heavy for supernaturals like them was like a mountain for ordinary humans. It definitely wasn't going to be simple. Ads by PubFuture. Michael's eye twitched when he noticed. The man didn't need to speak for Michael to guess what he was thinking. The weapons aren't for me, Michael clarified, though he immediately felt he might have said too much. Wasn't he just confirming he wasn't as strong as he looked? Oh, the middle-aged man said, thankfully not commenting further on Michael's choice of purchase. Soon, Michael was led to yet another door. Along the way, he was tempted to ask how big the association really was. From the outside, it already looked massive, but inside, it seemed even larger. It was honestly bigger than it looked. The equipment room was spacious, though not as vast as the underground areas he'd seen earlier. It housed several compartments filled with categorized weapons. However, Michael couldn't help but feel that if he wanted to arm all of his undead, the equipment in the room might not suffice. Still, he didn't comment on this. He assumed the association had its own ways of managing inventory. Though unsure about the exact number of supernaturals in Woodstone City, Michael guessed it must be substantial. Even with another Supers Association branch in the city, the demand for weapons had to be significant. Still, Michael kept his thoughts to himself. If the time ever came when he needed to buy equipment in bulk, He'd learn how the association handled such supplies. 10. The association's forum store also sold weapons, ranging from mundane to special, but purchasing in bulk was tricky. This was one reason Michael hadn't considered using it to arm his undead. After allowing Michael a moment to take in the equipment room, the middle-aged man from the trade center finally spoke. So, what type of weapon are you looking for? Swords, spears, halberds, hammers, and so on. Name them, and if we have them, I'll take you to see the models. Michael caught a keyword. Models. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He turned his attention to deciding which weapons would suit his undead. Among his humanoid undead, Michael decided he didn't need to arm the female orcs or the wolves. The former were mages who didn't rely on physical weapons, though a wand or staff might suit them. The latter, the wolves, didn't seem to require any equipment at the moment. With 5 female orcs and 3 undead wolves out of the equation, Michael was left with 12 undead to equip. 10 male orcs and 2 blue apes. All of them were strength-based creatures. Michael deliberated for a few seconds before coming to a decision. Broadswords, axes, and hammers. All of them should be large and heavy, he stated firmly. Continue your journey on Empire. The middle-aged man nodded, though he was curious about Michael's insistence on such oversized weapons. He could sense that Michael wasn't weak and could likely wield heavy weapons himself. However, size mattered. Too large a weapon could hinder combat ability, especially if the wielder wasn't adept at using it. Still, it wasn't the man's place to question. The boy had also stated the weapons were for someone else to use too. What his customers bought weren't his business most of the time. Please follow me, the man said after confirming Michael's choice. Evolving my undead legion in a game-like world. Chapter 100 Hammers. Michael was led to a section of the room dedicated to hammer-like weapons. He noticed a variety of them, differing in size and appearance, some large, some small, some shiny, others dull. Continue your story on Empire. At first glance, what stood out was the expensive aura that seemed to radiate from their very cores. Michael quickly bypassed the smaller hammers, his focus narrowing on the massive ones. As he observed them, he began to understand why the middle-aged man had referred to them as models. Though these hammers were clearly the real deal, it seemed that they were more for display than for sale in this particular room. After scanning the options, Michael's eyes eventually settled on 3 of the largest hammers, the only 3 gigantic ones in the compartment. Titan's Wrath. Type, Heavy Warhammer. Creates a powerful shockwave upon impact, stunning enemies and shattering defenses. Ideal for breaking through fortified armor and barriers. Frostcaller's Maul. Type, Ice Hammer. Adds by Pub Future. Releases a chilling blast with each strike, slowing enemies and weakening their defenses. Particularly effective against fast or evasive opponents. Bonebreaker. Type, Reinforced Warhammer. Delivers devastating physical blows, with a chance to temporarily cripple an enemy's movement or attack power. Highly effective against larger, brute-type foes. From the brief descriptions alone, it was clear that these weapons were far superior to common rank ones like Michael's broken spear. Comparing the two felt almost insulting. Michael's spear, built with just better synthetic metals, paled in comparison. The craftsmanship and appearance of the 3 hammers were also leagues ahead. Titan's Wrath was a massive blackened steel warhammer with jagged edges and a crimson gemstone embedded at its center. It was 6 feet long, with a hammerhead nearly 2 feet wide. The weapon looked more like a siege tool than something wielded in battle, suggesting it required immense strength to handle. Its handle was wrapped in dark leather, and faint red runes pulsed with power along its head. The rare materials used in its construction were obvious. Michael imagined hitting another version of himself with this hammer and knew it would hurt very, very badly. The thought of his undead male orcs, who had the same strength as him, if not more, especially if they used berserk, wielding a weapon like this made Michael determined to get a good weapon. Adds by Pub Future. He imagined that, when they evolved into 1-star extraordinary rank creatures, the weapon might start to hold them back, but at that early stage of the next rank, this hammer would likely still be useful. Then there was Frostcaller's Maul, a frosty blue hammer with a translucent, ice-like head that constantly emitted a chilling mist. It was 5 feet in length, with a hammerhead roughly the size of a small barrel. The grip was made of silver metal, etched with snowflake patterns, and its head glowed softly in dim light. Michael imagined this hammer would look particularly fitting for his blue apes, at least if one were judging by appearance alone. Lastly, Bonebreaker, a rugged warhammer with a solid, bone-colored head that appeared to be carved from some ancient fossil. It was 5.5 feet long, with a hammerhead shaped like a boulder, nearly 1.5 feet in diameter. The handle was reinforced with dark iron bands, and its surface bore cracks that glowed faintly with an earthy hue. Michael wasn't too sure about buying the Bonebreaker. It seemed particularly lackluster compared to the others, but it did have its merit. It was the true blunt-type weapon among the three, just what one would expect from a hammer. After seeing the hammers, Michael felt no desire to continue looking for more. These hammers seemed perfectly suited for his undead, and he figured they'd probably prefer smashing things rather than slicing them up. How much are the three? After making the decision to buy the 3 types of weapons, Michael turned to the middle-aged man from the trade center. The Titan's Wrath is priced at $230,000 each, the Frostcaller's Maul is $265,000 each, and the Bonebreaker is $175,000 each. Are you planning to buy them, and if so, how many? Hearing the prices, Michael silently drew in a sharp breath. The equipment was just as expensive as he'd imagined, but he could still manage it. Even if he bought more in advance, it didn't seem like his $16 million would run out anytime soon. If rare rank weapons are this expensive, extraordinary rank and above must be in the millions, if they're even accessible with money. Whatever. At least it's not that expensive for now. I need to use this money to effectively boost my strength. Evolution points are the fastest way, but I also need to level up to keep up. Unfortunately, money doesn't seem to help with that. At least it can get me equipment and monster corpses to fill my open slots. A disorganized stream of thoughts flashed through Michael's mind as he replied to the middle-aged man, who was straightforward when it came to business. Do you have any goblin and forest wolf corpses here? Michael asked, choosing to inquire instead of answering the middle-aged man's previous question directly. Though the middle-aged man from the trade center was confused, he still gave a response. Yes, we have those corpses here. You can only buy up to 20 of each though. What about black apes? The first time he had bought corpses, Brian, who had attended to him then, told him they had black ape corpses, but at the time, Michael had known they would be well outside his budget, so he hadn't given it much thought. Now that he had money. Currently, Michael had 20 open slots, and he planned to fill 5 with goblins, 5 with forest wolves, and 5 with black apes. As for the remaining 5, Michael intended to use them for an experiment. He wanted to see how his undead would react to an ordinary animal or insect. The unique properties of some animals made Michael very willing to experiment, even with the risk of the pain from severing the connection with any undead he didn't like or if something went wrong. As for asking about the corpses the association could offer, Michael wanted to buy more equipment in advance and make sure he handled everything all at once. Of course, he could have just bought the equipment without asking, but he figured it was better to know what they were doing next after leaving the door.